fun. We have creative.
This is what the cycle question 2. One more thing. Damn it.
Bungalow 3 comes out.
Gosh!
Muscle Bills keeping up the pressure.
Issei has a Hail Mary. And holy cow! They did it!
For the victory lap, though. Whoa, whoa. They ain't never seen nothing like this before. Lit the room when I came through the front door. Ask me if I stress overcome, what for? Train in the trees, please pardon my sycamore. Touch burning sands, cross lands, and stormy shore seasons in the year, yeah. Ain't no channel for champions and chain no fear. Yup, the champ is here, switch gears. We keeping haters in the rear. At the blood, sweat, and tears, and my goal so near. I see my victory so clear. I see my victory so clear. And today, we break through. 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 I know it's lonely at the top, but that's not by speculation. But the position that I got, I climb too high to fall, way too hard to drop. Stop clocks on the speed bag. Every yell under pressure, no jet lag. This is greater than trophies and saluted flags. Titles and fame, the cost is paid. Yay, I carried the cross I made. Dealt with the dealer, baby, the hand was played. New level, next stage. Learn to lead as a legend. Now tell me what's my next stage, yeah. I said the champ is here, switch gears. Been keeping haters in the rear. At the blood, sweat, and tears, and my goal so near. I see my victory so clear. And today, we break through. 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 And today, we break through.
Hey, what up, say? Yeah, all my life I told them I would do this, now I done it. Even as a child, they tell me that boy of the Sunday. Now I seen them out, they ask me how the music coming. If I told them what I gross, I know they think it's so disgusting. Told them matter of fact, I said I'd rather not discuss it. Seem like every day I got another check that's coming. Training for a marathon, I'm building up the pace, but I ain't have to train for this shit. Always knew that I would run it. I came too far for a grown man to tell me how to get mine. How y'all still talking, I don't listen, I swear we never align. Y'all ain't never done it, still give advice, I don't take directions from the blind. Just stay on my job or y'all unemployed, I told them go and apply. That's some real facts, but they won't listen, don't take opinions, y'all only give them. They crash on the road now, but I stay my line, I was always driven. Had to get it out, tunnel vision. Steph Curry, man, I'm never missing. Back in the day, I was in the office, now I'm getting paper like it's done to Mifflin. All my life I told them I would do this, now I done it. Even as a child, they tell me that boy of the Sunday. Now I seen them out, they ask me how the music coming. If I told them what I gross, I know they think it's so disgusting. All my life I told them I would do this, now I done it. Even as a child, they tell me that boy of the Sunday. Now I seen them out, they ask me how the music coming. If I told them what I gross, I know they think it's so disgusting.
is clean. This is my city, yeah, this is my team. If you talking and talking me nice, I play with all of my life. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion. The game is in trouble, I've been in my depth for the piece of the puzzle, I got it for real. Still keep me going, I wake up and hustle, you won't see me buckle, I've been in the field. Man of the town, you been in your fields, I'm adjusting this crown. Call me your majesty, either that or your tragedy, we shutting everything down. I've been hot like somebody put a candle on them. Off top, I don't really stand opponents, this mine, the moment is run out and start a bunch of pandemonium. More game, I got some, the skill is bar one, y'all done, the game in the coffin. Referee screen, rest in peace, and think twice if you next to me, it's West. This ain't no regular thing, I came for the ring, you know what I mean. I shoot my shot and it's clean, this is my city, yeah, this is my team. If you talking and talking me nice, I play with all of my life. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion. It's our repetition, I'm stacking these trophies, I'm good with addition. I spit like a pastor, I give you the vision. Up early morning, enough for the sleeping. My life is a dream, but you wishing you lived it. Haters get livid, my pocket's Pacific, that's deep if you get it. So therapeutic, I sleep on the critics. Don't feel like competing, I'm hearing these crickets. Whoa, let me switch the flow, a new bounce. Coming to the den with a lion, I'm gon' pounce. Know I've been a king for a while, got a ring and a crown. That's the bling with the blow, what the team is about. Champions, you can tell by the ambience of this sound. Referee screen, rest in peace, and think twice if you next to me, it's no doubt. This ain't no regular thing, I came for the ring, you know what I mean. If you talking and talking me nice, I play with all of my life. You see my name in the lights, better get right. This ain't no regular thing, I came for the ring, you know what I mean. I shoot my shot and it's clean, this is my city, yeah, this is my team. If you talking and talking me nice, I play with all of my life. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion. Nobody's safe. Nobody's safe. Nobody's safe. Soon as we step out the cage, we raising all of the stakes. Make no mistake, either you stay in your place or we putting you on a plate. Look at our face, we put the fear in the dirt. We had to struggle for change, pick up the pace. We put in infinite work, that's why we stay getting paid. Y'all running late, we moving on to the next. You still been stuck in a phase, there's no debate. We draw the line in the sand, we say it straight to your face. They underrate, till we put the team on our back. We took the city to state, what it's gonna take. Another S on our chest, another beat in the grave. We innovate, we always switching it up. They can't predict what we say. Come out the cave, they see the blood on our shirt. They see the teeth in the fangs. They watching tape, still trying to figure us out. They think we came here to play. They sending snakes, they trying to give us a curse. They want us taking the bait, but that's okay. We keep on dodging the bull. We keep on saying Olay, blocking the way, thinking we flipping reverse, but we keep rushing the gate, stopping the rain. We know they sit on the throne. It's looking easy to take. We not afraid. We put the fear in their bones. Ain't no more running away. They tryna trace, they tryna follow our steps. They tryna copy the wave. Boy, that's your name. That's why they keep getting curved. You gotta stay in your lane. They wanna claim that we not giving them work. Like this is minimum wage. Boys, you crazy. Why you keep feeding the beast? Now that you open the cage, nobody's safe. Nobody's safe. Tell them don't start. Nobody's safe. If you come in, please don't drop your guard. Nobody's safe. If you come, you're messing with a star. For my folks, for my mama and my pops. I don't care if you the cops, anybody could get boxed. If you aiming for my head, then you better take your shot. If you miss, then this fist gon' be cleansing your clock. I don't care if you the press or the feds or an op. If I stretch out these hands, then prepare to get robbed. If your friends said that you had a chance, understand that they probably was never for your friends. They my fans. Jumped in the ring and I started swinging. Came from the jungles of drunken demons, fighting them off in the Coliseum. Studied and learned how to target weakness. That's why your team would do better beefing with someone else who was probably vegan. Touch me and lose every single finger. Touch me and watch how I turn the scene. Massacre, as soon as you have the nerve to try to step to me, I will snatch your turf and manifest scratch that. I will snatch your earth. You tried to breathe to see how the asthma works. We don't compete. I'm not in a class with earth. My boy it down the ball. If I say the word, the team is down the hall. If a club is served, what's happening? Best believe that a massacre. Nobody's safe. Nobody's safe. Tell them don't start. Nobody's safe. If you come in, please don't drop your guard. Nobody's safe. If you come, you're messing with a star.
Don't got no heart, I got an icebox. Brand new roller, swipe out the G-Shock. Moving slowly, I know the street hype. No more double, go ahead a detox. Yeah, yeah. Came from the trenches, they ain't showing us no love. Thugging in the city, all we wanted was a hug, yeah. We on the block like every night to catch a buzz. Get the cash and tell my family out the hood, that's a must. Was a hood baby with no soldiers. Bad past never left my mind, it's taking over. No, I should've died, that's why it's hard to stay sober. Glad to see the sun, but my heart getting colder. Life's so crazy, what we been through. When you die, the only time that they gon' miss you. Tell my mama no more tears, no more tissue. Ooh, just some hood baby with some issues. Hood baby from the struggle. Long time had to hustle. Glad we made it through. I'm just glad we made it through. Hood baby from the struggle. Long time had to hustle. I'm glad we made it through. I'm just glad we made it through. Pull up in that rain, see me ballin', yeah. 30 piece on my wrist like I'm Harden. Either they love me or I'm a target. Cause the ice on me is flawless. I've been busy and picking up when you callin'. And on purpose, I hate the fact we ain't talking. But anything that you need, dog, I got you, I mean that. All this pressure make it hard not to relapse. Build up aggression, make it hard for me to relax. To the hood, baby, ain't no way that I'ma lead that. My dogs need hope, step it up, I gotta be that. Cause life's so crazy, oh, ain't been through. I'ma love you way before I gotta miss you. Hold this mama by my side, gave her some tissue. We were just a hood, baby, with some issues. Hood, baby, from the struggle. Long time had to hustle. Glad we made it through. I'm just glad we made it through. Hood, baby, from the struggle. Long time had to hustle. I'm glad we made it through. I'm just glad we made it through. Just some hood, baby, yeah. Just some hood, baby, yeah. Just some hood, baby, yeah. Just some hood, baby. Hood baby from the struggle. Long time had to hustle. Glad we made it through. I'm just glad we made it through. Hood baby from the struggle. Long time had to hustle. I'm glad we made it through. I'm just glad we made it through. I'm glad we made it through. I'm just glad we made it through.
We got it next. That's how you finesse. We come for they next. We come to collect. Did it all on my own, yeah. When it brought it back home, yeah. Now they calling my phone, yeah. But I'm all in my zone. They not a threat. Tell them reset. When they at they best, we still not impressed. Did it all on my own, yeah. When it brought it back home, yeah. Bought a watch with the stones, yeah. Caught them watching my throne, yeah. Ain't no one doing the shit that we doing. Ain't nobody moving the way that we moving. Hop out the Sprinter and shoot us a movie. We pull up to Paxton and get us some jewelry. Rocking the newest, but that shit ain't new to me. Watch how I do it, you think that it's two of me. They just be fluffing and that shit is foolery. Coolin', but that shit ain't cool to me. I'm as hot as it gets, yeah, they not on the list. Took a shot of success, hit nothing but net, yeah. Said they hit the rim, changed up my number and took out the SIM. I'm on my hustle, I'm back in the gym. I can be humble or I could go in. I go for the win. We got it next. That's how you finesse. We come for they next. We come
all on my own, yeah. When it brought it back home, yeah. Now they calling my phone, yeah. But I'm all in my zone. They not a threat. Tell them reset. When they're at their best, we still not impressed. Did it all on my own, yeah. When it brought it back home, yeah. Bought a watch with the stones, yeah. Caught them watching my throne, yeah. Yeah, bitch, I'm young and I'm turning. If you play with my money, then your ass get burnt. I done came off the bench, I just waited my turn. I done jumped out the gym like MJ in the third. If you want it, I said you can get it confirmed. We done packed the whole stadium like we the one. Ain't in no run, this shit is done. Ball on these niggas head just for the fun. Got a drinks, I won't try it. If I finish the drink, they gon' buy it. Yeah, we 50-something, like a right. If I said it a threat, I be lying. Yeah, I know niggas hate all the time. Had to change up my routes, niggas stealing my slime. And I know bitches ain't worth the dime. Had to change up my line, they be wasting my time. Yeah, we got a nurse. That's how you finesse. We come for they next. We come to collect. Did it all on my own, yeah. When it brought it back home, yeah. Now they calling my phone, yeah. But I'm all in my zone. They not a threat. Tell them reset. When they're at their best, we still not impressed. Did it all on my own, yeah. When it brought it back home, yeah. Bought a watch with the stones, yeah. Caught them watching my throne, yeah. Contemplating all of my goals. Look, will I fold or will I chase them? I got adversity, two options. I can handle it purposefully or I can let it murder me. But sign up for war, point out the target, show me the giants. Hold your applause, just getting started, sending the lions. Ambition ain't for the weak, I see it before I speak. Ready and willing, is you ready
but
for
I'm
me?
flying away, with or without your rain. Oh, you try to make me say, no, there's nothing you can say. Cause I'm flying away, with or without my sails. Oh, you try to make me say, no, there's nothing you can say. But I'm flying away.
Now I ain't looking for handouts, I'm looking to stand out. Got the vision coming, watch how it pans out. I've been writing my plans down, trying to stay focused, put out the notice. Who the GOAT is, me hands down, yeah. No time for arguments, I cut out the politics, no. It's all my competence, I could cause your apocalypse. Ambition, it ain't for the weak, get it even when I sleep. Ready and willing, what you ready
But
to
I'm
say?
flying away, with or without your rain. Oh, you try to make me say, no, there's nothing you can say. Cause I'm flying away, with or without my sails. Oh, you try to make me say, no, there's nothing you can say. But I'm flying away.
Ambition ain't for the weak, I see it before I speak. Ready and willing, is you ready for me?
Oh, you try to make me say, no, there's nothing you can say. Cause I'm flying away,
Point out the target, show me the giants.
without my sails. Oh, you try to make me say, no, there's nothing you can say. But I'm flying away.
Okay. I'm a trendsetter. Ay, I'm a trendsetter. I'm a trendsetter. Okay. Let go. Hey, okay, I know I'm here to stay. Counting on my wins, so I can't play it safe. Trying to go against us, get you out the way. Go hard, it's the only way to play. Let me say, I'm a trendsetter. I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. Who can do it better? I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. Hey, look, they keep calling me, could you ride this beat, look proud of me? Okay, it ain't no problem, see, I can mold this thing like pottery, Better, I'ma bet on myself. And for the top, and I don't need your help. We set the tempo, we run this thing, it's simple, let's go. Boy, I'm locked in, know your place, I'm top 10. And all my haters watching, so you know I keep on clocking. Let's go, time, my whole style of go, mine. Take my place, I hold mine. know I'm the one that set the trends, dog. Tell them tenfold, I'm gon' change the tempo, okay. Tell them I can't play it safe, got more wins on the way. Gotta show them how to do it, man, my team making plays, okay. Your team better play off, sleeping on me, wake up. Too easy just to lay off, okay. Tell me who you know can do it better. I know, they know, we know I'm a trendsetter. Hey, okay, I know I'm here to stay. Just counting on my wins, so I can't play it safe. Trying to go against us, get you out the way. Go hard, it's the only way to play. Let me say, I'm a trendsetter. I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. Who can do it better? I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. Hey, look, told them I would elevate, now watch me go up. Critics acting up confused, they can watch me blow up. Knew I had it in the bag, I just had to show up. Shot it going outside, got no plans to slow up. Okay, mama said I'd make it, and I know that she ain't never lie. Said they need a double, still they lost, cause they ain't hit my line. Whoa, it's my time on the dot, gotta shine, let them watch, cause we gaming for the top. This a bop, whoa. Hey, okay, I know I'm here to stay. Just counting on my wins, so I can't play it safe. Trying to go against us, get you out the way. Go hard, it's the only way to play. Let me say, I'm a trendsetter. I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. Who can do it better? I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. Hey, look. Hit it stirred. I can't play it safe. Yeah, out the way. Yeah, yeah.
We have creative.
They try to take it, I'm getting it back. And if they hit me, they gotta get taxed. I'm making hit after hit after hit, and I promise you, boy, every one of them slap. Hop on a verse and I body it quick. They never work, and it's why we don't mix. I don't got time for the faking. I swear that I always say real, something they never did. Oh, they saying that I'm up next. I told them that I'm up now. Promise I came for the next. I'm needing honeys on honeys, cause that's what I'm worth. Show me the finish, I'm getting it first. Show me the best, and that's me and my worst. I need that money, I'm getting it now. I'm at the top, but I started way down. I told them hundreds of times that I'm really done waiting. I swear that I came for the crown. Oh, you should go ahead and write over. I was in a 4, leveled up to the Rover. Feeling like Blake, I'ma put him on a poster. I don't really play when it come to my checks. I've been in the gym, so you know I gotta flex. If I shoot a shot, then it's gonna be a wet dog. I'm coming for these meals, I ain't taking no less. Yeah, I ain't really taking no less. Now they tryna send me that text. I ain't hit them back, they stress. I'm needing honeys on honeys, cause that's what I'm worth. Show me the finish, I'm getting it first. Show me the best, and that's me and my worst. I need that money, I'm getting it now. I'm at the top, but I started way down. I told them hundreds of times that I'm really done waiting. I swear that I came for the crown.
One more thing. Damn it.
But the level 3 comes out. Fight back.
Gosh.
Muscle dudes keeping up the pressure.
He has a Hail Mary. And I'm Clean kill! They did it!
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening once again, everybody in the audience. It's Friday. We got Texas Showdown going on, but obviously not everybody can make it out to Texas, myself included. So we're chilling here online with another breakout event for Street Fighter 6. I'm NM, once again joined here by the lovely man himself, K-Box, as we're going to be getting straight into it. But how you doing today, K-Box?
I am doing fantastic, and if you are a fan of any kind of sport, this is one of the best weeks you can ask for. I mean, there's March Madness going on, there's an RLCS Major going on, there's Texas Showdown, there's been a whole week of crazy action in Street Fighter and Tekken, and we've got plenty of action to ring in the weekend tonight. I cannot wait for our first match.
Man, you mentioned March Madness. I work a venue job, and we just had March Madness over at my venue.
Oh, wow. That must have been...
I never want to do that again. I was horrendous, especially because one of the teams for that March Madness bracket was a hometown team. So, people were showing out like crazy.
Last year, my city was host to a game from both the men's and women's tournament. I mean, Caitlin Clark was playing there. You can imagine what that street was like. I'm not going to say to avoid doxing myself, but I think people can guess.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, anyway, I don't really know myself, but people can probably guess. I mean, for me, I'm just going to say it outright because, I mean, I wear where I'm at on my sleeve because of my local scene. But, yeah, it was Duke.
Definitely. I mean, if it's not Duke, are you even trying? But speaking of trying, let's have a look at the top 8 picks in January, the monthly top 5, as we bring in the first Street Fighter 6 tournament for Breakout in March. What do you think of this lineup?
It's been a minute, and of course, last time, I want to point out that 4th place Mai. Last time, Mai was, kind of a character that we were thinking about a little bit. Like, people were still testing out, fairly new at the time, but, Capcom Cup has happened since then. People have kind of settled in more on Mai, and I feel like Mai, in terms of the genuine Street Fighter populace, is a lot more like, okay, this character might be a little bit more insane than we first thought. Like, I definitely think that Mai can, shoot up a little more.
Yeah, I would not be surprised at all. You have the fan favorite appeal, you've got the Street Fighter fighting game history, you've got Capcom versus SNK nostalgia, and her whole game style is actually really fun when you dig into it. I hope you're good at perfect parries if you're up against a Mai. And of course, the rest of the lineup, no surprise. Is it really even Breakout if there's not a Blanca or a Jury? Rosek's been bringing the M. Bison, Jazz Darrow pulls him out now and then, and of course, everybody's favorite Jake Paul wannabe, Luke.
Yeah, Luke, we got in 5th place, and of course, we see them a lot coming out from Rookie. We've seen them time and time again, just the absolute nonsense they like to pull out. Whenever I think of somebody that wants to pop out and show them, I always think about Rookie when it comes to Breakout. But of course, still going to be seeing what's going to be going on tonight. Of course, I've seen Rookie in the bracket, Ruffian's back in the bracket, EC, I see we got Jewel Man, Jazz Darrow, of course, Zombie, Ruffian. A lot of mainstays from Breakout are going to be popping out once again.
I love how Breakout's SF6 tournament and its Tekken 8 tournaments on Wednesday really feel like a local in the sense that you get the regulars who come out every time, rain or shine, and a fair helping of new faces to be shown the ropes. It really just helps capture that certain je ne sais quoi.
I know if I wasn't always on the mic, or I wasn't always busy all the time. I know I'd be going out to play some of those too. Always going out to my locals. Heck, I even have like a little mini circuit going on for Guilty Gear Strive over in the entire region of my local. Going out to another event for that tomorrow. I'll plug that at the end of my time, but I'm very excited to be doing that tomorrow. But either way, it just feels like kind of like a little homey feel local. Every other Friday we got the Street Fighter and the Guilty Gear back to back, and of course every Wednesday we got Tekken. And we're still waiting on the drop for Fatal Fury City of the Wolves, which I know now with Ronaldo in the game, that's going to be a lot more crazy.
I'm going to set about half of chat on fire and say that I prefer Messi.
I mean, I do not have a horse in the race. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be honest with you. I did not pay attention to soccer until we had Ronaldo and Fatal Fury. I literally could not stop laughing when I first saw that. He just looked so
Right?
it was like I don't get how to describe it, but like his reveal trailer where like all of the Fatal Fury fighters are around him in this like holographic feel. They looked like they looked stiff, like wax figures or something. They didn't feel real. They didn't feel like the characters. I wasn't looking at Terry Bogard. I was looking at Tom Buck or some ripoff sort of thing.
But speaking of ripoffs, Terry is here. You have spoken him into existence. The Terry versus Ken matchup as Culture Taste takes on Polynesian Sauce. Welcome, everybody, to Breakout.
Okay, and already look at this, getting in with the drive rush, but getting out. There we go, ODDP, the rising pack coming in for clutch, getting back to a bit of a neutral, trading projectiles, but the drive rush again doing so good for Polynesian Sauce, doing some standard cross-ups that you always see on that Ken into the DP corner.
Yeah, already has that insane corner pressure going, catches him off guard, gets parried and driven rushed out, thrown back into the corner. We'll see how well he can get out. He's behind on meter, but well ahead on life. Baits out the standing kick, creates a bit of space, uses a Hadouken, blocks the power wave, and we have our first KO of the night, everybody.
Whew, okay. Polynesian Sauce already starting out very well. The thing with Terry, you got a lot of neutral skip tools. You got your Burning Knuckle, you got stuff like that. But Polynesian Sauce with the Ken toolkit always has something, and especially Drive Rush into all the options they can do off of that to really mix you up.
Yeah, and that is just such a fun aspect of his character, as are these crouching jabs you just saw Culture Taste pull up, but you're seeing that he's repeatedly being caught by Polynesian Sauce's wake-up DPs. Even as he forces Polynesian Sauce to go into burnout, he has to be worried about that kind of option, as out comes the super!
There we go, level 3, going to be putting a lot of mess onto Culture Taste, and that's already going to be putting Polynesian Sauce first point on the board. Definitely got to say, this very strong Ken. Of course, both of these players have got to take this down because, once we get to the streets of Southtown, this is going to be a matchup that we'll see over there too. But we're just getting a little training in Metro City, feeling that out.
You think they're gonna be looking at each other in the character select screen and just be like, we gotta stop meeting like this?
Maybe, maybe Terry's checking in on Ken again because Ken, still isn't doing too hot, but maybe Southtown will make something different for him.
I mean, alternate continuity, you don't have the whole business with JP, so maybe, and you also don't have those NFTs, but you do have this throw loop. The back throw still counts for the loop, follows up with the Hadouken, catches the drive rush coming in, brutal KO punish.
Ooh, okay, nice Polynesian Sauce. Again, throw loop is something that's so prominent in Street Fighter 6 right now. The absolute little gaps you can do, just dash in and do another throw loop. It's definitely something that has to get addressed in Season 3, but it's not stopping either of these fighters, especially as Culture Taste, trying to get some jabs back in, burn Knuckle for a counter hit like it's punish counter.
There it is again. There's that DP I was pointing out. He falls for that again and again, and Polynesian Sauce has that as a very reliable wake-up tool because Culture Taste hasn't really been answering it.
Yeah, no, Culture Taste just keeps getting DP, trying to do something, getting it out of block, not even being able to punish it all too well, and even with their drive gauge gone, we're just blocking that DI, blocking everything, but there we go, finally an entrance for Culture Taste, trying to bring it home, but there it is, that level 3 is going to close things off for Polynesian Sauce.
Oh my goodness, and we've seen Polynesian Sauce a lot here in Breakout, and ranks aren't the whole story, but you're petting a Grandmaster against a Diamond, and I think what you saw during that set was the edge in experience.
I definitely gotta agree. I feel like a lot with Polynesian Sauce. We saw that their set play, especially on Ken, was a lot more defined. They're trying to go in with drive rush. If they don't have the distance, they're trying to, poke things out with some jabs or, doing some Hadoukens. But a lot of the times, Culture Taste, we saw, if something worked, do it again. It's something like I fall into myself. If something works, we're gonna do it again. But every single time, Polynesian Sauce just calmed themselves down and just waited for the right opportunity.
Yeah, he's been very good at spotting his chances. You saw in that last clip how he was turtling through that pressure, even in burnout, even with his health getting low, and go straight into his super at the first opportunity. That's the kind of thing experience teaches you, and when you've been in the fire often enough, that it starts to feel lukewarm.
Yeah, no, it starts to feel like something, like you're used to. You can take it back from this. I feel like that's what experience really gets you, especially in
Hmm.
fighting games. The more you play them, the more these types of opportunities are going to be less like, okay, what do I do in this sort of situation? And it's more so going to be like, okay, yeah, I know what to do here. I'm going to be safe. I'm going to be all right.
Yeah, I like to liken it to baseball. Things are happening too fast for you to react live, instant, spur of the moment. What you fall back on is, I almost called it power recognition. I suppose so, we're going anime with this. But pattern recognition and learned habits and matchup knowledge, where you get to know what your opponent likes, what makes them comfortable and uncomfortable, what parts of the zone they prefer, and that's how you're able to work it out. It's prediction, it's guessing, it is familiarity with the matchup. It usually, almost always, isn't raw reflex.
hmm Not all the time are we seeing, raw reflex even in these fights. A lot of times, you have to calm down. You have to think about it. You have to be like, okay, you got to think fast still, because
Right,
it's not
right.
like, all right, you're giving them the mic. Like, okay, what are you going to do in this situation? No, you got to think about it when you're present in the situation. Because of that, that really, picks out the diamonds in the rough, so to speak.
Yeah, and that's why I like to talk about the Trinity. I'm sure some people in chat can say it with me. Shin, Gi, Tai, Mind, Body, Technique, where you need all three to be truly great. And what we're talking about here is classic Shin. The ability to think fast but calm, to not panic, to not just start pressing to press, and to really work out your game plan on the fly in fractions of a millisecond. A full second is 60 frames. Imagine a move that's 60 frames. Nobody would use it unless it's an unblockable or a joke.
That's the only way someone would use something with 60 frames. Obviously, people have wake ups that might last 4 or 5 frames, or try to do reversals that, like a little more, but again, they're reversals. But either way, nothing is lasting 60.
Right, right, of course not. I've actually had quote unquote civilian friends who've tried these games and stuff, and they look to me like, how can anybody press these buttons fast enough? How's it even possible?
And the answer to that is a lot of time and dedication. People aren't just like coming out of the womb and then
Right,
just like
right,
immediately winning the Capcom Cup. Obviously, this
right.
takes a lot of time, sometimes years, decades, for people to truly feel in touch with what they want to do in the game, have their executions on point. And because of that, of course, you want to get as much as you want when you can, but you also something, gotta calm down. Things take time. These fighters have taken a lot of time to really understand what they want to do. And even the younger ones, they're younger, maybe like, we just had Blas, which was 15, which is still crazy. But at the
Yeah.
same time, people found their Street Fighter 5 accounts. This isn't like, all right, I'm picking up 6. I'm about to go crazy. No, these takes times. Even in childhood or adulthood, it's going to take time.
Yeah, I was seeing some Twitter discourse. It was a while ago now that were like, "Oh, Punk doesn't lab, he doesn't train, he just showed up like that." Punk has been competing since like Street Fighter 4, maybe very early 5. This man has been through the fire, and he's had plenty of one-shot energy. Breakout Esports sponsor. One taffy of one-shot energy is as much energy and caffeine as a can of Red Bull in one tasty little package that will get you into game shape level mental awareness. As we wait for our next match of the stream, we're seeing Polynesian Sauce again, facing off against everyone's favorite Luke, Rookie.
Okay, here we go. It's the Shoto versus Shoto battle again, and we've seen Rookie time and time again, and they are a brutal demon. Like, look at this already.
Yeah, you like that very bread and butter combo for Luke, and also be careful, because if Rookie gets his level 3 open, he likes to whip it out the second he sees a chance. It's a great momentum stealing tool for him.
Absolutely. Look at that again. So many flash knuckles, but just gets ODDP'd by Polynesian Sauce.
Polynesian Sauce really likes to break that out, and it seems like people don't anticipate it as much as they should, even though it is a pretty standard wake-up tool for him, but not going to save you from a DDT into a normal throw. If that's not a throw loop, I don't know what is. And I'm going to give the chat another hot take. I like throw loops.
That is crazy. I feel like the pitchforks will really be coming out. But oh, wait a minute, perfect parry. Okay, Rookie actually going for an adventure after the flash knuckle, but getting punished with that level 1.
Yeah, straight into level 1, pure decisive action. That's why I've been talking about the ability to think fast, but to think calm. He knew that opening was going to be there, and you see the throw loop coming out. Rookie goes for the tech, anticipating a third throw, and that gives Polynesian Sauce a huge opening. That's why I like throw loops. They add such a huge mind game to Street Fighter 6.
They do, because you see there, Polynesian Sauce was getting it started. And then Rookie was like, okay, I'm going to do a throw to... Yeah, you see it there, too.
Yeah,
expecting
see?
a throw, but gets punished, and again!
See? That's part of why Street Fighter 6 is so much like baseball.
It's just always mind games.
Yes, just mind games, strategy. There's this whole second game under Street Fighter 6. Gets thrown into the corner, but you see that level 3 coming out just like I warned you about. He's in burnout, but expect that to come out at any moment unless Polynesian Sauce gets the kill and obviates the problem. That's how you need to handle Rookie. You don't let him press anything.
You gotta have Rookie questioning for more. But I mean, Rookie off the drive rush is getting a very good start into their triple flash knuckle combo. They have the corner. They're getting the throws. Can we be seeing the throw loop?
Not yet, not this time. Backs off for the sandblast, baits out a drive rush in, puts himself in burnout, but it's very worth it until that perfect parry. We'll see how well Polynesian Sauce gets used to this, how well he's able to take control of the momentum. Went for a throw.
We have no gauge right now. I know Rookie is getting stunned.
Oh my goodness, and here comes the combo. I doubt he's going to be able to get a kill off this, but this is really, really going to hurt. Sets up the throw. Is he going to go for another one? He is. Is he going to go for a third? Is this a third throw? Not going to get a chance. Level 2 ready. Here's another throw for you.
Oh, and tried to go for the ODDP themselves, but gets punished.
Beautiful punish on that one from Polynesian Sauce, who's already on set point. And it's got to feel good to be in 2 consecutive streamed matches and about to potentially win both. Rookie's determined not to let that happen.
Look at that, able to do a super, and they're going into throws into the corner. Wait a minute, the throw loop coming out from Rookie this time. Going for a third. Maybe go for perfect?
No, gets the perfect. And see that, because Polynesian Sauce was so worried about the throws, he was probably mentally ready to tech, and that didn't come out.
This time, though, the throw escape did come out, but it's getting parried into the ODDP. Rookie is a lot more calm and collected.
Oh yes, this man has a method to his madness, but eating a super is not part of that method. That is just happenstance.
Yeah, sometimes that happens, but we're just going to kind of equal the life lead here. But either way, we're in the corner and we have no gauge. We cannot be getting DI'd or else we're going to get stunned, and DP's going to save us.
Yes, it's going to save. He jumps back. Good thinking. Gets the drive rush, though. Gets another one. They're both in burnout. Rookie's going to come out first. Has critical art ready. Is he going to need it? Is he going to go for it? Drive rushes in. Gets him back towards the corner. Polynesian Sauce still in burnout. Here we go.
Ooh, okay, that level 3, yeah, that's going to be laying the damage, and that is going to be doing it. Polynesian Sauce not going to be able to get back up. Rookie getting a point on the board, kept it cool, that close, and was able to clutch it out.
That's what makes Rookie so dangerous. That's what's put him so deep in so many breakout brackets and so many brackets elsewhere in the wide world of Street Fighter 6. You can't ever count him out, and that pressure is tremendous.
It absolutely is. We've seen it time and time again here on Breakout, how strong Rookie is in the top 8. The Polynesian Sauce is trying to drive rush their way into it themselves and knock them out into the losers before they even get to top 16.
Yeah, that's entirely possible. Polynesian Sauce a very strong Ken. Right now, turtling up. You saw this in his previous set. The reversal, though.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my. And here's that gonna come. Rookie puts himself on set point, really just whipping the rug out from under Polynesian Sauce, who thought he had a reversal the entire game on his hands.
Tried to do the level 1, but there we go, whiffing the grab. We're in the corner again, but the perfect parry. This is the perfect chance to make your way back out. Everything's getting blocked, but you knew Rookie was going to grab. You're taking full advantage now.
And he has that level 3 going. We've been talking about how much he likes the level 3. He went for the throw. He tried for another throw, gets a side switch on him, gets the cross up, gets him in the corner, forces him to turtle up. Polynesian Sauce is right on the border of burnout. Is he going to get thrown into burnout? Not going to need it. Out comes the level 3. Rookie wins.
Oh my goodness. All right, Rookie. There we go. That is what we're talking about. Rookie, adapted throughout that set. Polynesian Sauce had a good read on the start, but once Rookie started mixing things up a little bit, being like, all right, just play more patient. I know the throw loops are going to be coming out. I know that they're going to be trying to go for jabs. You saw when Polynesian Sauce was able to make it back in that last round with a perfect parry. Like, perfect parry, all right, we might be able to get a lot off this. A lot of what they were doing off that was just getting blocked.
Yeah, absolutely, and just the easing off of the pure aggression, because aggression is important in Street Fighter 6, but I think a lot of people think aggression is just pressing buttons to press buttons, full speed ahead, no matter what, as opposed to active defense and knowing when to steal your turn back. And you see here, you see that throw loop that we were talking about. He used the threat of the throw to get Rookie ready to tech and exploited it. But, Ninstar, what do you think was the decisive interaction in this set?
There was so much. I feel like, though, it was definitely here on this stage where we started to see a lot more of the options that Polynesian Sauce were coming out with, where before, like even that level 1 you just saw a moment ago, it would break the defense of Rookie. It gets blocked. Rookie started to expect a lot of what Polynesian Sauce was doing. I imagine Rookie throughout all of these brackets, we've seen their matchup before with the Kens. They know what Kens try to do. And they're like, all right, now I got a good read on how you play Ken. Now I can really do what I want to do.
Right, absolutely, and that ability to download live is so important in Street Fighter 6. That's part of the mind game that I've been talking about, because everyone plays their character a bit differently. No two Manons or Ryus or M. Bisons play exactly the same, and especially no two Blankas, and we have plenty of those tonight. Zombie and the recurring champion Ruffian both in the house.
They're both in here, and we're actually going to be seeing Zombie in just a moment, of course, going up Jazdero. We'll want to say, Polynesian Sauce, they're not down and out. I hope to see them soon, too, because, they're just right upstate from me over in South Virginia. Got to shout out South Virginia, FGC. They're right over there. But either way, Jazz and Zombie, two fighters that we see constantly at Breakout on the Bison and the Blanca, respectively. They're always going out strong into the top 8s, and I imagine they're going to be trying to go for it again.
Yeah, I need to check with Jazdero if that's an English J or a Spanish J, because he is one of our friends from south in the border, the flourishing Mexican Street Fighter 6 scene. But the thing with him is that he's scary anywhere on the stage. He is not somebody who just plinks away at you. He's comfortable at range, he's comfortable right in your face, he's comfortable in the corner game, in the air. You can't get comfortable and think, oh yeah, this is his weakness. He doesn't really have a set weakness, he just plays.
That's simply it. We see that with Jazzero every time. They pull out the JP a little bit, but they're definitely known for that Bison. That's why we had second place for the fighters picks. That's why that Bison is all the way up there. That is Jazdero always putting them up there, and for good reason. They always play the game. They always get in. Their psycho minds coming in with whatever they want to do. The double knee press, everything.
Yeah, and I think we also have Rasek tonight, who's another scary Bison who actually recently won 2 consecutive breakouts. I believe the last 3 champions are Rasek twice and Liquid O.
I'm pretty sure you're right about that. I have been seeing a lot of wins coming out from Rasek. Of course, the other very strong Bison we have here consistently over at Breakout. It's always these two repping that character, and I imagine it's going to continue. But either way, Jazzero is still a demon. We still could be seeing a lot from them.
Yeah, you just can't count Jazdero out. But what do you think of the Zombie versus Jazdero matchup? We've seen this time and time again. It's a cliche, but this is a match you could see in finals.
You could. Honestly, you could. And we're about to have it spelled out for ourselves because we're getting straight into it. But it's actually going to be that JP. It's not going to be the Bison matchup just yet.
That makes a lot of sense. He was a JP before he was a Bison. This is the ground he is familiar with and comfortable with, and we're going to see if his range game and his up-close game are able to keep the wild man from Brazil down.
Yeah, we're just gonna have to wait and see. And look at this absolute zoning. Zombie is afraid to get in here, and now that they got in, they're getting punished.
Yeah, he's really being taught that he was right to be afraid, right to do the preemptive parries, right to be cautious to jump straight in with that Blanca ball, because what did I tell you before this set started? Jezdero's comfortable at any range. He's not one of those archetypal zoner players who doesn't know how to play up close.
You know, Jazdero will literally rush you down. Look at this, trying to DI, but they're getting perfect parry. This is Zombie's time. They're on a hope and a dream, and they're gonna be trying to make it all the way back, but it's not happening.
Never mind. Look, when you have health that low, if your name's not Daigo Umehara, I'm sorry, but I don't really rate your chances.
Yeah, you gotta be at top of the top if you're making it back like that. But hey, you know, we're just doing some rolling attacks to try to close the difference. But it looks like some stride blocks and some departures are trying to zone this out.
Yeah, gets a good back throw, though. Dry brushes straight in. He misreads the spacing a little, I think, happened there. Whirls right over him, gets the parry, though, and sets up Jezdero's counterattack. Sets up the super.
Level 2, trying to break it open, at least going to be securing that gauge gone. And there we go, the DI. That's going to be a stun for a departure.
Yeah, not quite the kill just yet. Zombie does have that level 3, has all 3 Blanca shots. Never mind, that's gonna be the first game!
Okay, I see what Zombie was trying to do. Of course, ODDP, one of the best options you can be doing in the corner to get your way out and get a little bit of reversal, but it looked like Jezero was expecting it.
Yeah, hard not to. He's so good at getting a read, but what you get from Zombie is his ability to throw off your mind game, to throw off your eye levels. Right now, Jezdero's just trying not to be taking it.
Not at all. Look at that, trying to do more departures, zone it out a little bit. There we go, getting some pokes with some triglobs too.
Yeah, and you can see him over-anticipating Zombie's jump-ins occasionally. Gets the parry going on that one, but he eats up the drive rush straight into the corner. Zombie backs up, sets up his throw. We'll see if he goes for another one. Tried to pull out a parry just in case. Doesn't need another throw. Takes the round.
Whew. Okay, there we go. Zombie in the Blanca Chansu is starting to feel very good, able to get that rush down in the corner. It just matters for replicating that again.
Yeah, and that is that's a trick. Replication, especially when Jezdero's so consistently setting up these traps. And also, when he does set the trap, if you get past him anyway, he does that.
Yeah, little Strybog or multiple departures trying to come in with
Teleport.
Torbalon. Oh my goodness, they embrace too?
You know, sometimes I feel like Jezdero switches to Bison when he feels like wearing the training weights.
Yeah, it's kind of like Rock Lee, you know, in the
Yeah.
famous clip from Naruto. Like, okay, I got my training weights off. It's still a demon on the Bison, but it's definitely more safe for it then.
Yeah, absolutely, but Zombie's in now, and he's got his super going, sets up the Blanca-chan trap, keeps him in the corner. That's a lot of pain. I guess you could say it's a shocking turn of events.
Little on the nose there, but I mean, it's true, especially since Zombie's still poking in, able to get the throw, and that's going to be the 1-1 score.
Oh, definitely. And we'll see who's going to be able to come out on top of this. Jezdero put behind a little, put on the back foot, already eating a heaping load of punishment. That's a lot of life to lose so early in the round. But Jezdero has to keep an eye on Zombie's gauge, because if Zombie puts himself in burnout, which he's well on his way to doing, this could change in a heartbeat.
Especially when you're pushing out their level 1, and it's not going to be breaking you for anything. Now we see Jezdero has the corner, but they're playing it safe. They're not trying to go in too hard, and that DI is going to be securing a lot of health.
Yeah, but that whiffed, and that gives Zombie the opportunity to get back in this. Those neutral jumps, he got a little excessive with them, and I think that was part of the problem. Super comes out. I'm not sure it's going to matter. Gets the cross up, puts himself on set point.
My goodness, just crossing up, having the absolute gumption to do that while JP's got their level 2 on you, and now you're just literally bringing it to the corner again, rolling attack into the neutral shimmy, into the corner combo.
Yeah, and goes for the neutral jumps again. I think he overdoes it a little, though. Ends up on the wrong end of it. And eats the portal for this trouble. Gets stuck in the corner. Zombie is eating a lot of punishment. Has level 2 if he gets a chance to use it. Out with the critical art now. Never mind. Slivers of health. Throw seals the deal. Set point for both of them.
Now we're on the last game, last round situation. Everything else before this was training, and now the true match begins. And you can see it with Jazdero. You know, they're zoning out as much as possible, using all their special arts, but it looks like it's going to be set for nothing.
Yeah, and he's trying to anticipate which direction Zombie's going to come in from, and gets the trade. Another one. You know, a wise man once said that perfectly symmetrical violence doesn't solve anything.
It doesn't, you know, violence doesn't solve anything, but I mean, Jazz wants it to solve something.
Yeah, mutual drive rush there. Gets another one, sends him off the wall. Both of them have level 3. Out comes the level 3. Oh my goodness, Jazdero!
Okay, not going to be
Just
killing
shy.
though. He's still got a frame of health, but there you go. The Triglove is just going to be saying, "Yeah, you're gone. You're gone."
See, what happened there was Jazdero knew that wasn't going to kill, and he was ready for when Zombie tried to go on the counterattack, because the mind game there, when your opponent's health is just low enough that it might kill, is your opponent is relying on you expecting them to die and being flat-footed. You saw that in that last interaction when Zombie came straight at him, expecting his hands to be off the controller.
Zombie was like, okay, I want to be going for something, especially because, you know, we're on 1 HP. And when that happens, it's like, we really can't make a mistake. And against somebody like JP, anything can be flying at you. You saw there with the Triglove, but if it wasn't the Triglove, we probably would have seen a departure, maybe a window after that in order for some little teleports or a shadow, Strybog, anything.
Right, and what do you think was the turning point here? Because that was an incredibly back and forth set all the way through. It's a little hard to tell when Jazdero decisively pulled up ahead.
I'd say, I mean, we're watching the replays here. It's really when they got that setup for the level 3. I mean, that's obviously it. I mean, there wasn't really any strong turning point, I'd say, like the previous set, because obviously the previous set, you know, it was one-sided one way and then it went the other. You know, this one, as you said, it was back and forth. And when that happens, it's really just both of them contesting each other until one of them really pulls out.
I mean, there's also a reason that JP was the winning character of the recent Capcom Cup. I don't like to go, oh, your character is good. I'm not saying JP's broken. I'm just saying this is a very strong character with a very powerful toolkit, and if you are good at using that toolkit, if you are a good pilot, you can make miracles happen.
You truly can. I mean, we saw it right there. If you know how to pull out with JP, you're going to be doing wonders. But either way, that's going to be the end of that match. And with that, we're completely done with pools on the casting bench, as now we're going to be moving on to the top 16. And we're already starting out, you know, we're checking in with Rookie again. We saw the Luke last time. We know they're probably going to be popping it out with this time. Maybe they'll go for a Ken. They'd like to go to other Shotos sometimes. But this time around, it's against that Honda coming out from Jewel Man.
Yeah, Jewelman, a perennial contender. You see him all over the place. Always got loads of fighting spirit. Might be carrying the March Basho buff a little because that ended last week. So I'm actually curious. What do you think of the Luke versus Honda matchup?
Luke versus Honda. I mean, you do not really see it too much, especially because I feel like the pick rates for both of these characters are not high, especially E Honda. Maybe only one play for that at Capcom Cup, and even then, that was when like the X Bow was on the back foot. They're like, okay, I'm just gonna pick E Honda. But aside from that, E Honda has a lot of ways, especially with their butt slam, in order to, you know, get in the air, kind of get away from pressure, but at the same time has a lot of strong poking buttons, especially with a lot of their slaps. I feel like the defense has to be especially strong coming out from Rookie if they're going to be able to, you know, keep themselves alive. And of course, Rookie has a lot of tools in that toolbox coming out from Luke in order to kind of just put themselves back in that driver's seat.
I think Jewelman's key here might just be to, for lack of a better term, bully Rookie. You need to keep him on the back foot. You need to keep him uncomfortable. Rookie thrives when he's got a lot of space to use those tools, when he has space to set up that level 3 he likes so much, when he's not in Burnout. He was fighting quite comfortably in Burnout last set we saw him, but that's not ideally where he wants to be, and I think Jewelman just needs to use that big body Honda to keep him pressured.
Absolutely. I feel like if Julian is able to keep up the pressure or mix up a little bit, especially with that butt slam going from one side to the other for a little bit of a cross up, I feel like that amount of bullying will really kind of set Rookie back. I mean, we saw it in the previous match they had with Polynesian Sauce. When Polynesian Sauce was able to, get up at the start, do a lot of throws, literally just consistently be in their face, it messed Rookie up a little bit until it started to go a little more their way. So we'll see kind of how both of them are feeling. Of course, whoever wins this is going to be securing that top 8 for tonight. So I imagine both of these fighters want to continue to make it out.
Yeah, and you know what they say, time flies when you're having fun. We are already knocking on the door of our top 8 qualification matches, which is always a fun place to be in. And Rookie does not want to be deterred. Not going to want to go down to losers at this point, not when he's already had a couple really fun matches under his belt.
Not at all. I imagine Rookie wants to be staying. They had a good one with Polynesian Sauce. They're going to be going up against Juleman now. And I imagine they want to keep it going with whoever, they find in top 8, want to send it all the way home. I mean, they're this strong for a reason. And I imagine, they'll keep it going. Definitely going to be a bit of an underdog story as Juleman has been getting a lot of crazy stuff. But, Rookie, still a very strong fighter. Already in top 16 having a strong match like this.
Yeah, and something that might come up that might be important is matchup familiarity because sure, a Julman shows up almost every time we put on Breakout SF6, but how often does Rookie fight other Hondas? How often does he run into one in ranked? How often does he battle lounge against one? How often is one waiting for him in a bracket in winners top 8, winners top 16, losers quarterfinals? How often has he fought a Honda, really fought one who knows the character in and out? Because if you're not used to taking on a character, when somebody can surprise you, and that's going to be really nasty when it happens.
You're truly never really expecting the Honda too much, which I imagine we could be seeing a lot of crazy, catching off of, you don't know the matchup. You don't see Honda too much. Like Luke, you'll see a decent amount. It's not crazy numbers like Ken or Kuma or Bison online, but you're still seeing Luke a lot more than you'd be seeing in a Honda.
Yeah, definitely. Which, conversely, Julman's had plenty of practice fighting Luke's, fighting Ken's, fighting Ryu's, fighting anything in Rookie's pocket. There's no unorthodox swerve character that Rookie's having on his hand to throw out. And Rookie is also extremely prolific. Think about the amount of game tape Julman must have on him.
Like you saw it before, we literally just had a match, and I imagine if Julman is watching it while they're waiting for their matches, they're like, okay, I see what Rookie can do. And of course, a lot of times before this, we see them on stream constantly. Rookie over here, Rookie over there. I still remember one of the big runs that Rookie had, literally almost getting, I think, 3rd or 2nd during that night. There was a lot of video honestly, on both of them had a lot of VODs coming out from Breakout. So maybe they've researched each other, maybe they've seen each other, maybe they fought each other before, but it's definitely going to be happening again.
Oh, this has absolutely been on a Breakout bracket. I think it might have even happened on stream, but we've played so many Street Fighter 6 weeks that who can keep track of every single match that's ever happened, right?
It's a lot to remember, especially since we're on week 24. Yeah, there's a lot of backstory. So, we have easy access, of course, on the website towards the Hall of Champions. We can see who has won it so far. But other than that, definitely, you can't remember everything. I don't have a photographic memory. I do not.
Yeah, I mean, we would have to call Captain No Fun in from Texas and be like, hey, you're the big nerd. Who has faced each other more in this bracket? Tell us every Rookie versus Julman matchup that's ever happened. But, the past is prologue, but the future's another story entirely. They're about to write a new chapter. Let's go!
Ooh, okay. Already starting out strong. Look at this. Already Rookie able to start a throw loop in the corner off of that drive rush, having an opening again on Julman. And here we go with some flash knuckles into sandblast.
And a lot of corner pressure already, including a throw. He goes for another one. Is he going to go for a third? Not going to get a chance, but he sets up the neutral jump and punishes it with the DP. I think Julman might have been expecting a duck in. He was expecting another throw attempt, and Rookie was playing that mind game.
Rookie already making a strong statement off of that first round and is continuing to show out. Everything getting blocked from Julman. Jumping up, you're just going to be getting uppercutted here. Going to be getting to the corner again, trying to venture their way in, but it's not going to be working out.
Yeah, not quite. Gets the 100-hand slaps out, but he's caught coming in on the drive rush, and Rookie uses that chance while he's down to use drive rush as a meaty option to set that up. Reads the butt drop from Kalamazoo, breaks the throw, gets another drive rush in. Oh my goodness, they are just going so fast.
Ooh, look at that. Another rising uppercut and the throw. It's going to be securing the first point on the board for Rookie.
Rookie's been doing really well at setting up those jabs to bait Jewelman into jumping and immediately punishing with the rising uppercut.
Every time, it's just kind of that little trinity that you usually have. Just going in with projectiles or jabs, and then if your opponent jumps, just BB.
Yeah, and of course, the typical problem with Honda is that he has no projectiles, so it's always a little scary getting around someone's zoning game, like Rookie, who you see backing off a little and relying more on the Sandblast just to keep Jewelman playing uncomfortably.
And it goes to show, like, they're already getting DP'd again, getting jabbed through from the drive rush, and already...
Is that seriously already set point?
Yeah, we're already at set point.
Already. I did say time flies when you're having fun.
Yeah, ooh, wait a minute. We're actually getting some openings coming out. Butt slam too.
Oh, yes?
Okay, wait a minute.
Gets the parries, gets a drive impact punish. Backs off a little, he's backing towards the corner, probably hoping more for that Sandblast.
Ooh, okay. Getting an OD attack into the corner. Tries to do the neutral shimmy, but there we go. More OD.
Oh, more and more and more, and he keeps him bullied in the corner. Reads a jump in, headbutts him, takes the first round. Set point versus survival point, everybody. And both of them have level 3. We know how much Rookie likes his level 3.
But now we're in the now or never last-ditch effort, and look at this. Jewelman doing well, but gets a whiffed grab as they weren't expecting to jump up from Rookie, and just as he said, the flash knuckle into the level 3.
I mean, if you're fighting Rookie, you have to know that flash combo into level 3 is coming, the flash knuckle into level 3. You have to have a game plan around it, and I think Jewelman's a little ready for it. As you can see, he has a life lead, he has his own level 3 out, but he is knocking on the door. Burnout! Perfect parry on the butt drop! That's might! Oh no, he's not going to be able to do it. He backs off, he drops the combo intentionally, parries the butt drop. That level 3 is still out there and scary. They get a trade on the crouching jabs.
Both of them so scared. There we go. Getting a DP throw escape, though, coming out from Jewelman as they keep doing lows.
He knew that was coming and he was ready to punish it. That's what I'm talking about. That's the Shin and Shin Gitai. Picking up your opponent's tendencies and being ready for them.
There we go. Already again, Rookie trying to keep up the pressure, but Jewelman is starting to have a little bit more of an even game. Able to drive reverse their way out, but they're still on the back foot.
Yeah, still very much on the back foot. Both of them have the tide set, though. Get a bit of a trade. And you'd think with Jewelman, that butt drop keeps coming out again and again, but Rookie's been parrying it almost every time. What do you think Jewelman's looking for here?
Jewelman might have been looking for what they got. They were able to call out the DP, as you saw just a minute ago, and capitalize off of it. But look at that. OD headbutt is going to be getting punished, and now we're back again at the set point for Rookie.
Yeah, but these games go by so fast that might not be much of a deterrent. Jewelman only needs a few good seconds to tie this up. And, you know, once upon a time during the Street Fighter 5 days, I was asking, you know, if anybody would like to see Makoto again from Street Fighter 3. And I was told, Street Fighter 5 is a game where everybody's Makoto. I feel like Street Fighter 6 is a game where everybody's Makoto.
Ooh, yeah, couldn't be truer. We're like, look at these throw loops too, my goodness.
Oh, he has him stuck in the corner. Gets another throw. Is he going to get another throw loop? He doesn't bother with it. He backs off. The side switch is there. Drive impacts. But it's Rookie who wins the exchange. That's going to do it. The Sandblasts come out. The level 1 seals it. He's headed to winner's top 8.
Whew, nice job there, Rookie. Able to secure it, secure that top 8, exactly what they wanted. Getting a little close at the end, especially as Jewelman was starting to get a little bit more comfortable with the matchup. You saw in that first game, it was a little bit more one-sided, especially off of the first round. But Jewelman's starting to have a bit more of a fight, able to get openings, able to play more patient, and call out a lot of whiff DPs. But in the end, Rookie was just able to make the comeback.
I think part of it too was that Juleman's his tendencies became too apparent. He became a little too predictable in his strategies. He was using that butt drop as kind of a standard entry procedure against a rookie's sandblasts and stuff. And that's why I called that out. And I was asking you, what's he trying to do that he keeps bringing this out? But rookie's timing was incredible. Look at how he punished that drive impact with his own, wins the exchange, goes straight into level 1 to take the whole set. He's just so adaptable.
Especially because if you know, I'm pretty sure I'm correct on this, but it's a 25 frame gap that you have when your opponent starts the DI. That's when you're like, okay, I either got to break that DI with a few moves, a combo, something, or of course I got to DI myself. And that is the reaction time you saw there. Rookie had a pretty fast one too, especially we had very little downtime between both of them. And because of that, that's going to be securing, the top 8 for Rookie. Of course, they're going to be waiting for their opponents, but we already have a good amount actually in the top 8. Of course, we got Rookie, and on the other side of the winner's side, we already got Jimmy DR and we got EC.
Oh, no surprise there. Both of them champions of past breakouts. EC always seems to give anybody he comes up against a tough fight. He has a few tools that he maybe uses a little too often, but he uses them well. And Jimmy DR flying the flag of Marisa. You don't see too many of her around, but thanks to the efforts of people like Femshep, we're seeing a lot more respect for the character.
Femshep truly I always see them online. I gotta give credit where credit is due, the Jimmy DR do. Whenever I see them on Breakout, I was literally making my reel not too long ago, and every single Street Fighter clip I had from Breakout that I was thinking about using, guess who was there? Jimmy DR. Yes, Jimmy DR, because the bro is just hype. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, there's just nothing better than a good Marisa, that pure face-smashing, smash-mouth gameplay. If you want to liken it to other sports, it's smash-mouth football on a Street Fighter 6 stage.
It really is. My goodness. But either way, I mean, looking forward to what they're going to be doing, especially since looks like it got called back, so it's actually going to be still back in the winners quarterfinal, seeing who's going to be making it out of there, as Jimmy DR is looking to be on stream against Zombie Azteca. Don't take my word for it, it's just tentative. I'm just looking to start GG, but that could be what we're seeing next. And how do you feel on that matchup?
Well, it's fun because Manon and Marisa, probably the fan favorites of the new characters. There always seems to be a lot of Twitter interest in those two characters. That's all I'm going to say. But there is a very fun contrast in their styles, with Marisa being so strong and outward charging, one of the highest health bars in the game, I think it is, and facing a grappler who needs time and comfort to build up the metal count. And a strong Marisa just doesn't give you that time.
Not at all. Marisa does not give you a lot of downtime to really kind of counteract what they're doing, because once you get out, they're literally just knocking you down again. But that honestly makes me think, K-Box, what is your personal favorite character, new character from Street Fighter 6?
Oh, you're really going to do this to me. You're really going to make me pick. Honestly, probably Marisa. I just like her whole vibe. I like her character design. I like her personality. She's just fun, really.
I feel you on that.
What about yours?
That is a little bit more. I mean, Marisa's a close second. Gotta respect the heritage, of course. But mainly for me, it's the Kimberly, and that's just because I'm a sucker for speedy characters, and I'm a sucker for ninjas too. So you put both of them together.
Kimberly. Yeah, she's definitely a top pick for me. I don't know if she's the top pick, but her whole character design is just completely adorable and super fun to see in motion. But speaking of motion, Zombie Azteca with the early dominant command, but gets driven back, gets a side switch, tries to jump in, picked out of the air by Zombie Azteca, tries to create enough room, but that sweeps there for Zombie Azteca.
Look at this too. Ooh, getting DI. We're seeing a little bit of life for Zombie Azteca again, especially since their gauge is down. They have to be keeping in the driver's seat.
Yeah, and you have to be careful when you're in burnout, because there are few worse characters to be stunned against than Jimmy DR's Marisa! That is so good a time for the drive it back.
There we go, taking it out. Jimmy DR, already starting off very strong, keeping that defense up. And Zombie Azteca going in for the low sweeps, but the neutral shimmy is putting Jimmy DR back in.
Well, of course, that low sweep is just a great opportunity to get under pretty much all of Maurice's offense. And what's going to be a problem here is if Zombie Azteca goes to it too often. You go to a well too often, the bucket's going to come out dry. And what did I say about being stunned against Marisa?
Yeah, you do not want to do that because look at that, going to be using the super and they're taking you down. And Jimmy DR is already securing their first point on the board.
Yeah, hit Zombie Azteca so hard that some money fell into our Matcherino pool for the evening. If you're in chat, remember, exclamation point Matcherino, Matcherino, and you can redeem some codes to add a free 25 cents into the pot and cause a few errors in the transmission of spectating data to buy yourself time to redeem more codes.
You know, it supports the players. It supports everybody who's coming out here. I imagine that a lot of these players, you know, want to be going, you know, they go more to locals, want to be going off to those majors. And I imagine that, you know, getting a little bit from that prize pool will help out in those ventures. So, of course, claim those codes, 25 free cents going into the pot, help support these players and their endeavors as competitors to continue to push themselves more and more.
Yeah, because it's a cliche, but iron sharpens iron, and these players who are so good are coming up against each other so frequently and learning so much from each other, and I think that is the key to a strong scene developing. You have something like that over in Pakistan for Tekken 8, where they are so strong, not because they just keep turning out people who are inherently talented at Tekken, but because they have such a strong grassroots scene and so much cultural support. And if we build that in North America, especially with these online weeklies and stuff, you're going to see absolute killers in this generation of fighting games.
Absolutely. And I mean, both of them are strong contenders themselves. And we're already going to be going back into it. The Capcom hero themselves, Zombie Azteca, going to be seeing if they can make their way back against Jimmy DR.
Yeah, that's not how you want to do it, running right into that punch, but tries to take the offense to Jimmy DR. Eats a Gladius, driven back towards the corner, but Jimmy DR already in burnout.
Ooh, okay.
Oh,
nice blocks. We're blocking everything from Jimmy DR, but we got to get back in the driver's seat. And there we go, getting it a little bit.
yeah, well, it makes sense that Metal blocks a lot of people because she is a model. You can imagine what her DMs look like.
Yeah, probably not the best, but it's all right. They're getting the punish counters, they're getting jabs, but they can't get the grabs.
That backstep! Look at the timing on that backstep, too. I know that already happened forever ago in Street Fighter 6 terms, but that was a thing of beauty, and now Zombie Azteca's the burnt out one.
Ooh, oh, right, and look at this in the corner, too. Yeah, Jimmy
Set
DR.
point already.
Yeah, we're already on set point.
Yeah, show this set to anybody who says Marisa is a character that can't win.
Yeah, they will be believing you after that. They'll be like, yeah, no, Marisa can win because look at just how much damage they're putting out. But it looks like Zombie Azteca is making their way out of the corner.
Yeah, good use of the command grab. Baits out defend and uses that opportunity to get the side switch. Has level 2, has a medal, eats a back throw. Jimmy DR has that level 3 in his pocket and the advantage in drive gauge. So this is a scary position for Zombie Azteca. Parry straight into command grab.
Beautiful stuff here. Waiting it out too, getting the OD to knock him down, and there we go. Jimmy DR. Wow. Already, like, you know, I made that mistake, you know, it went back in, but Jimmy DR is like, you know, I think NM's right. I think I am in top 8. I think he's right.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we barely sat down for that one, to be honest.
Yeah, I have to agree. It was over before it really even started.
Sometimes that happens. You get into a match and you're not really warmed up, or you're not ready for what your opponent's going to throw at you, or you get an unfortunate stun while your opponent has full drive meter, not full drive meter, but full super bar, basically, and it just doesn't go your way. What happens is what you do after that, because this is not a sport where you can win every time. It's about consistency, not dominance.
And, you know, I can understand it looking at the bracket because of DQs. That was actually Zombie Azteca's first game of the night. They had DQs all throughout pools.
So wasn't warmed up at all. Was not warmed up. And coming into that.
Yeah, not warmed up at all. Then going to Jimmy DR, who got one warm-up match before against, shout out to CFGC, but Silver Rupee, that edge. So, you know, they had
incredible
a good warm-up.
Yeah, that's not even a warm-up. That's a full-on workout with a sparring session on top of it. That's when you go into an MMA fight and you see somebody doing pad work on the mitts before their fight comes up. That's what that fight is.
Yeah, that's what that is. So Jimmy DR getting that type of warm up versus Zombie Azteca, who didn't really get a tournament warm up before this top 16 match. That might have been a factor of it. Didn't really warm themselves up to the buttons as much as they wanted. Maybe did a little ranked online a little beforehand. Just at least get something, maybe some scrims. But either way, that's going to be sending Zombie Azteca to the losers bracket. They're not down and out just yet. They have to go against Zizou, I hope I'm saying that correctly, in order to make it back out to the loser side of top 8. But with that, that's Jimmy DR, locking themselves in for that top 8 as we got one game left of top 8. If we are winning that, that's Ruffian versus Jazz, as we were saying before. But of course, we already have 4. We have 4 competitors now locked into the top 8. We have EC, Jimmy DR, Rookie, and on the loser side, we are going to be seeing Zombie again.
Oh, absolutely. That is going to be a very, very stacked group of death of a bottom bracket as we go into the latter parts of the evening. I mean, we're already seeing people who fought each other countless times going into pretty much the prehistory of Breakout. They probably run into each other all the time in other Street Fighter 6 brackets. They probably run into each other in ranked and they're tired of seeing that name on their screen. Like, come on, it's you again. Can you log off for one evening?
Yeah, but if you're grinding to become a better player, there isn't any time to be I'm locking off for the night. No, it's like Monday, Dual Academy, Tuesday, we're gonna be locking in for
TNS.
Off the top.
No, wait, no, that's Wednesday.
That's Wednesday. That's Wednesday. I know there's something on Tuesday. It's escaping my head.
Casa. It's Casa, I'm pretty sure.
Probably Casa. Yeah, probably Casa. But yeah.
I think also Can Opener.
Can Opener. That was it. You're right about that. That's Can Opener. That's what I was thinking of. Can Opener on Tuesdays, TNS on Wednesdays. When Breakout happens, that's your Friday. Can't really think of anything for Thursdays, but you got a full week. You're trying to compete.
Yeah, but here's the thing, with how much of a load it is on your central nervous system and your mental energy, breaks are also important, and you need to fuel up enough, you need to get enough sleep, because gone are the days where the culture was just grind 24/7, and screw your retinas, and sleep is for the weak, subsist on Red Bull. People are fueling their bodies like athletes. They're getting enough exercise, they're making sure they get proper sleep to mentally refresh, they're fueling their bodies, because I'm going to share a little tidbit with you. Chess masters, when they go into a tournament, their minds are on such overdrive that they might be burning up to 6,000 calories a day. Magnus Carlsen eats and works out like a professional athlete because he essentially is one, and he needs to keep that brain fueled. Even a normal schmuck like you or me, 20% of his total calories is being used by his brain. And now imagine you have to think so many moves ahead, you have to constantly calculate opportunities and openings and possibilities, and here in Street Fighter 6 or any fighting game, you have to execute lightning fast, incredibly precise inputs on a small gamepad to really just instantly capitalize on any opening you get, because if you slip once, there is so much of your life bar gone. That is exhausting. You need fuel. You can't just do that all day.
You can't, sometimes you take breaks because it's got a word for mission control. Casa is actually Thursday, so you can get a full week.
It's Casa, and then Thursday, and then Tuesday's Can Opener. Yeah, mixed them up.
Yeah, so you can literally have a full week of events, but sometimes you need to take a break. Maybe don't do Dual Academy one week, or you don't do TNS. Maybe Breakout. Now we're doing bi-weekly, so you have an automatic break bi-weekly. If you don't want to show up for Guilty Gear, you have that. So it's important to just calm down a little bit, because I imagine even the weekends too, you're probably going out to a local or something else, since that's usually the prime time to run something like that, or the monthly Arms the Rebel Cup. There's still a lot.
There is, and think about it in terms of traditional sports too. Those guys don't grind every second of the day until they are dust. They take rest days. They take breaks. They have times where they're not going so hard on the weights, for example, and maybe doing light technique drills. They make sure they're eating enough to stay fueled and healthy. They are taking care of their bodies to avoid injuries that could derail their careers. I'm going to tell you right out that carpal tunnel or some kind of finger or wrist issue for an esportsman, that's like tearing your ACL if you're a basketball player.
Yeah, no, you do not want to be ripping your hands apart. I can definitely say that myself. I'm definitely going to be having some type of condition when I'm older with my hands. They're not going to be how they are right now. Literally, I just took a chunk out of this middle finger today. So,
wow.
Yeah.
Goodness.
Pretty much had a bowl I was cleaning. I was washing dishes. Had a bowl. It was slippery. dropped porcelain everywhere. One of them just like kind of took a chunk out of my middle finger. So that's why I got the band-aid right now. I can't even like I can still use a fight stick, don't get me wrong. Because I'm just like I'm doing this, but it's not the same, you know? I can't even I can't even do this comfortably. I gotta like I don't know, do that.
Yeah, and plus, it's called repetitive stress injuries for a reason, and it can happen to any part of your body, your feet, your hands, your eyes, your neck, your elbows. You know, that's why players who specialize in shooting, they develop severe issues with their shoulder, their elbow, their wrist because of that motion. And imagine that you are just spending 8 hours a day, every day, gripping a controller or a stick for dear life and executing all these incredibly tiny, precise inputs on your pad, your stick, whatever. That's going to be a load of stress on your fingers day in and day out, which people like our winners semifinalists, EC and Jimmy DR, know well.
They know that very well, and we're going to be seeing them in just a little bit, especially because we did get our last winner's top 16 secured. It is going to be Ruffian going to be showing out for that. I'm pretty sure that, they beat Jazdero 2-0, so Jazdero has to fight on the loser side if they want to make it back out. But either way, it's going to be EC versus Jimmy DR. We literally just saw Jimmy DR, so we know how they're going to be trying to do it. But against EC, of course, EC plays a lot, not EC, but Jury plays a lot different than a Manon will do. So it's obviously going to be a different gameplay.
That's true, but it also comes down to the pilot. I mean, Uma, the first Capcom Cup winner for SF6, didn't play his Jury. I almost said doesn't, but the man took his bag and retired, and I don't blame him. He plays way differently than Jury does under the control of EC, who's incredibly zippy and aggressive, and frankly, uses that drive meter like it's a fire sale.
They are always getting up in their opponent's faces, which, of course, that plays differently than that Manon. So it's going to be a different set play for Jimmy DR. I imagine, they're going to be trying to focus on big armor buttons because, a lot of Jury's attacks are, some of them do pack a good punch, but it's a lot more of that sort of chip kind of rush down play style that you see a good amount. A few jabs here and there. It's not going to be anything too much. Of course, the windmill kicks are going to be doing a lot of just breaking armor like that. But I imagine Jimmy DR is going to be going for a lot more of those big buttons.
Yeah, absolutely. And what will be a question is if he can get a good read on EC's timing, because EC has a few well-worn pathways he tends to like to come in on, especially just to drive us straight in or jump in. And if you can figure out his timing, then he's just going to run straight onto, say, a Gladius all night.
Quite literally. I mean, we're going to have to wait and see because, this is the winners semifinals for the top 8. Whoever wins this is going to be moving on to those winners finals, which is definitely a very good spot to be in. I would want to be in the same spot myself, but either way, again.
Hot take, everybody in chat, from the commentary desk. It's a good thing to be in winners finals.
Yeah, it really is. It really, really is. I cannot lie to you about that.
It's better to win than to lose.
Yeah, you want to beat the opponent.
Yeah, I don't recommend running out of health in this game. It's not a good idea. About half of everybody who plays Street Fighter 6 every match, they're the one who runs out of health. Try not doing that.
Yeah, if you don't do that, I think you're gonna have a good time. I mean, we'll see what both of these players like to go through. And I actually just saw we do have our 6th confirmed entrant into top 8, and not somebody we usually see over here. Again, shout out to CFGC, but it's going to be Silver Rupee able to make it out.
All right.
Yeah, that does mean, though, that Jewel Man will not be making another appearance tonight.
I'm not really surprised when you consider the Ed versus Honda matchup and what a strong Ed Silver Rupee is. I cannot wait until we have that man on screen because his CFGC credentials are legit. His Ed is powerful, and it's just beautiful to watch. If you take out the Psycho Power stuff, it really is like watching normal boxing.
It is. I mean, I've seen that ad before from Silver Rupee, and I'm going to be excited to see it again. What I'm also excited for is we also have our 7th entrant on the top 8 side, the loser side again. It's going to be, hopefully I'm saying this right again, but Zizou was able to 2-0 Zombie Azteca as now they're already in the top 8.
It sounds like Zombie Azteca was just not having a good night at the office, which happens, especially with the mental overload if you're competing consistently. And what happens is just how you pick yourself up and what you learn, especially because FF6 does have replay takeover. So Zombie Azteca is free to just go over these matches, figure out what could have gone better, maybe talk to a coach, depending on if he uses one, and he'll come back stronger from this. I've said it before. One of my hot takes is that it has never been easier to get good at fighting games. Both of the mainstream fighting games of the era, Tekken 8 and FF6, make it incredibly easy to practice, to study, to learn, to get better. There are character discords, there are tutorials, there are top players offering teaching services on Metafy. It's just a cornucopia compared to when you had to hope you had some real killer in your local arcade who was willing to teach you the ropes.
Yeah, quite literally. There's so many more resources. You got those discords, you got mentors online, some on Metafy, some will even help you out, if you're in the local scene doing an event, something like that. You got those resources, YouTube videos, so many pros get into content creation. And from that, they make a lot of tutorials. Like, oh, I love following, for example, like in Strive, I follow Marvello. I love Marvello. Hopefully they have some things to teach me. And yeah, they have full on guides, like their tightrope run guide, which is such an integral part to the set play for Chip. So a lot of these top players are also making content so you can be like, okay, I know how to do this. Like Rashid, you got JB, you got Big Bird. Both of them have guides up on YouTube for you to dissect.
Yeah, that is just such a powerful tool to have at your disposal. And the thing with online weeklies and online brackets is you can see talent from everywhere cropping up who back in the day might not have been able to afford to travel, might not have been able to afford to get eyes on them even though they were good. I'm in the same local scene as Boos, who is an incredible player that shows up at majors and gives players like Punk and Knuckledew fits every time he shows up. The man has been a grand finalist on TNS a couple times, and it just shows you talent can show up anywhere. It's not just do you live in New York City, do you live in LA, do you live in San Francisco, or do you live in Texas, or otherwise you're not a real player.
And every place has like a crazy scene for different games. Like for you, it's Street Fighter. In order of my local scene, it's got to be Guilty Gear because I got Cherio over here. I got Lurie, otherwise known as Luroid, over here. Like there's a lot of strong Guilty Gear players, even signed with DNS. So yeah, they show out. They show out.
Yeah, and just that consistency is so important. That's why I was bringing up that being able to come up to these every week and just perform and to run into such strong players and learn from these matches, that's how you get better. It's not just about training mode, it's not about running story. Those are decent for warm-ups and labbing and decent character familiarity. But just like in traditional martial arts and physical martial arts, you need a liveness. You need to apply your skills against an active, resisting opponent, preferably one who's a bit better than you, but not so much better that you can't learn anything from the fight.
And of course, it's all about that consistency too. You can't be like, all right, let me play in like Dual Academy this week, and then you play in it, and you're like, all right, cool, and then you don't play for a week until the next Dual Academy. You're not going to get better in that sort of mindset because it's like, sure, you're showing up for tournaments. Don't get me wrong, it's great, but you also got to be doing the homework throughout the week if you want to be showing up for like a tournament like that. You got to be doing the homework. You got to be consistently doing like stuff like execution drills, other stuff like that, getting into rank, getting some warm up throughout the weekly, going through your replay, seeing what went wrong. Going to other tournaments too definitely helps out. Meeting rivals and consistently scrimming with them in order to work your way up. Again, there's a lot that you can do right now, especially as the FGC in the past few years has expanded online and is valued then a lot because, again, a lot of people can't travel like crazy. Like we're both not at Texas Show, John, right now because I'm a college student. You think I got money? You think I got money? I don't. I do not. And because of that, I can't be dropping it.
Yeah, do you think Ninstar is going to give up his ramen for the month to show up in Texas?
Dude, I need that ramen. It is the only thing that feeds me, especially because I will be showing up to CEO because it's East Coast. I've limited myself to East Coast stuff, so I can at least make that out.
Yeah, and that's the thing too that's so beautiful about online, and I actively push back when people start going, oh, online is bad, online sucks. It's only a real event if it's in person, because so many incredibly talented people in TOs, players, commentators would never have a chance to show their skills and dedicate themselves to this incredible community if it was just about if you could go to in-person events. I mean, Uh, I applied to Texas Showdown, CEO, and Combo Breaker. Without online weeklies, I would have no portfolio to show them. It would be, oh, have you ever commentated anything before? And I'd be like, well, crap, no, I have not.
Mm-hmm. And of course, honestly, too, even in this day and age, you still have those in-person events to go to because I feel like a balance between locals and online weeklies are very important. You still have the local scene. I promise you, wherever you are, you could literally be in the middle of nowhere, and I promise you, you most likely have a local scene. There's somebody else around you who's going to be wanting to fight. And being able to go out to those locals, show your stuff, be able to build a community, that's still very important and able to, build your way up. Before I got, online brackets myself, commentary, that's where I build up my repertoire.
Yeah, if you live in the middle of nowhere, at least run a 1st to 10 with Eustace Bag.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow, that one was just completely wasted on you, huh?
A little. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, that's K-Vox's critical art, everybody in chat. Deep cuts that leave his opponents and co-commentators flustered.
I mean, it definitely worked on me there. But, either way, we're going to be taking a quick short break, but don't go anywhere as the top 8 is going to be coming back in just a little bit.
Cycle Crusher 2 has one more mix. Issei has a Hail Mary. And holy cow! They did it!
I got the time today. I'm looking for all of the fades, want all of the smoke. All of my goals inside of the scope. I'm taking the hill, then coming for more. Woke up, didn't even stretch. I'm placing my bets on myself. I be doing the most. Why you always talk like you wanted to go? I ain't gotta speak cause I already know. This ain't been new to me, a news to me. I came out the womb unique. Shine bright like jewelry. Of course, you don't wanna fool with me. I got views to see and gifts to use. I got everything to gain and none to lose, and he can prove. I took his burden and yoke. It's like moose when I hit the moves. You can't tell me anything. I mean anything. That's for sure. I already know. I know my identity. My identity from the go. I told you I already know. You can't tell me anything. I mean anything. That's for sure. I already know. I know my identity. My identity from the go. Already know. Already know. Yeah. I'm spitting the truth. When I'm in the booth, I take you to school. Yeah. This ain't a lesson. I put on this armor like it was my weapon. I'm stepping, the ops can leave. My props are these utilities he put inside of my belt. Feeling me, it's just the face I can tell. But really the king is the one you can smell. This ain't been new to me, a news to me. I came out the womb unique. Shine bright like jewelry. Of course you don't wanna fool with me. I got views to see and gifts to use. I got everything to gain and none to lose, and he can prove. I took his burden and yoke. It's like moose when I hit the moves. Yeah. You can't tell me anything. I mean anything. That's for sure. I already know. I know my identity. My identity from the go. I told you I already know. You can't tell me anything. I mean anything. That's for sure. I already know. I know my identity. My identity from the go. I already know. Already know.
Hold up, wait a minute. I see me coming through. Yeah, wait a minute. Yeah. Hold up, wait a minute. Bitch, I'm feeling brand new. butterfly swing, yeah. I style bling bling, yeah. Couple knockoffs, that is not us. I get money, so I'm living like a rock star. Got that glass skin and my body looking proper. I'm so wavy, baby, I'm a traffic stopper. Bitch, I got my mojo back, almost forgot that was a bad bitch. Looked in the mirror, oh my god, I'm a bad bitch. Give me what I want, ooh yeah, I'm a savage. No, that's right, XYZ, I'ma have it. You know that's right. Hold up, wait a minute, here I go now. Hold up, wait a minute, here I go, wow. It's all over before you finish when I show out. Got them staring at me when I pull up, roll out. Yeah, hold up, wait a minute, yeah. Hold up, wait a minute, yeah. Hold up, wait a minute. When you see me coming through, wait a minute, hold up, wait, yeah. Hold up, wait a minute, I see me coming through, yeah. Wait a minute, yeah. Hold up, wait a minute. Bitch, I'm feeling brand new, cause I'm big business. I hate what they think about me, I don't care though. Too busy getting money, getting pesos. Big business, bitch, I'm stacking up my Legos. If you ain't up on my level, then just say so. I'ma paint the town every color of the rainbow. She thought she could do it like me, but she can't though. Still a bad bitch in designer or in plain clothes. They love my husky ass voice, so they wanna throw me bankroll. Hold up, wait a minute, yeah. Hold up, wait a minute, yeah. Hold up, wait a minute. When you see me coming through, wait a minute, hold up, wait, yeah. Hold up, wait a minute, I see me coming through, yeah. Wait a minute, yeah. Hold up, wait a minute. Bitch, I'm feeling brand new, cause I'm big business.
For the victory lap though. Whoa, whoa. They ain't never seen nothing like this before. Lit the room when I came through the front door. Ask me if I stress overcome, what for? Train in the trees, please pardon my sycamore. Touch burning sands, cross lands and stormy shore seasons in the year, yeah. Ain't no channel for champions and chain no fear. Yup, the champ is here, switch gears. We keeping haters in the rear. At the blood, sweat, and tears, and my goal so near. I see my victory so clear. I see my victory so clear. And today, we break through. 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 I know it's lonely at the top, but that's not by speculation. But the position that I got, I climb too high to fall, but too hard to drop. Stop clocks on the speed bag. Every out under pressure, no jet lag. This is greater than trophies and saluted flags. Titles of pain, the cost is paid. Yay, I carried the cross I made. Deal with the dealer. Baby, the hand was played. New level, next stage. Learn to lead as a legend. Now tell me what's my next stage, yeah. I said the champ is here, switch gears. We keeping haters in the rear. At the blood, sweat, and tears, and my goal so near. I see my victory so clear. And today, we break through. 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 And today, we break through.
Hey, what up, say? Yeah, all my life I told them I would do this, now I done it. Even as a child, they tell me that boy, you're the son. Now I seen them out, they ask me how the music coming. If I told them what I goes, I know they think it's so disgusting. Told them matter of fact, I said I'd rather not discuss it. Seem like every day day I got another check that's coming. Training for a marathon, I'm building up the pace, but I ain't have to train for this shit. Always knew that I would run it. I came too far for a grown man to tell me how to get mine. How y'all still talking, I don't listen, I swear we never align. Y'all ain't never done it, still give advice, I don't take directions from the blind. Just stay on my job or y'all unemployed, I told them go and apply. That's some real facts, but they won't listen, don't take opinions, y'all only give them. They crash on the road now, but I stay my line, I was always driven. Had to get it out, tunnel vision. Steph Curry, man, I'm never missing. Back in the day, I was in the office, now I'm getting paper like it's done the Mifflin. All my life I told them I would do this, now I done it. Even as a child, they tell me that boy, yeah, this Sunday. Now I seen them out, they ask me how the music coming. If I told them what I gross, I know they think it's so disgusting. All my life I told them I would do this, now I done it. Even as a child, they tell me that boy, yeah, this Sunday. Now I seen them out, they ask me how the music coming. If I told them what I gross, I know they think it's so disgusting.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. I shoot my shot and it's clean. This for my city, yeah, this for my team. If you talking, it's how to be nice. I play with all of my life. You see my name in the lights. Better get right, I'm champion. The game is in trouble, I've been in my depth for the piece of the puzzle, I got it for real. Still keep me going, I wake up and hustle, you won't see me buckle, I've been in the field. Man of the town, you been in your fields, I'm adjusting this crown. Call me your majesty, either that or your tragedy. We shutting everything down. I've been high like somebody put a candle on them. Off top, I don't really stand opponents, this mine. The moment is, run out and start a bunch of pandemonium. More game, I got some, the skill is by one, y'all done, the game in the coffin. Referee screen, rest in peace, and think twice if you next to me. It's West. This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. I shoot my shot and it's clean. This for my city, yeah, this for my team. If you talking, it's hard to be nice. I play with all of my life. You see my name in the lights. Better get right, I'm champion. It's our repetition, I'm stacking these trophies. I'm good with addition, I spit like a pastor, I give you the vision. Up early morning, enough for the sleeping. My life is a dream, but you wishing you lived it. Haters get livid, my pocket's Pacific, that's deep if you get it. So Tempur-Pedic, I sleep on the critics. Don't feel like competing, I'm hearing these tickets. Whoa, let me switch the flow, a new bounce. Coming to the den with a lion, I'm gon' pounce. Know I've been a king for a while, got a ring and a crown. That's the bling with the blow, what the team is about. Champions, you can tell by the ambience of this sound. Referee screen, rest in peace, and think twice if you never see me, it's no doubt. This ain't no regular thing, I came for the ring, you know what I mean. If you talking, it's hard to be nice. I play with all of my life. You see my name in the lights, better get right. This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. I shoot my shot and it's clean. This for my city, yeah, this for my team. If you talking, it's hard to be nice. I play with all of my life. You see my name in the lights. Better get right, I'm champion. Nobody's safe. Nobody's safe. Nobody's safe. Soon as we step out the cage, we raising all of the stakes. Made no mistake, either you stay in your place or we putting you on a plate. Look at our face, we put the fear in the dirt. We had to struggle for change, pick up the pace. We put in infinite work, that's why we stay getting paid. Y'all running late, we moving on to the next. You still been stuck in a phase, there's no debate. We draw the line in the sand, we say it straight to your face. They underrate, so we put the team on our back. We took the city to state, what it's gonna take. Another S on our chest, another beat in the grave. We innovate, we always switching it up. They can't predict what we say. Come out the cave, they see the blood on our shirt. They see the teeth in the fangs. They watching tape, still trying to figure us out. They think we came here to play. They sending snakes, they trying to give us a curse. They want us taking the bait, but that's okay. We keep on dodging the bull. We keep on saying Olay, blocking the way, thinking we flipping reverse, but we keep rushing the gate, stopping the rain. We know they sit on the throne. It's looking easy to take. We not afraid. We put the fear in their bones. Ain't no more running away. They tryna trace, they tryna follow our steps. They tryna copy the wave. Boy, that's your name. That's why they keep getting curved. You gotta stay in your lane. They wanna claim that we not giving them work. Like this is minimum wage. Boys, you crazy. Why you keep feeding the beast? Now that you open the cage, nobody's safe.
This for my folks, for my mama and my pops. I don't care if you the cops, anybody could get boxed. If you aim it for my head, then you better take your shot. If you miss, then this fist gon' be cleansing your clock. I don't care if you the press or the feds or an op. If I stretch out these hands, then prepare to get robbed. If your friends said that you had a chance, understand that they probably was meant for your friends. They my fans.
Jumped in the ring and I started swinging. Came from the jungles of drunken demons, fighting them off in the Coliseum. Studied and learned how to target weakness. That's why your team would do better beefing with someone else who was probably vegan. Touch me and lose every single finger. Touch me and watch how I turn the scene into a
Massacre, as soon as you have the nerve to try to step to me, I will snatch your turf and manifest grass sad. I will snatch your earth. You tried to breathe to see how the asthma works. We don't compete. I'm not in a class with earth. My boys are down the ball if I say the word. The team is down the hall if I call the third. I snap and best believe that a massacre.
Don't got no heart, I got an icebox. Brand new roller, swipe out the G-Shock. Moving slowly, I know the street hot. No more
Gosh!
Knuckle Dudes keeping up the pressure.
But the level 3 comes out! My heck! Welcome back to Breakout, everybody. I know that was a long break. I hope you've had plenty of time to stretch, to get comfortable, get some water, maybe watch some of the highlights over in Texas Showdown or March Madness. But it's time for some more Breakout. Any moment now, we should have our winner's semifinal, Jimmy DR versus EC. How are you feeling about this, Instar and M?
I'm feeling very well about this matchup. I mean, we did get a little into the nitty gritty on how this is going to be panning out right before we went on break. EC, being a little bit more of that slippery, aggressive fighter on that jury against the big buttons that Jimmy DR has. We're going to be seeing actually Jimmy DR on the Bison.
That kind of makes sense. Bison does feel like he has a lot more tools for shutting down what EC's jury can do. And see, I was talking about that before the break, that overuse of the drive meter, just opening the round with it and eating a parry immediately.
I thought for a second that was a button check, but no, we're going straight into it. I did. They were both like just on opposite sides, but perfect parry.
Yeah, I think what's happening is that Jimmy DR is playing a rather conservative style. He's waiting to see what EC can do, especially because EC is so aggressive and fast charging.
They're literally just trying to rush in any chance they get, but Jimmy DR is trying to match that energy a little bit, going for some knee presses, but not able to capitalize too much.
Yeah, not able to stop the jump in, or this EX gets stuck in the corner, eats a pinwheel, tries to get up, and EC reads the neutral jump, leads into a throw, baits the throw attempt. I think what happened there was Jimmy DR was expecting a throw loop. He was expecting a second throw, and EC knew he would tech.
But either way, he's torpedoing himself in. Getting called out for it, though, as back in the driver's seat is EC. Backing off in the corner, trying to get a jump in, but can't break this defense.
Not quite, but managed to get through, gets a bit of a neutral jump going, and you saw there that Jimmy DR was ready to parry, but maybe mistimed it. Drive rushes in, puts himself in burnout. EC has level 3 ready, so I do not want to be in a position to eat a stun against this man. And there we see it.
Level 3 coming out from EC, and that is going to be taking Jimmy DR out. Almost a sliver, and the super is going to get whiffed.
Oh my goodness, and that was the purpose of that jump after the super. EC saw that wake-up option coming out, saw that on the bottom of the screen, and just baited it out. And here we are going into the second game. EC has just been a master of manipulating Jimmy DR's expectations.
Absolutely. You saw that jump at the end too. They're trying to mix up Jimmy DR any chance they can. And I mean, it showed. EC already starting off very strong, getting that first one. We will see how it kind of evolves as we go. As we've seen with previous matches, we see our opponents kind of reading more and more against as they go on. And Jimmy DR is like, okay, you know, the Bison might not have been it. So we're going back to the Marissa.
You see this a lot where people will pull out a character they don't use a lot, or that's their secondary, a pocket character, just to feel out the matchup and see if they can get an advantage. But Jimmy DR is a Marissa through and through. I would not be surprised to see him play much more comfortably, but EC already in control of the second game, and this is not a game where you have a lot of time.
And you do not have a lot of time here because look at that, already getting jabbed in again, trying to defend, but just gets punished.
I think this might already be the entry to set point if Jimmy DR can't pull off a miracle.
We are in the first to free setting though because, ooh, my goodness, whiff grab.
Yeah, fortunately for Jimmy DR, we are in that territory now, a little too far away for that drive rush to manage to close the distance. And classic EC there, you know, comes in behind his fireball, gets the jump over when he baits that defense, and Jimmy DR drops onto the fireball.
Perfect setup there coming out from EC, trying to break that defense again any way they can, but, you know, backing off a little bit, just trying to bait him out. But, ooh, expecting the drive rush.
Yeah, overextends on the punishment, though, drops the counter and ends up on the wrong side and breaks another drive rush. This is where that mixture comes in, where people know what EC's going to do, but the question is, are they calm enough, collected enough, and fast enough to do anything about it?
That's a true question because already we got the corner game coming out for Jimmy DR, getting anti-air though, making their way back in. Both of them just kind of jabbing each other out right now.
And just like that, it's 2-0. We are back in first to 3 territory. I know it's been a while since Breakout played SF6, so I don't blame anybody in chat who might have gotten a little confused. But right now, Jimmy DR is trying to feel out his way back into this set.
Trying to make their way back in, but it looks like EC keeps tagging them out. But the ODDP getting whiffed is going to be perfect for Jimmy DR to try to get around on the table.
Oh my goodness, and that's a big life lead, but it's disappearing second by second. Look at EC's sheer aggression. Shuts down the drive rush, doesn't manage to get a whole lot out of it other than sending EC back. But that trade in midair, EC's health was just low enough.
Nice work, nice work. And look at that, already just jumping over the fireball, getting DP'd for it though. But Jimmy DR, they're up right now.
Yeah, he's been having a hard time stopping that pinwheel when it comes out, and part of that is that EC hasn't been throwing it out willy-nilly. It's not always his default wake-up option, so he catches Jimmy DR not looking for it, and he's doing a great job of weathering the storm of this pressure in the corner, even as he backs himself into it. Oh, wow.
Okay, nice OD. Keep it going. We have no more gauge, but it's fine because the super's coming out, and Jimmy DR getting a point on the board.
Yeah, keeps himself alive a bit longer. We are in first to 3 territory, and he's hoping to force the game 5.
I imagine, but it looks like we're going to be going straight to Brazil as we're going to be seeing if they're going to be able to make it back. But already the throw escape from EC, they're playing a lot more slippery.
Yeah, much more slippery. You've been seeing that through this set, throwing off Jimmy DR's timing and spacing and his expectations. He's not just rushing in to rush in. He's been working off that low fireball a lot, and he's backing himself into the corner to force Jimmy DR to overextend, but eats the back throw for his trouble, blocks the Gladius. You see him driving back towards the corner. Another wake-up pinwheel.
Whew. Okay, already Jimmy DR has to find a way in again, and EC always getting those lows into the throws, but ooh, calling out that drive rush with their super.
That has been where Jimmy DR is consistently seeing some success, calling out the drive rush, because EC is so happy and so, not frivolous, but so liberal is the word I'm looking for, with the drive rush. If he has gauge, he's drive rushing.
And then boom, 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 in order to tie up that health a little more. EC trying to get it, blocks the drive rush, perfect.
Yeah, he's having such great results using the drive impact to disrupt these combos and entry opportunities. But the thing is, his timing on getting over those fireballs is getting red.
Yes, constantly. You see EC just kind of playing a little bit more on the footsie stage over and over because they keep getting kind of called out for what they want to go in with, but that overhead, that kind of just jump in is going to be able to secure that round as we're on set point.
Already, well, I say already, Jimmy Darrow has been putting up a fight. He did take a round, but this game moves so fast that a full 5-game set, it feels like it takes 3 minutes.
It really does feel that way because already that punish counter is going to be getting them slapped as Jimmy DR. Can we break the defense? Trying to find their way in, trying to boom it out, but cannot find it, but the anti-air is going to.
Yeah, he knew that jump in was coming, as did he read that throw it down. And that keeps happening to him, that little interaction where he jumps over the fireball, hits EC, but lands on it.
And look at that, we're already so close, and yeah, the ODDP getting whiffed like that is never what you want to see, as it's going to be going either way. Jimmy DR trying to get that second game.
Set point versus survival point here. What do you think Jimmy DR's keys are here?
The keys that Jimmy DR has to use, they're doing a lot good of having those big buttons that kind of call out EC, especially when they're getting slippery. You see that throw there? They saw, okay, they're in defense, now we can throw. It's always calling out those little things when EC is not calling out themselves.
Yeah, reads the dive kick, gets a little bit of a block off, and oh, this might be it. Puts himself in burnout, but out comes the super. That should be enough, and if it is not, it's going to put EC in a truly dire position. I mean, there's no coming back from this, everybody. Oh, except maybe that.
Ooh, okay. Uses the level 1 to try to save themselves for a little longer. You got to play really safe, though, especially when you have just little Gage coming back, able to get the throw.
Is he going to do it? Is he going to do it? He's going to. That's a stun. He has level 2 and a stun. This is probably going to be it. If he doesn't whip this, if he doesn't drop this somehow, 1 pixel each, and EC makes the comeback! Are you kidding me?
Good lord! 1 HP and then making your way back by just getting a little low and getting so much more. Yeah, no, you are not breathing after that. You are not breathing. You're like, dang.
I mean, imagine being Jimmy DR there. 1 pixel left after a super art that almost should have killed by all rights, but it was just that 1 pixel, and EC comes back. I don't even know how to talk about that interaction because it was some Capcom Cup level stuff.
You rarely see something like that happen, but EC, as you saw there, just knows how to rush their opponent down and knows how to set up for some crazy combos because they had it there in the end. I mean, both of them had it back and forth over and over, especially after that 3rd game. We saw some signs of life for Jimmy DR, but in the end, it's just going to be EC.
To be honest with you, I think the culprit was all the way back in the first game, the Bison pick. That was I think I understand the logic because of the tools the character has, but it was a choice that created a lot of momentum for EC, and Jimmy DR just wasn't able to get that momentum back.
Jimmy DR, you know, you got a little down on Al from that original Bison, but, you know, they were able to make some stuff happen, but in the end, it just wasn't enough.
Oh,
but
wow.
we're also
no
just
waiting at all. Straight into Ruffian versus Rookie, and this is going to be a fun one. A multiple-time champion against one of the biggest top 8 threats in the scene. But Ruffian, you know, for the entire early history of Breakout's SF6 series, he was just winning again and again and again. It was his world. We were all just living in it.
I want to point out that the reason this was so fast is they were both competing in another bracket tonight called Network Clash, and they literally just went against each other on stream too. So they're really just doing set after set, basically.
They're just picking up right where they left off, but the question there is how well are they going to manage to fatigue? Because this is literally non-stop play, 2 consecutive sets against the exact same guy.
When that happens, you know, you got to keep yourself alive, and that's exactly what Ruffian is doing, keeping themselves alive, and they're going to be going back into it, you know, again in a neutral state, but Rookie not finding those errors.
Yeah, and if you're Ruffian, right now the only advice the coach can give you is to be just or be damned.
Exactly, because look at this, trying to get in again, but the DI actually works, but gets
wow.
stunned by the Blockaton.
Ruffian loves those Blancachon traps, but they usually don't work out for him quite that brilliantly. He loves setting up a situation where you're stuck between him and the doll, so that you have to choose your poison reel. You have to choose which one is going to hit you, and that is exactly where he usually draws it up. But that super's coming out. Ruffian's not going to be able to stop this. That's a lot of damage, as a man in a infomercial once said. Got so excited by this gameplay, I forgot how to talk.
Oh my goodness, and the DP gets whiffed too. Yeah, when that happens, Ruffian's just gonna make quick work of you. Already taking the first game as we're moving on to the next game already, and already just always those little jab kicks coming in for Ruffian.
Oh wow! That Sandblast picked him off as he was pulling out Blancachon. Sure, the trap is still set, but he's right in Ruffian's face, taking the fight right to him, driving him into the corner, setting up the throw. Is he gonna go for another one? Not gonna get a chance to, thanks to that EX Blanca ball.
But still able to secure a throw, and the ODDP coming out. That's getting whiffed this time. It's going to be Ruffians, as there we go. DDT going to be able to secure a round for Rookie.
Oh my goodness, he catches him coming in. Right now you see him changing the eye levels a bit, creating multiple range threats, but drives right through it, drive rush into the throw, drive rush again, baits out the grab attempt. It's perfect parried on the way down. Oh.
Okay, nice again. There we go, with the grab. That's exactly what Ruffian needs to make quick work, because boom, boom, boom. There we go, we're back up in the rounds.
You know, call me crazy, but I think Ruffian uses the character model's design to create deceptive space. You think you're in range when you aren't quite, and then he lets you whiff, and he makes you pay.
Oh my goodness, in one of the last possible frames to get that DI counter to Ruffian makes it happen into the level 3!
I mean, we've been talking Shingi Tai, and a lot of this is pure Tai body from Ruffian MX, and you just see the sheer reaction speeds on display here. Fun fact, I didn't know why it was called Taijutsu in Naruto until I read up on that martial arts philosophy. It means body technique. It's so obvious in retrospect.
Especially when, oh, wait a minute, with the grab, again, that deception you were talking about with that skin, but it looks like Ruffian's keeping alive. Oh, not for long!
Oh, not for long at all. This set might end up tied up. Gets deflected like a ping pong ball. Gets DDT'd. Jake the Snake Roberts would be proud. Welcome to a tied set.
Rookie keeping themselves alive. They're not going down and out just yet. They want to make a name for themselves and continue further and further in the MMA bracket, and already getting a crush from that DI.
Oh, beautiful stuff. Gets a bit of a trade to counter, backs off a bit, perfect parries the Blanca ball, but runs straight into another one. Ruffian completely unfazed. If you stuff one attack, he's already firing off the next. You can see why I was talking about his sheer speed.
Both of them honestly have speed, but especially Ruffian, always able to close that distance with any type of rolling attack. But Rookie has the corner right now. They got a throw. They're not able to secure a throw loop, but they're able to defend a lot of strings coming out from Ruffian here.
Oh, good work reading that jump in, though, with the neutral jump dropkick anti-air. He just kind of fired that Blanca ball off. I'm not sure. He was probably anticipating something, but it cost him a round.
Yes, and now it's advantage for Rookie. Rookie is in the lead in terms of rounds. And I imagine Ruffian does not want to continue that, as they're already going to secure the corner off of a few rolling attacks and is going to be not blocking this.
He does have the life lead and the drive gauge lead. Not the drive gauge lead anymore, of course, but, you know, back to it. Maybe I should stop talking. They are determined to make every word I say a commentator's curse.
Looks like the throw loop. Yep, the throw loop is happening. I only just said throw loop, so... Oh my goodness, the punish counter on the third one because of the parry, and another one too. This is just Rookie's game!
Oh, it is indeed, and that beloved level 3 comes straight out to seal the deal. Going up 2-1 against our recurring champion, one of the most dangerous people on the bracket any given Friday. Ruffian MX has to find a way to get back in this.
They have to find an answer, because already the flash knuckles are coming out from Rookie in order to secure more and more.
Oh, yes, indeed. Keeps him up against the corner. Jumps over the drive impact. And that was just a beautiful reaction. Uses Blanca Ball to close the distance, to keep on top of Rookie's hitbox, to set up more of a continued combo. Keeps up the pressure. Throws out Blancachon a little too far away to do him much good. Trying to get close enough to activate it. He does activate it.
But ooh, wait a minute, the throw is coming back from Rookie, and they're able to secure a drive reversal in the corner, but getting ODDP'd is going to be knocking you out.
Look, just because you get rid of the Blanca doll doesn't mean you've beaten Ruffian's strategy, because he still has a whole toolbox that is Blanca. He wants you to over-focus on that doll.
He really does, especially because Ruffian trying to go back in gets anti-aired, and this is going to be a lot of Rookie's game now, especially as they got you in the corner. Ruffian's got to watch out. Not able to neutral shimmy because they do not have drive. Oh, the stun!
Oh, wow. Yeah, this is probably one of the worst players on the bracket to be stunned against because he has such killer instinct. Here comes the super again, and that's going to do it. That's going to put him on set point.
Set point right now for Rookie, leaving Ruffian a little down now. But again, Ruffian, you know, they have that critical art. They still have the level 3 active. They can use any super they want compared to Rookie, who's got nothing in that bar.
Yeah, nothing at all. The level 1's coming out. Whoa, just immediate grab counter. We'll see if he goes for a throw loop. Not going to try it. Blanca Ball's coming back out to force him to turtle up, force him into burnout. Here comes another throw for his trouble. Immediate drive rush across the distance. We know how much Ruffian likes that trick. He's waiting him out for a moment there.
And ooh, getting the stun in the corner. This is perfect for Ruffian, especially setting up that Blanca doll. Going to be continuing it more and more. Can Rookie get out of it, especially after that perfect parry? Gets the punish counter, gets another counter as we're going for Flash Knuckles. We're drive rushing our way in. Avenger coming out. We cannot get the knee. We're blocking, but we're fine.
Yeah, not if this overshoots, though. Blancachon's there, gets activated, but throws through it. Uses a drive rush, eats the OD Blanca Ball. Oh, the side switch is there. We have a tight set.
2-2. Ruffian is officially coming back. They are not out just yet, which I imagine something is going to be being said by Rookie. They want to make that comeback.
Yeah, but, you know, it's almost better, probably certainly better if you're this competitive a player. If you have an opponent who can put you to your limit like this, everyone wants to go the distance, even if they tell you they don't.
You know, they might downplay themselves a little bit, but everybody wants to be getting to that W, which I imagine both of these fighters do too, especially with how careful they play. They know what's at stake here.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially if you can redeem some more of those Matcherino codes and get us a little higher into that prize pool. If a Matcherino in chat after an exclamation point, and you can add a free 25 cents to that pot by redeeming a code.
Absolutely, you know, always help out these players, especially as Rookie is getting DI'd.
And he's burnt out, and he's up in the corner, and he's getting thrown, and his health is getting low. Welcome to set point, Ruffian.
Okay, you know, Ruffian is doing very, very good right now. They're really feeling it here, especially as they're continuing their pressure, getting the throw. This is perfect against Rookie because we got the corner too, and we're popping off with a level 2.
Oh, yes, indeed. Sets up the Blancachon, sets up the doll for his usual doll trap, blocks the drive impact. Out comes the doll. Out comes the pressure.
Ooh, okay, boom, boom, trying to headbutt just a little more, and the perfect KO. That's going to seal the deal.
Oh, that was beautiful. Ruffian showing why he has won so many breakouts.
Literally putting it on full display. Absolutely just brutalizing Rookie there, especially in that last game. And I gotta ask, K-Box, what do you feel like happened there?
I think that Ruffian just started executing better. He was doing better with the Blanca doll traps. He was doing better at not letting Rookie build up so much meter and get ahead in the drive gauge war. And he started playing a bit calmer. He started not playing like it was a race.
Absolutely. It's so easy to kind of just like go straight in, rush in, go fast with somebody like Blanca with how they play. But once they started to calm down a little bit and get that execution on point, not get caught out like you just saw there with DPs, it really went a lot better for them.
Yes, much better, and you could see those supers coming out for Rookie again and again, and just his ability to throw off Ruffian's timing. But I'm going to turn the question back on you. What do you think was the decisive moment? When do you feel like Ruffian really pulled ahead in the set? Because to me, it felt like it didn't happen almost until the last game.
It really didn't happen until the last game either. Actually, I want to say the game before that, the fourth game. Obviously, that's when, in terms of points, we saw Ruffian come back. But also there, it was a lot more drastic. You saw in those 2 rounds that Ruffian was always just like putting Rookie in the corner, setting up perfectly with the Blanca-Chan dolls. And that last round, using level 2 times in the same match in order to secure those crazy buffs, that really is what got Ruffian that turnaround.
Yeah, absolute perfection. And we're well into top 8 now. Our next match is Jez Darrow versus Silver Rupee. But don't go anywhere, chat, because we're going to have a quick break. You can have some water, stretch your legs, take a one-shot energy, and Ninstar is going to be on the other end. I've been K-Vox. This has been Ninstar. We'll see you on the other side.
His back hits the bug.
His
He
getting
blocked
slashed
it. No, carries it. Oh, kicks the air here. Oh, this could be huge.
Really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger. I'm a threat. I'm a gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. It's a bet. You know I ain't letting up, my foot is on your neck. Take my word for it, it's a promise and a threat. Really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger. I'm a threat. I'm a gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. It's a bet. You know I ain't letting up, my foot is on your neck. Take my word for it, it's a promise and a threat. I ain't never really wanna flex my gifts, but I think it's my time. Let me check my wrist. You can never dim my shine, I'ma keep on grinding till I reach the top. When it's just in my jeans and I ain't looking back, cause I'm feeling like Chris Cross. They can never slow me down, but they need to hate me, now I'm feeling like Chris. Rock with the team, cause you know that we winning, we with it, we going, we flowing again. I might just go by a Benz, I might just blow my advance, whoa. I did it all for the feeling, alive but I'm making a killing. I'm gonna break every ceiling, cause I need a million, but I don't need your money, you can pay me in respect. Cause once I do it big, what's to follow is a check. I need 100 bags, nothing more, nothing less. And the ops feel away, cause I'm next, I'm a threat. Oh yeah. Really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat. I'm a gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. It's a bet. You know I ain't letting up, my foot is on your neck. Take my word for it, it's a promise and a threat. Really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat. It's a gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. You know I ain't letting up, my foot is on your neck. Take my word for it, it's a promise and a threat. I ain't been feeling spectacular, flow so sick it's hazardous. Y'all still suck like Dracula. Sip this beat, let's back it up. And I don't care about critics, cause they talk too much, and I know that I gotta keep on grinding, finding myself. I ain't gonna stop until I know I had enough. Mama, I made it, I know that they see me, I'm popping these bottles just like I'm a genie. I'm glad that you made me, it's all in my DNA. I'm about my chips like I'm working for Frito-Lay, and bet it bag on myself. I don't do this for my health. Every threat is a champion. Got the title, need a belt. I don't need your money, you can pay me in respect. Once I do it big, what's to follow is a check. I need 100 bags, nothing more, nothing less. And the ops feel away, cause I'm next, I'm a threat. Oh yeah. Really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat. It's a gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. It's a bet. You know I ain't letting up, my foot is on your neck. Take my word for it, it's a promise and a threat. Really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat. Gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. It's a bet. You know I ain't letting up, my foot is on your neck. Take my word for it, it's a promise and a threat.
Still young spits, but you call me young boss. Eating real good, so a man's gon' floss. Got my way up in my view real posh. You a frisbee man, so that mean you get tossed. Got a new clip, studio in the back. Numbers ran up, had to split it with the chaps. Realest in the city, in my record, a fact. But your man's only chat when he do it in the raps like Spot go lost and don't really care what it cost them. You don't wanna cost them. My lifestyle awesome, couldn't decide if my gal wanted to, so I bought them. Don't run track, but I run up a check. Run, do it real big, gotta one up the next. Point to the sky with the one up, I'm blessed. I'm young, rich and black, so you know I'm a threat.
I don't feel right unless the odds against me. Back against the wall of my strength. Yeah. I can't let it break. Everything I've been through, it made me better. Ooh, a little hate, it you got it off the muscle. All I know is hustle. All I know is making something out of nothing. What you think this is? I had to hop in the kitchen. I'm really on fire. You know, ignited, yeah. I know some people don't like it. I'm moving with flavor. They probably a bite it, yeah. Trendsetter, being better. I can't take the credit. Yeah, I wait. Yeah, been on fire, boy. That's flambe. Only time you see my head down is when I'm praying. When my back is turned, the only time they wanna see it. Water on me, floor is cold as ice. I'm finna trade, yeah. And serve it to the people. They need hope. There's no delay.
It's the odds against me. Back against the wall, my strength be. Yeah. I can't let it break. Everything I've been through, it made me better. Ooh, a little hate, it just made me better. Yeah. Been through everything, it just made me better. Yeah. I can't waste the pain, it just made me better. Yeah. Working every day, it just made me better. Hold up, what they finna say? Tell it to your mammy, it don't matter, I ain't listening anyway. They just mad to see decide to drop, they look like ocean spray. You can get it too if you just work more than you talk today. This what happen when you take your pain and make it motivation. It ain't gonna be easy trying to be a legend, it's the payment. You need execution, not excuses, dog, you gotta face it. They don't want the truth, but if you quit, you don't deserve to make it. What you think they giving greatness out? Now you gotta take it. They don't know the hustle, they confused when they look at you. Till you hit your goals, they all shot, they think you Pikachu. Put your mind to it, you can do it, yeah, and I'm the proof. It's the odds against me. Back against the wall, my strength be. Yeah, I can't let it break. Everything I've been through, it made me better. Ooh, a little hate, it just made me better. Yeah, been through everything, it just made me better. Yeah, I can't waste the pain, it just made me better. Yeah, working every day, it just made me better.
No time, gotta go. Left out, I'm in my zone. Yeah, you know I keep you quiet like a sleep mode. You can keep on, but I got it now. I found my crowd now. I might just sleep, y'all can catch me when I leave out.
If I leave it, then I go. You just think it, but I know. Make it low as I go. Yeah. If I leave it, then I go. You just think it, but I know. Make it low as I go. Yeah. That's how I roll. Yeah. That's how I go. Yeah. That's how I roll. Yeah.
I just thought about it twice and it don't make sense. How you living it like that? You just gotta poke this. Is it snowing outside? You just tryna be a flake. Damn. Yeah. Okay, let's go. Said you need a little help. Yeah, I think that is evident. If you think that's easy, then it says a lot about you. When you feel a little slumpy, that's a part of reality. You better gotta let it go before you do something.
If I leave it, then I go. You just think it, but I know. Make it low as I go. Yeah. If I leave it, then I go. You just think it, but I know. Make it low as I go. Yeah. That's how I roll. Yeah.
Who wants to go to bed already? Enough, you're dead!
This is how we're gonna end the weekly?
Stop it, Mike! Mike, stop it!
And welcome back, everybody, to the top 8 of the Week 24 Street Fighter 6 Breakout Series. I'm NM, once again joined by the GOAT Non-Factor as we're getting back into another top 8. How you doing tonight, Non-Factor? It's been a minute.
Man, I'm not going to lie to you. I've been waiting for this all week, another week of the Breakout series, and it's just an honor to be joined with you and them. I mean, we got an absolutely stacked bracket. A lot of fan favorites you see on the Breakout series week in and week out are here. We've seen Jimmy DR, we've seen EC, Ruffian MX, Jazz Darrow, all the heavy hitters ready to go. As we see our top 8 here, the killers have come out to play once again.
Couldn't have said it better myself. You see Ruffian and EC made it to those upper finals, those winter finals. We got Jimmy DR and Rookie Low down there. Don't count them out. They're obviously killers too. And we got, the mainstays of Jazz and Zombie. We got Giselle over there. And of course, Silver Rupee from the CFGC. If you know the collegiate scene, you know Silver Rupee, as that's going to be our first match off of the break here. Jazz versus Silver Rupee. And we're obviously going to be seeing from both sides that psycho power.
Yeah, the tough part about this matchup is it's tearing me apart because this is a team kill here. Team Lagger coming through heavy, 2 players in top 8, and they just happen to be on a destined path against each other. Jazz Darrow and Silver Rupee both representing the same organization, so they're a little familiar with themselves. And when you come to a match like that, when you're really familiar with your opponent, the tricks kind of get thrown out the way, and your skills really come out to shine.
When you go up against somebody so much, there's not really anything you can really do to trip them up or like, oh, how do I play differently, stuff like that. Like, they know. They're gonna know. So it's just how much are you gonna play differently in terms of what they're expecting? How are you gonna mix them up?
That's exactly right. And the 2 characters they're both using, if we see Jazz Darrow on the JP, that is the new $1 million character. And Ed himself isn't a character to really shake a stick at because that's a top 3 character at Capcom Cup. So 2 characters that have kind of like, Ed's been sitting higher side on the tier, but JP is looking as strong as ever.
JP, especially off of Kakadu's win for the Capcom Cup, it's very scary. But Lashar still had a very good showing on that Ed. Bison, didn't really make that top 8, but the Bison still had some good showings. Mena definitely being one of the stronger Bisons we saw alongside Jiao Hai, securing that top 16 at the very least. So Bison, if it gets pulled out by Jazz, still a very strong character right now.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how they choose to go in this little change of pace here, but it is going to be the JP. We're seeing very interesting matchup against the Ed. 2 characters that are known to kind of just poke and navigate their way around the screen a little meticulously.
And look at this already. We see Silver Rupee trying to chase Jazero down, not allowing any space for zoning to happen as we're already drive rushing into the corner.
Yeah, immediately starting things off strong. I like the little kill frame there with the bullets. More pressure coming on. Jazz Darrow in the corner. Not pulling the trigger on the Amnesia yet, but getting a counter hit to get their way out of here.
Literally just drive rushing their way in, getting the punish counter off of the throw, trying to continue it, but just getting jumped over. Silver Rupee able to drag you into the air and secure a round.
Yeah, we were talking just a moment ago. You got to leave the tricks at home. Jazz Darrow looking for a sneaky command grab there, but Silver Rupee ready for the jump.
Literally just waiting for it, but just getting jabbed out right now by Jazz Darrow, having some really good poking normals, but getting grabbed off their DI.
Yeah, just relentless pressure right now. Looking like an old school boxer as they move in. Silver Rupee on the attack. Jazz Darrow kind of swinging for the fences though. Just a little bit of a get off me play style right now.
Silver Rupee just keeps rushing in so hard and catching Jazz Darrow out the sky. It's just a matter, can they keep him away? And that level 3 is going to be saying, nah, you're not taking me. And I gotta say, this level 3 is so sick. Tying up your opponent and just boxing them in the stomach to uppercut them after is just so cool.
Yeah, it's so unmerciful, and as unmerciful as Silver Rupee's offense, that entire first game, just looking unstoppable. Let's see if Jazz Darrow does go to the well. We brought up earlier he does have the Bison, and we're heading directly to it from the character select screen onto the battlefield. Bison going to change the dynamic of this matchup a little bit.
It's not going to be the same story, We do not have the zoner that can play back, but also rush forward too. Bison, they're going to be doing their knee presses. They're going to be making their way in with the Psycho Mind, so it's going to be a different story.
Yeah, especially the way Jazz Darrow approaches both characters. With the JP, he can kind of stick and move a little bit more, but it's an absolute freight train with the Bison.
Their safety character toe-and-toe, but it looks like Silver Rupee is still able to get some jabs in, get that throw, and secure the corner. They're not scared of it.
Yeah, completely running their game plan here and just counter hit after counter hit keeps on stacking up. Silver Rupee looking for that same kill frame setup we saw last time, and Jazz Darrow immediately is just on his back foot again, and Silver Rupee will not be denied, looking to go up 2-0.
They want to be able to get the lead here, already blocking that knee press, not allowing it for anything, but Jazz Darrow, there we go, finding a counter into an opening.
Yeah, right now it looks like Jazz Darrow's just trying to go ahead and just kind of bash his head against a brick wall with the drive rush here, but Silver Rupee ready for the reversal.
There we go, blocking in the corner, but Silver Rupee is going to be getting open now into the Psycho Mine.
That's exactly what Jazz Darrow wants. Once that mine's on, he can start looking for punish counters, but Silver Rupee finds one first. Critical Art is online.
Especially when that Psycho Mine was just about to go off too, but such little health. Any opening from Jazz is going to do it. And yeah, that's going to be the one to do it.
Yeah, it seems like Jazz Darrow's looking a little more comfortable in the scrambles now that he has a character that just swings a little bit harder than JP. Bison might be working out dividends for him here, but Silver Rupee kind of just changing the pace on him now. Was going full throttle, but now just looking for the stick and move.
Here we go, going to be able to get the grab, and is trying to get a little bit more off of it. Getting swept though and knocked down is going to be perfect for Jazz to come back out. Whiffs the grab though, but the drive rush is going to be coming in clutch.
Yeah, it's going to be one of Jazz's main tools here, just abusing those plus frames over and over. Once again, off of the Psycho Mine, gets the knee press here. Can't cancel into level 3, and he will to attack the drive gauge and the health bar of Silver Rupee.
This is going to be leaving Silver Rupee very weak. Not done, but weak, especially with no drive gauge in the overheat. Yeah, no, this is not good, especially when your opponent's DIing you.
Yeah, it looked like Silver Rupee was trying to bait out a DI and cancel off of that standing medium kick, but Jazz Darrow just pulling the trigger a little too fast right now tying things up 1-1.
And look at that, getting canceled off of the low. Their drive rush gone, but it looks like Silver Rupee's still able to make some openings happen. Not enough, though, to the point where they can break it against Jazz, as they're just going straight into it.
Yeah, you can see the tone is kind of getting set for this game now. Both players have kind of slowed down their approach, being a little more meticulous, but Silver Rupee continuing to find the opening he needs to put Jazz Darrow back into the corner.
Literally just trying to jab again and again, catching Jazz off the sky, going to the bottom, and then boom, another KO is going to be given. Something else for Silver Rupee.
Yeah, right now it's just a match of killer be killed. We've seen both games just kind of be decided in the corner for both opponents, not really trading sides, and Jazz Darrow once again just trying to put Silver Rupee on the right side of the screen, baits out a reversal there, and that's going to be a huge punish.
Ooh, okay, crazy punish for Silver Rupee. Getting another there too. Oh my goodness. Yeah, no, Jazz is going full nonstop. As you said before, Factor, it's a freight train.
Exactly, cashing out with the knee press. Nightmare here is going to tie things up 1 round apiece here in game number 3. And like I said, if the organization tag didn't show that these players were like at high level to go ahead and be accepted into organization, their gameplay is showing it, and it looks like they're pretty equal right now.
They are, especially as the throw loop is coming out from Jazz. Gets a little mixed up, but they're able to get an air attack in there too. OD knee press, keep it going in the corner. Can we be seeing? Yes, we are, the level 3!
Yeah, don't even ask me if it'll kill, because with Bison, you never know for sure. Right now, slamming to the ground, Silver Rupee's gonna have a sliver of health to work with here.
Ooh, and not enough. Getting the perfect 2. Bison is quite literally saying, give me my clone body back.
Yeah, I just realized that is a bit of a lore battle here. Bison trying to reclaim one of his own.
You know, that lore body, that clone body that kind of got set free by Balrog a little bit, you know, just fostering it.
Well, let's get back into it. Jazz Darrow once again finding that little counter hit. It's a lot of corner carry with the mine implanted.
Look at that too. There we go. Trying to make an opening. Both of them just going back and forth on each other with good pokes and nice stuff like that. Both power punish counters too.
Yeah, just an absolute slugfest. It just seems like Jazz Darrow is trying to get Silver Rupee to hard commit to something, and every single time he finds a whiff punish to cash out big time. That's going to be a burned out Silver Rupee here.
And with that torpedo, we are securing the set point almost for Jazz Darrow here. Just needs one more win to secure it and move on the loser side. And we're already getting a very good Psycho Mine combo.
Yeah, just an absolute change in momentum after that character switch, and Jazz Darrow continues to pour it on. Silver Rupee's got to act fast, does have that level 2 on deck.
And if you know Ed, you know that level 2 is crazy for juggling a combo across.
Right there, finding another neutral jump. We saw him land that earlier in the corner. Right now, just one hit away. If he confirms it into a super, gets the punish, counter throw off of the DI. Jazz Darrow on his last legs on the round.
And yep, getting crushed in the corner by a DI is going to send that flying, as it's now set point versus survival point, as K-Box likes to say, as we're going to be seeing who's coming out alive.
Continuing to go back and forth. Jazz Darrow looking for the upper hand here. Immediately chooses not to cash out, but the Psycho Might is implanted. Wonderful poke there on the side of Silver Rupee. Does he have the dream combo on deck?
Going to be seeing that as they're continuing to juggle with that level 2. They're not letting it get away as we're going around the world from East Coast to West Coast. Getting the throw. Might be getting the throw loop here. No, we're not going for it, but we're still going for jabs.
Yeah, that level 2 was exactly the opening that Silver Rupee needed. Jazdero now busting out the drive reversal to get himself some space. Dangerously low on drive gauge, but does have that level 3 on deck. If he finds the hit, he gets the counter off of the DP, plants the mine, and continues the pressure.
Ooh, gets the punish counter throw too. This is perfect for Jazz to make a comeback here, especially since Silver Rupee's in burnout, and that level 3 is going to secure it. Jazdero going to be moving on in the loser side, sending Silver Rupee home.
Yeah, you hate to see the Tim kill, but right now Jazdero just showing today he is going to be the superior team member, and he's going to be moving forward in the loser side of our top 8 here. And absolutely, a match just filled with fireworks the entire time, especially after that character swap in him.
Yeah, no, it was night and day. I mean, Jazdero, of course, goes crazy on both, but you saw there the matchup. JP was just not doing too well against Silver Rupee's Ed. Anytime that Jazdero wanted to set up or try to go in, it was just rush down aggression from Silver Rupee. They were just continuously getting pokes and getting normals that always got good openings. But once that Bison came in, it was just a different story.
Exactly. Jazdero was just able, we talked about it earlier in the match, he was just able to go ahead and force harder guesses from Silver Rupee. You saw him go for a few OD cycle uppercuts to try to stop the pressure of Jazdero, but you can see in the replay towards the end of the round that sealed the game, Jazdero just forcing those hard guesses over and over and cashing out massively as M. Bison always does.
And you got to give credit where credit is due to Jazz, because again, they just had really good sets against Silver Rupee. I mean, as you touched on before, Non-Factor, as one of their team members yourself, you know, they both play a lot against each other on the same team. But in the end, Jazz is just showing that they're on top. It's going to be moving on. They'll be fighting Jimmy DR once they get to the losers quarterfinals, or well, once we get to the losers quarterfinals. But first up, we got to be seeing the other side of the losers round 1 with Zizzo versus Zombie.
Exactly. And I see a TBD down there next to Sizzo's name, and that's one of the more interesting things is when you don't see someone on stream, there is that bit of an X factor of who are they going to bring out, because Zombie is one of those players we've seen multiple times with that Blanca just look completely dominant and run away with rounds left and right. So it's going to be interesting to see what they counter pick or the actual counter matchup's going to be depending on who Sizzo's playing.
It quite literally could be anything, since I've been doing this Breakout Street Fighter 6 for a little bit of a minute, but I have not seen Zizzo come out on stream yet, at least not for my memory. And of course, Zombie, again, is still an insane Blanca. Ruffian, of course, is also a crazy Blanca. And I know you, Non-Factor. I know you love seeing that Blanca.
You can see it a little bit on my arm right here. I am the man with the Blanca tattoo. So anytime I seen that little green guy on screen, it's hard for me not to get excited. And he is just continuing to be one of those more explosive characters in this game. Once that level 2, the Wild Beast, gets called out, I mean, we've seen mix-ups. It seems like almost every other week you go on Twitter and there's a brand new mix-up where you're just like, damn, dude, this character can do that. This character can do that. And it just keeps on evolving over and over. So definitely the character that just keeps on giving.
I mean, it literally turns the stage into a pinball machine when you get in that level 2 super. Just the way you're able to zip around and you're rolling attacks, it's like, dang, you can just go anywhere.
Yeah, exactly. It just becomes such a hard guess for certain characters too, depending on the matchup. If you don't have an invincible reversal, I mean, you're fighting for your life, holding down back, and just hoping that you guess correctly at some point against Blanca. And we'll see who Sizzu plays. It's like I said, that hidden X factor. If they do play a character with an invincible reversal, they have a chance to bust out of those harder guess situations. But if we see someone like Manon or something, it becomes a whole different ball game, pun intended, when you're playing against Blanca.
Manon, of course, one of those characters that kind of gets a little bit abused by Blanca. It just has a lot more tools in order to, you know, somebody that's zipping around is able to counter somebody that's really just trying to, you know, take the time, get the grabs in. Because how can you grab something that's just flying around?
Exactly. You're just trying to swat a mosquito out of the sky. You know, you're just kind of helpless. Just get off me. It's almost like you're King Kong at the top of the Empire State Building trying to get an airplane off you.
Absolutely insane. If you were to pick anybody in order to go up against this Blanca, who do you think would be the best choice from Zizou? Who do you think is Blanca's worst matchup?
See, I'm always in the mindset if you got to meet fire with fire. If they go dumb, you go dumber. So I personally have always struggled against a character you don't see too often, which is E Honda. Just recently, earlier this week in a Bato City open bracket, shout out to Bato City over in the East Coast, I had to play against Jewelman, and I mean, Jewelman as a player number one, will go ahead and use and abuse you if he sees fit. But just that character of Honda that could just pretty much counteract your Blanca balls from full screen with the headbutt and mix up the butt slams and pretty much keep the character that keeps you guessing on his toes.
I mean, I just looked it up myself, just trying to make sure I see it here. And according to, just actual Street Fighter data, that really is Blanca's worst matchup. It is that E Honda 40.69% win rate,
Wow.
which is, yeah, that is quite literally Blanca's worst matchup. So the E Honda could actually make something crazy go happen there too. I mean, there's other standouts here. There's DJ with a 47, there's Guile with a 45, and there's Ken with a 47. So Ken is still a very popular character. Rashid too with a 47. So there's options. There's definitely options that can come out here.
Yeah, you definitely want to play a character that can make Blanca sit still. I always tell people when they're like, "Oh, I don't understand the Blanca matchup." I'm like, the best thing you can do is pretend you're training a puppy. You get your little spray bottle, and every time they act up, just hit them with one. And then eventually they'll sit still, and that's when you can really start working and break down Blanca's defenses and kind of nullify the options that they like to throw at you. But as you were saying, like the win rate against Honda, I might have contributed to that being at 40% instead of 41% because it's a demon in my life. But DJ as well, we've seen a player like even Mena RD, one of the highest level Blanca players in the world, struggles consistently against DJs.
I definitely gotta agree with you there. Just DJs are definitely, you might think they're a bit of a zoner, but they definitely got some options too to kind of cross up against you. Good DP can really just get yourself in. Of course, getting those bullet punches in too. I feel like DJ and especially Guile too, of course, for that spray bottle sitting still. That is quite literally Guile making you sit still with a spray bottle, just sending Sonic Boom over and over. And if you try to jump in from the air, just DP.
Yeah, it's all about screen control when you're playing against the green guy. One of the better openings you have against Guile with the Blanca matchup, if we do see a Guile, is to slide under those booms. But, I mean, that's such a quick frame reaction you have to consistently hit. So if you time it wrong or if you guess wrong on one of those slides, you're paying for it with a lot of damage coming off of the side of Guile. Because he is a zoner, but, man, that character still hits like a truck.
Yeah, it still does, but either way, we're just gonna have to wait and see what comes out with from honestly both of these fighters. Because I mean, we've been talking a lot about the Blanca, but again, we don't know what Giselle is going to be coming up with. It's truly a mystery. There are some safe options we talked about here that could make something happen, but anything can happen.
Yeah, that's one of the best part about the online tournaments too, is it kind of gives everyone a chance to make a name for themselves. There's so many things going on. You guys were talking about it earlier in the broadcast between TNS and CASA and Dual Academy. There's so many opportunities for a lesser known player to kind of make a name for themselves. I believe the commentator that was on before me said they were from Boos's region, and Boos is one of those breakout players that didn't necessarily come out of nowhere if you followed it, but I mean, really hit that mainstream household name from just consistently grinding online.
It gives a lot of people that can't really travel as much perfect opportunity to show up and show out. Maybe I talked a little bit about wherever you go there's a local scene, but I've traveled to other local scenes. I've seen it online. Sometimes they're big, sometimes they're not as big. Maybe they're running events like consistently, and sometimes events come once in a blue moon. So online's either help hone your skills or honestly just kind of like fill in that gap.
Yeah. And it's just one of those wonderful things where it's like, you can exhaust yourself out in the game, but if you really, really love this thing, it's just like, it's that nonstop grind. I mean, tomorrow I have a local and it goes to grinding, playing the game, grinding commentary. It's just, it's a sport that never stops. That's the other thing. You can be like an NBA fan. I got my Celtics jersey on right now. There's an off season when it comes to Street Fighter 6 or fighting games in general. There is no off season. It's just 365 every single day. For as long as you put into it, you're going to get things back out of it.
Yeah, no, I gotta agree with you there because as a player myself, of course, I mainly, consistently do the commentary. I'm always on Breakout or anything else I can get online, any of the locals, trying to get everything in. Like, there's a Southeast circuit right now for Guilty Gear Strive, and I've been traveling around for there whenever they need me, building my reel. But of course, as a player too, always, going online, having to fight when I have downtime, which I feel like I sign up for so many tournaments, but with how much time I'm spending on commentary or practicing, I don't feel like I can usually play them all, because a player is not just playing the game. You're doing your execution
Yeah.
drills. You got to spend time in practice. You're spending time in ranked. You're spending time doing scrims with others, doing tournaments, usually analyzing your own matches or other matches. Maybe you're subscribed like me to some replay YouTube channels, and like whenever they have your character, it's like, oh, all right, let's watch it. Let's see let's see what new things we can learn. And of course, there's always content. Literally every weekend, there's always some big tournament going on for you to learn more. Like right now, I know it's Texas Showdown, but we just had like a triple threat on the weekends in terms of circuits. Like the first weekend, you got Capcom Cup, then Dragon Ball was wrapping up their circuit, and then the Arc World Tour is like everybody's doing something.
Yeah. Yeah, that's one of the beautiful parts. There really is something for everybody, and it just doesn't stop. I mean, Texas Showdown, and then you have like the larger things that are now part of the Capcom Pro Tour just right around the corner, Combo Breaker, CEO, Evo this summer and everything. And it's just, there's always those opportunities to go ahead and not only sharpen your skills, but just link up with everybody. Because, we have things like this where we don't really get to see each other in person, but it's like, we talk on Twitter. I'm like, yo, NM, you going to this? Oh, you're going to be at Combo Breaker. Oh, dude, I'll see you there or whatever. You know what I mean? And it's just one big family event where you get to fight your family, and, it stays in the game and everyone stays peaceful about it for the most part.
For the most part, yeah, I gotta agree with that. There's always stuff going on where people are just kind of chilling out with. Maybe 1 minute you'll be playing with a few friends, and the next minute you'll probably be watch partying some big tournament that's going on. It's a whole family sort of thing. I know tomorrow we have a big local going on at my scene where we're literally having an eating contest during it just for the sake of it, and also we are parting ways with somebody who is moving away from the local scene. So we're having a big this is a big goodbye for them. I know I'll miss them. They were the GOAT, but sometimes that happens. People move.
Yeah, you always get those moments in those scenes. I mean, we even had a high-level player, Samurai, one of the better Shoto players throughout Street Fighter's history, who was from my region here in Sencal. He ended up moving to NorCal, and it's just like, as a village, you come together and you're like, man, we're losing our strongest soldiers. So you got to have a big old send off for him and everything. And we've had other people leave, or it just becomes this big old party. Next month, my local scene is we're doing a WWE themed FGC event where we're going to have a big group watch of WrestleMania. So it's nice when you find out there's common interests outside of fighting games, and then you create these lifelong friendships, and you become a lot closer to people you wouldn't otherwise have the opportunity to even talk to if it weren't for fighting games.
It definitely bridges the gap between a lot of people being able to, play with each other inside a game and, connecting out of it. Maybe sometimes you don't have a good day, but you're able to, chill out, take it easy with some people and, connect on Discord too. But either way, we're just going to be waiting to see, because I did just see the update. I'm going to wait a little bit, but I'm pretty sure Zombie is going to be moving on, if I'm correct.
Right on. Yeah, we absolutely love seeing the Blancas move forward. You know what I mean? It's fully deserved. I'm not going to say it was handed to him or anything, but, fully deserved on the side of Zombie. I want to see him in grand finals against Rufy and MX if we can possibly get that. I'll take the Green Man any day I get. But now that match is moving on, waiting from Mothership to see who we're going, but remaining in the top 8 of our bracket, I am seeing players like Rufy and MX and EC over in winners finals. Jimmy DR, the legend Marissa himself in losers quarters against Jazz Darrow and Rookie, and Zombie over in losers quarters as well. And the fun thing about Rookie, I was talking about the Bato City bracket earlier. Knuckle Do actually registered. It was a very stacked bracket, and Rookie made it to grand finals and had an absolutely insane set with a player like Knuckle Do. He ended up losing the thing 3-1, but the score does not say exactly how close it is. So Rookie is just one of those players that continues to grind, and you can see his improvement. If you've been watching online tournaments, you almost watch the guy grow up as a player.
He is absolutely insane. And looking down there, that's actually going to be the match we're seeing next. I mean, that's why Rookie has become one of my favorites whenever I cast Street Fighter over here, because the triple flash knuckle combo into the level 3 is just, it's so classic. Whenever I look at Luke now, I'm expecting that to be coming out because of Rookie. Absolutely always in your face, knows exactly what to do, DDT, whatever you want to feel. That's what Rookie is. And against Zombie, I mean, we literally just saw Rookie go up against Ruffian, another Blanca, which was still a very close set, but did lose it.
Yeah, it just seems like playing against Blanca is something that Rookie is getting used to because you can't run from him. There's a lot of Mexican killers out there in that region who are playing Blanca. But just Rookie as a character has such a unique play style. There's a little Noah the Prodigy peppered in there and a little bit of Chris Wong on the other side peppered in there. And he has this weird ability to be able to put himself into burnout but still be in full control of the situation. And as we were talking about earlier with Blanca, that's kind of what you want to be, is in control of the situation. So we will see how he navigates it right now. It is going to be Rookie and Zombie here in Losers Quarters Finals.
Let's see how this boils down, especially as Rookie is already trying to break open this defense and finds it with the anti-air DP.
Yeah, right now shutting down those options from Zombie early, putting him in the corner, using that Sandblast just to make sure there's no space given up. It's a very fast poking fireball, and right now, speaking of pokes, Rookie finds another one to put Zombie right back into the corner.
Literally just trying to keep it going, not allowing Zombie to get up for much longer. But Zombie, they're trying to make it in there, trying to drive rush in, but gets counter drive rush by Rookie as they're just pushing them all the way back into the corner. But the DP is going to be a whiff.
Yeah, looking for the rising uppercut there. Doesn't work out. Zombie getting the Funko Pop on screen. Here comes some more of those mix-ups here. Up Blanca ball to get the damage in.
And we see more not able to get past this defense once again from Rookie as they're trying to zone out a little bit before drive rushing in themselves.
Yeah, taking a little bit of their foot off the gas there, get some of their drive gauge bar back. Zombie right now at a life deficit, but looking in full control of the situation. Finds the Amazon River run there, but a counter hit from Rookie getting back to mid-screen.
And that's going to do it. Rookie able to get the first round. Both of them whiffing the grab at that point, but Rookie was able to be the one to whiff first, which meant they acted first.
Yeah, we were talking about that unique play style of Rookie earlier, and he's just putting it on display here, able to go ahead and navigate those scrambles against a squirrely character, and he once again puts Zombie back into the corner.
Ooh, wait a minute though. It's actually going to be Rookie in the corner. The throw coming out from Zombie, able to do good, but the drive rush and the triple flash knuckles coming into the level 3, as I said before. It's a classic.
Yeah, whenever he has that level 3 on deck, he spends it faster than I spend my paycheck on payday. And right now, it's putting him in a massive life lead above Zombie right now. A little low on drive gauge, but that hasn't been a problem for him his entire time playing Street Fighter 6.
Not at all. Even when Zombie's trying to poke in, Rookie's able to defend and go back. One Send Blast is going to do one thing, and the Rising Uppercut's going to do the other.
Yeah, Rookie standing strong there. Didn't really fall for the trap that was the Blancachon there, knowing that they have the Sandblast on deck if it was ready for activating, and that's how they took the first game over Zombie here.
Very good. Trading with each other in the air, but Zombie is going to be the one to be able to capitalize off of it. But Rookie is just drive rushing in. Flash Knuckle, another one into some Avengers.
Yeah, every single time Zombie's looking to set up the tricks, Rookie is shutting it down immediately. And stop me if you heard this one before, but Rookie putting their opponent in the corner. A nice breakout, though, on the side of Zombie.
And now we see Rookie playing a little more patient. If you notice that first game, there was a lot of patience going on between the two, especially Rookie, doing a little bit of zoning on the loop too. They're playing smart.
Yeah, just able to control the pace the entire time. It's not exactly a perfect formula, but it's working out over and over. Finds a low forward there, drive rush cancel, and that's going to close out another round on the side of Rookie, not giving Zombie really a chance to get anything going.
Zombie's got to find the answers here on how to trip Rookie up, and trying to, get a bit of a shape opening in. It's definitely an answer, but it's just getting countered.
Yeah, it does have that level 2 on deck if he does go into the Lightning Beast, but these drive rush cancels continue to feed families for Rookie. Zombie once again in the corner, just how we saw in round 1. The rising uppercut misses, and this is the opening Zombie might need.
This could be the perfect opportunity, especially the drive rush in, able to get Zombie down and out, and there we go. Flash Knuckles into another level 3, getting such a crazy life lead.
Yeah, that is a huge amount of damage. Despite any nerfs to Luke, he continues to cash it out, and right now Rookie just one hit away from going up 2-0 here in Losers Quarters.
Tried to cross up but couldn't capitalize. Rolling attack, not able to break this defense. Has to find something to break Rookie open. Throw escape, able to help him out a little bit.
Yeah, playing good defense here on the side of Zombie. Only one hit to give up, but another counter poke with a crouching medium punch finds its home, and Rookie is now up 2-0.
That drive rush was just a little too short. Going to be able to take Zombie out. Zombie has one more chance to not lose a match, and if they lose it, it's going to be down and out. So this is going to be a little bit of a now or never.
Yeah, it's just hard to navigate when a player like Rookie is just so quick on the trigger, looking for punishes. Another nice little 3-hit combo, puts him back in the corner, finds a low crush into the DDT. That's a massive amount of damage, and Zombie is going to be on his last legs here in this round.
Especially since they're getting DP'd into the sky and Rookie just going to be able to chop their way down. And now this is, again, set point versus survival point. Now or never, last ditch effort. What is Zombie going to be answering with here to get Rookie down?
Yeah, he's got to bust out some new tricks. Right now, Rookie looks prepared for everything. Finds the crouching medium punch, off of the counter hit there. We can get some offense going. Starting to build that life lead on Rookie. Here comes the Lightning Beast. He's low on drive gauge, but can still get a lot of tricks set up here.
Getting so much, getting a Blanca Chan, but getting perfect parry to Rookie, trying to make their way out of the corner, blocking everything. And that punish counter DP with the grab. Okay, yeah, Rookie setting up into that level 2.
Yeah, just a little Steph Curry step back there to go ahead and find the counter hit, and just pushing out level 3 damage with a level 2 super there. Zombie in burnout, but it's not quite over for him yet. Setting up the throw loops, finds another counter hit. Right now, Rookie in the corner, a jump back. They're going left and right here.
Okay, and drive rushing in. Rookie does want to take this round, but getting swept a little bit by Zombie, but able to find the perfect opening off the drive rush, and that's going to be Rookie closing it out and moving on to the loser semis.
A misplaced throw is all Rookie needed. Just finding another poke with counter poke, with the crouching medium punch. Just absolutely dominant the entire time. It just really shut down any of Zombie's chances to go ahead and get the level 2 starter to any of his Blanca ball from full screen. As you see here in the replay, just fully optimal over and over, cashing out massive damage with that level 3.
Every time Rookie wanted to set up, they did. It was only really up until that last round of that last game where Rookie was just having such clean matches. They wanted the corner, they got it. They wanted to get a combo going, they got it. The last round we saw a little bit of contention because we saw that Zombie was finding some moves there, like you saw in that last clip, opening Rookie up, but in the end, it was just going to be Rookie taking it.
Yeah, that is going to be Rookie moving on the loser side of our top 8 here, taking over Zombie, and the other side, they are going to be facing the winner of Jimmy DR and Jazz Darrow. So still a lot more action-packed Street Fighter 6 action from fan favorites. I mean, you see the top 8s in these online brackets, and it's starting to look like reruns of the same episode, but these players just continue to bring the show here.
They continue to want to get better. They continue to aspire to become fighting game champions. And that is what we keep seeing over and over again at Breakout. They want to get multiple titles. You see people here that online, you can see that they've won multiple titles from Street Fighter 6. We got 7 wins from Ruffian. We got 3 wins from EC. Jimmy DR has even gotten a win. Like, these players always show up and show out, and because of that, they're just trying to farm for more.
Yeah, exactly. If you want to help them farm for a little bit more, go ahead and use that Matcherino command down in chat, because there are still free codes to claim. And if we all pitch in just a little bit with those free codes, you can go ahead and make this pot a little more lucrative for these players that continue to put the grind in and week out.
They are always putting in the grind, as we see here. That insane set we just saw between Rookie and Zombie just shows how much these players are constantly fighting. And if you want to support them, again, just go to the Matcherino and you'd be able to support these players too. Claim the codes or even donate if you want to. Nobody's opposed to that. You can donate if you want to do that. So, of course, next up, we're going to be seeing Jimmy DR versus Jazz Darrow. But before that, if you want to claim some codes, by all means.
Yeah, you got to give these players something to fight for. And right now, Jimmy DR and Jazz Darrow are going to be going up against each other to fight for their tournament life here in losers quarterfinals. Jimmy DR, it's probably going to be locked in on that Marissa. So Jazz Darrow, will we see the JP? Will we see the Bison? It's a very, very interesting question here, NM.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be an interesting question because, we've seen Jazz on both. We see how strong they feel on both. The JP we saw earlier on the stream was very good for them, but later on, we just saw it a little earlier. The JP wasn't working very well against Silver Ruby. They went out for the Bison. Bison's definitely more of the safer feeling pick, but against Marissa, do you think JP or Bison would be better? Because I'm on the JP camp.
You're picking your poison. Do you want to play the game of cat and mouse, or do you want to get in the ring with Mike Tyson and go a couple of rounds? Because it's either going to be heavy hitter versus heavy hitter, or a nice little stick and move style against a character like Marissa, who is lower on the tier list, but her damage definitely is not low on the tier list. Once she gets her hands on you, we've seen Jimmy Dr. over and over and over cash out damage like no one's business. So it's an interesting choice either way, depending on how Jazz Darrow wants to go with it. But I would love to see the Bison here, because I like seeing people punch each other, and it's what those characters like to do.
But of course, with that, Marissa doesn't have the most crazy movement, and because of that, with the type of zoner JP is, they can easily just throw out every single projectile they want. You got to remember that JP, they're a zoner. Don't get me wrong. And Jazz does play them a little as a zoner, but they like to rush into, they like to throw their punches. But where JP truly shines is not letting you move, not letting you breathe, because they're not throwing just a sonic boom. They're not throwing just a fireball. They're throwing probably multiple. They have shadow clones coming in. They have portals in the sky that they might teleport in or might send some spikes. They have the level 2 to create a literal hexagon of madness. It's just, you're going down and you're not getting back up.
Yeah, especially with that level 2. I mean, the Lavushka just continues to be a dominant force over and over. We saw Kakeru really get a lot out of it in Capcom Cup, just a true master of the character. And Jazz Darrow has shown that he's got some mix-ups ready when he does pop that level 2. So with a character like Marissa, without that invisible reversal, you're kind of left to your own wares at a certain point where you're playing a guessing game. So it's going to be interesting to see how Jimmy Dr. chooses to navigate if that is the pick on the side of Jazz Darrow. But if there is a Bison pick on the other side, you are playing a character that's going to be moving forward pretty much at the same pace that you are. There are certain things you can do. You can force some hard guesses with the Scudum stance and things like that. But then the neutral game becomes more probably footsie oriented with the back and forth, trying to get some whiffs out of people.
Yeah, the Bison matchup will definitely kind of devolve into that, kind of back and forth. One minute you're a freight train, next minute, you got to back up a little bit. Boils down to that, but it's just going to be a wait and see. I do feel like the JP might be coming out from Jazz, but I wouldn't be surprised if they stick to the Bison, especially since that's how they usually do their sets on Breakout here. They might start with the JP, but if the JP ain't working out for them, they'll switch to Bison. So I think it might be a similar thing there. They might start with JP, but if JP's not really cooking for them, just switch over to the Bison.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that keeps Jazz Darrow as one of the more dangerous players in these tournaments, is having not only two characters, but two characters that are at such a high level. If you check his MR with both of them, I think his JP is in the 1900s, and then his Bison is in the 2000s when it comes to MR. So it's just something nice to always keep their opponent on the toes, and that's something that's carried Jazz Darrow in these tournaments over and over, being able to change the pace and keep their opponents guessing. When it comes to a character specialist like Jimmy Dr., they know the ins and outs of their character and how to deal with certain matchups that their opponents pick. But when it comes to changing pace in the middle of a set, that becomes a whole different ballgame in him.
It does. It really does. But again, we're just going to have to wait and see. As we're taking a little bit, chilling out, waiting for our next match. But I guess before we go into that, as we're waiting to see what happens, how have you been doing? Honestly, just like checking in. How have you been doing?
I have been moving nonstop. I've been going hard in the gym, working on the whole weight loss thing and everything, and then just focusing nonstop on this game right now. I've kind of been I got that itch again, NM. I'm going hard in the streets, as they say. I've been playing a lot of ranked. I've been playing a lot of custom rooms. I've been traveling more than I really have outside of my region, going up to NorCal and things like that, just really trying to keep my hands moving. The body feeds the brain feeds the body. You know how it goes.
Yeah, no, I understand you.
Right on. We just received word from Mothership. There has been a food delivery inbound, which is totally understandable. Like we said, the body feeds the mind. You got to make sure you're eating right to get ready for these high level matches, NM.
And one of our players is trying to eat right, since they got their Uber Eats. I'm wondering what they got.
Well, right now it has to be something fast, because they're getting right back into the action. The food can wait. Got to pop it in the microwave later, because we're getting down here to the nitty and the gritty on losers side of our top 8. It is Jimmy Dr. and Jazz Darrow.
Okay, and already Jimmy DR just jumping right past some of these projectiles, getting the throw broken, but just does not care.
Yeah, and Jazdero just finding the counter hit here. We see that's kind of his bread and butter. Once you get close, he starts throwing out that standing heavy punch, finds himself a nice little punish counter throw off of the departure, but Jimmy DR coming right back in with the Scootum stance.
They're not stopping for nothing, even if Jazdero is trying to, as they're just going to be getting knocked down again, trying to jab their way out, but it's at least getting back to a neutral into the anti-air.
Yeah, it seems right now Jimmy DR is just trying to force the issue and cause a scramble, but Jazdero looks ready for it. Finds himself an OD amnesia there and setting up another departure. Nice air-to-air on the side of Jimmy DR. Jazdero looking a little low on his drive gauge here.
Looking very low, trying to make something happen. Already spending the level 2 to get this first match done, and that's going to do it.
Yeah, I swear JP players are just coming up with brand new mix-ups before Jazdero, hopping around like a kangaroo. Not sure if it was on purpose, but it works out for him either way. Starting round 2 though, Jimmy DR is passing the vibe check and finding themselves a nice little counter DI to get the party started.
Jazdero might be trying to mix up, trying to DI off the start of this round, but at least they're making their way out of the corner with a few low jabs and able to cross up, call out that drive impact there.
Yeah, absolutely masterful on the side of Jazdero, but here comes Jimmy DR on the attack once again, spending all that drive gauge to get in. Uses the OD Gladius to go ahead and find a counter hit there. Jazdero, a little worse for his wares in the corner, gonna have to find a way to get out here.
Gotta find an answer, especially with how much Jazz is throwing against you. Gonna be able to poke for a punish counter hit. Nobody has bar right now, both in burnout, as Jazz is just playing that zoner game but trying to rush it down.
Yeah, Jimmy DR coming online once again, using that raw drive rush to go ahead and get it. What an absolute insane reaction on the side of Jazdero to go ahead and stop that DI attempt on the side of Jimmy DR with the level 1. Go ahead and close out game number 1 on the side of Jazdero.
Very strong there, calling out that DI with the level 1, and it works so well too, but Jimmy DR is rightfully pissed about that because we're already going into the corner with almost more than half of your health gone.
Continuing to force some wrong guesses here too. Jimmy DR, an absolute freight train, almost in burnout, but a massive life lead, finds himself the wall splat. Jazdero on one more hit, and Jimmy DR putting an exclamation point on top of that round.
That was quite literally blink and you miss it. Jimmy DR just rushed it to the corner and just used those big buttons to just say goodbye. That heavy hitting damage just pulling to work.
Yeah, you can tell it definitely put Jazdero on notice there, making him stand back a little bit, throwing a little bit of a Russian little dance there. Look at the USSR doing a little kick step, but Jimmy DR shuts it down real quick, and Jazdero living in the corner once again.
Able to secure the level 1 after just teleporting back, and now trying to drive rush it in against Jimmy DR, but is back in defense.
Yeah, those OD amnesias keep on finding their home too, just enough there to get Jazdero out of a bad situation. Now turns the tables on Jimmy DR, but right back at him, running up for the grab, and a counter hit from the size of Jazdero, and them there just swinging for the fences here.
Able to get a little more, just needs one more jab. We see Jimmy DR trying to break their way in against Jazdero, but Jazdero, trying to keep alive and using a very strong air poke there in order to secure the round.
Yeah, Jazdero does love his disjointed hitboxes, and he will go ahead and find that last hit he needs to close out the round. And starting out this third round with the bang here, does have the level 2 on deck. He decides to get tricky with it.
Getting as tricky as they can. There we go, doing a bit of a poke. Both of them trading each other out with these counter hits and is trying to get a little more.
And now Jimmy DR finding himself on the wrong end of a cross up. The level 3 is on deck on the side of Jazdero. He's going to go ahead and pull the trigger off of some lights. Might be go ahead and scale a little bit too much. Not going to be enough to kill here, but Jimmy DR does have that critical art on deck and can turn the tables off of one hit.
Literally just catching Jazdero every time, but Jimmy DR going to be going down and out as Jazdero is able to get the second game up, as now Jimmy DR is left in a spot. They have to find the answers.
Well, we might have an answer here with the M. Bison. Got tired of playing that Bull and Matador game. See if they can control neutral a little bit better here with the character that's able to go ahead and use his OD Cycle Crushers to close the gap, and other options like using the knee press to go ahead and get themselves in. Definitely changes the dynamic of the match here.
Absolutely. And for Jazdero, it definitely is going to be a different game. Bison is not going to be playing the same as Marissa. Of course, they're going to be just trying to go in. They can close the distance rather easy, get the Psycho Mines. So this might be a harder match for Jazdero, but let's see if they come out.
Right there, using the Devil's Reverse to go ahead and get over the departure portal. Looking like Jimmy DR is a little more comfortable here, trying to find himself a knee press. No punish from Jazdero.
Literally just trying to shimmy their way out. Punish counter, though, that's going to be good for Jazz, especially trying to set up departure, able to teleport through for a punish counter throw.
Oh, I like the run through there to get past the ghost on the side of Jimmy DR. Burns himself out in the process, though. Still continuing to put on the offense, but Jazdero finds himself another OD amnesia, mixes him up with it, jumping over, finds the spike to finish it off, and Jazdero's now on match point.
Quite literally on set point right now. Jazz doing so strong. You can tell Jimmy DR is trying to wait it out. Getting the Frodo off the OD torpedo as we're already securing the corner.
Yeah, looking like they have the same game plan as with the Marissa, just able to mix things up a little bit more with Bison. As you see there, plants the Psycho Mine, using the Devil's Reverse to try to abuse the plus frames, forcing Jazdero to spend some meter there.
Gonna be definitely forcing it, but also forcing yourself into the corner. But perfect parry coming out from Jimmy DR into the drive rush is gonna be melting away at Jazdero's HP and gonna be able to counter DI with their own.
Yeah, absolutely. Just on a freight train again, reacting with the DI. Doesn't even have to spend any super gauge to find himself around there. And this might be the little bit of momentum that Jimmy DR needs to go ahead and turn the tables.
Just needs a little more there. Jumping over that OD torpedo, though. We're seeing Jazdero, keeping a good defense right now. Trying to switch into that offense. Gonna be a little bit of a counter trade, though.
Jazdero finding themselves in the corner once again. They haven't been too uncomfortable with it this entire set so far, but that level 3 is on deck on the side of Jimmy DR.
And ooh, perfect parry from the DI. This could be really good for Jimmy DR, especially because they have this corner game right now. They're able to set up the Psycho Mine, but it looks like, Jazdero is still keeping their defense strong, especially into these jabs.
Yeah, like Jimmy DR was trying to see if they can bait out another drive reversal there. A drive reversal on the side of Jimmy DR this time. Jazdero put themselves right back into the corner, but still looking strong here. Jimmy DR throwing some buttons out, see if he can catch a whiff.
Trying to find something here. Honestly, both of them trying to find a whiff come out. It looks like Jazdero was able to jump their way out of the corner, but Jimmy DR able to do drive reversal, gets thrown out of the air, but is starting to make a bit of an opening for themselves.
Yeah, in burnout, but still looking strong here. Jazdero has to be careful of that level 3, not to throw out a fireball too far, but continuing to put on the pressure here. Pops the Lavushka while Jimmy DR is in burnout. He has to guess for his life, and Survey says he guesses wrong, and Jazdero will be taking a 3-0 in losers quarters over Jimmy DR.
Even with the Bison coming out, and you could tell with Jimmy DR, they were feeling much more solid on the Bison. They were getting a little more, putting Jazdero on the ropes. In the end, Jazdero just always knew what they wanted to do.
Yeah, it just becomes a frustrating thing to play against a character like JP, and especially a player like Jazdero, where you think you're winning, you put him in the corner, but they have tricks up their sleeves either to get out or still cash out on big damage. We've seen here he landed the cross up a couple of times off of the departure and was able to cash out with the level 3 multiple times for big damage.
Either way, honestly, great work from both of them. Level 2 especially from Jazdero, always able to, you see right here at this end, break open that defense. You're watching for all these projectiles, but you're not watching for some of these lows that are going to come out and break your standing blocks. And because of that, we're going to be seeing Jazdero moving on. And now we officially have your Breakout Week 24 top 4 entrance secured with Ruffian, EC, Jazdero, and Rookie, which is going to be that Blanca, Jerry, JP/Bison, and Luke, respectively.
Yeah, and all of these Mexican players that are so familiar with playing against each other too, and it just becomes another dynamic of every single match on top of not just character matchups, but player matchups. So an absolutely stacked Final Four to go ahead and close things out over here at the Breakout Series. NM, how are you feeling about these Final Four right now? Who do you think has been showing themselves as the strongest player in this tournament today?
Honestly, of course, all of them, like always, are always showing out, always being like, all right, I know what I'm doing. I know what I want to do. Ruffian, always able to keep their own, especially against Rookie. Jazz, seeing the JP able to do very nice with all the projectiles they want to do. EC being as slippery as they are. And Rookie, of course, triple flash knuckle into the level 3. If I had to pick a winner out of these 4, that is definitely a rough one. Of course, Ruffian has gotten as many wins, but they haven't been getting them lately. And I feel like Rookie's due for a win. Rookie's always getting these top placements, but it's not been the win yet.
Yeah, we always love to see when someone finally does have that breakout performance, especially in a series like this, of the Breakout series, where those killers really come out to play. Over in winners finals right now, we're gonna have coming up with Ruffian MX and EC, two players that are just absolutely squirrely. Ruffian, one of those characters who does like to use that level 2 from Blanca and start those mix-ups, but EC with a play style of his own, it almost becomes like, how does this guy navigate from the other side of the screen so well and force all of these guesses with this drive rush over and over? So there's still a lot of dynamic play from both of the players here that we still have yet to see.
Mm-hmm. It quite literally will just be like time will tell sort of thing. I'm excited to see what will happen because, of course, both of these fighters are playing characters that are going to be zipping around on the screen, especially Ruffian on that
Mhm.
Blanca. So it is kind of that even of like, okay, they're both zipping, but who's going to be catching who? Who's going to be,
Yeah.
chilling out and finding that dub?
Yeah, it's such an interesting dynamic in this matchup in particular because there are strong level twos from both sides. We've seen EC before actually pop that level two and start setting up different pressure sequences. He loves doing that jumping heavy punch in the corner to go ahead and force hard guesses from the anti-air to the throw. It is going to be safe on block, so it's something that he loves to use and abuse here. And on the side of Rufy, and we talked about the level two multiple times, he does love putting out that Funko Pop Employee of the Month Blanca Chan and find himself some mix-ups of his own. And both of these players being from the same region, they are familiar with each other.
Mm-hmm. They definitely are. So I imagine it's going to be a great show, especially because, as you said, they fight each other a lot. I feel like I've seen this matchup before on Breakout. I know I've seen it before because they both just contest against each other so much, so many different brackets. But it's just going to be a matter of who's going to be clutching out for a win this time around and who's going to be sent to that loser side. Of course, when you get to the loser side, you still can make your way back in. It's still going to be a fight for that victory, but it's just a matter of who's going to be keeping it together.
Yeah, and speaking of loser side, we do have Jazz Darrow and Rookie on that side, and both of those players have just been on absolute tears lately. If you check their online history of the tournaments they've been in, it's just top eight after top eight after top eight. And like we talked about earlier with Rookie, we could just see the growth over and over. And Jazz Darrow is just one of those players who is just so utterly consistent over and over in their placements and their performances. You never really see them get rolled over. They're always, even if they lose, they still look very, very strong in all their performances.
Mm-hmm. Every time Rookie, again, as I said before, I see them on stream. They're always going crazy. Or Jazz, as you literally just saw there, always able to keep a level head. I feel like it's going to be very close between these two to see who comes out on top. Of course, we got that Ruffian versus EC coming up next, just a little bit. Going to be a very nice showing there, of course, for that winner side. But I know I keep saying it, but we just gonna have to wait and see on what
Yeah.
happens.
Well, the action just never stops. And I mean, apparently, where like the game is, I know a lot of players aren't satisfied with it. We're hoping for a lot of changes coming into season 3. But as it is right now, I mean, it is frustrating to deal with throw loops and certain things sometimes. But from a spectator sport, I mean, this game is just continues to give match and match and match over and over that are just so mind-boggling at certain times. We saw recently in Capcom Cup a player like Blas just absolutely come out of nowhere and kind of show the world like, hey, you've been playing Ryu wrong this entire time and making the character look top tier. So as stale as things seem in the meta, there are still mysteries in this game that we've yet to really uncover as far as playstyles go.
Mm-hmm. Again, everybody just plays every character differently. You're not going to be seeing the two same people playing like maybe Blanca, maybe playing them just a little differently. Maybe one focused a little more on the ground, focusing maybe more on Blanca Chans, and the other one just always zipping around in the air. It's just kind of that little difference.
Yeah.
Everybody plays their characters differently.
Yeah, one thing I like to do also is just from a player standpoint is I play, we love fighting games. So we just play whatever fighting games we can really get our hand on. But I like spending time in games that are so unlike Street Fighter. And it kind of translates to like building my defense a little bit better, kind of opening my mind when it comes to offense. I recently just got involved in playing Under Night. One of my local guys here finally talked me into buying it. And it opened like a whole new world of understanding fighting games and really got me out of my comfort zone. And we have games like City of the Wolves, which are around the corner, and Breakout runs, tournaments for those too. Go ahead and keep your eye out for those. But it's another game that's similar enough to Street Fighter, but kind of give you other ideas in the way that the game flows and how to approach things in offense. So it's like learning multiple languages to like learn how to communicate with people.
Absolutely. Like, I know from my own perspective as a caster, I'm always on Street Fighter, Tekken, and Guilty Gear, which, those are the big three right now, but those are wildly different. One's a 2D fighter, one's an anime air dasher, and one's a 3D fighter. And you're kind of going through those all in a different way. And of course, you got Grand Blue, which is kind of like that anime aesthetic, still 2D fighter. You got stuff like, Uni, but we can talk about that more a little bit because we are just going to be going on a quick short break. But don't go anywhere.
Cycle Crusher 2 counts. One more mix. Issei has a Hail Mary. And holy cow! They did it!
I got the time today. I'm looking for all of the fades, want all of the smoke. All of my goals inside of the scope. I'm taking it healed and coming for more. Woke up, didn't even stretch. I'm placing my bets on myself. I be doing the most. Why you always talk like you wanted it goats? I ain't gotta speak cause I already know. This ain't been new to me, a news to me. I came out the womb unique. Shine bright like jewelry. Of course, you don't wanna fool with me. I got views to see and gifts to use. I got everything to gain and none to lose, and he can prove. I took his burden and yoke. It's like moose when I hit the moves. You can't tell me anything. I mean anything. That's for sure. I already know. I know my identity. My identity from the go. I told you I already know. You can't tell me anything. I mean anything. That's for sure. I already know. I know my identity. My identity from the go. Already know. I already know. Yeah. I'm spitting the truth. When I'm in the booth, I take you to school. Yeah. This ain't a lesson. I put on this armor like it was my weapon. I'm stepping. The ops can leave. My props are these utilities he put inside of my belt. Feeling me, it's just the face I can tell. But really, the king is the one you can smell. This ain't been new to me, a news to me. I came out the womb unique. Shine bright like jewelry. Of course, you don't wanna fool with me. I got views to see and gifts to use. I got everything to gain and none to lose, and he can prove. I took his burden and yoke. It's like moose when I hit the moves. Yeah. You can't tell me anything. I mean anything. That's for sure. I already know. I know my identity. My identity from the go. I told you I already know. You can't tell me anything. I mean anything. That's for sure. I already know. I know my identity. My identity from the go. I already know. Already know.
Hold on, wait a minute. I see me coming through. Yeah, wait a minute. Yeah. Hold on, wait a minute. Bitch, I'm feeling brand new, cause I'm big business. Hold up, they gon' know us when we show up. We got it bustin'. Yeah, that's so us. Ay, and let the butterflies swing. Yeah, ay, I style bling bling. Yeah, couple knockoffs, that is not us. I get money, so I'm living like a rock star. Got that glass skin and my body looking proper. I'm so wavy, baby, I'm a traffic stopper. Bitch, I got my mojo back, almost forgot that was a bad bitch. Looked in the mirror, oh my god, I'm a bad bitch. Give me what I want, ooh yeah, I'm a savage. No, that's right, XYZ, I'ma have it. You know that's right. Hold up, wait a minute, here I go now. Hold up, wait a minute, here I go, wow. It's all over before you finish when I show out. Got him staring at me when I pull up, roll out. Yeah, hold up, wait a minute. Yeah, hold up, wait a minute. Yeah, hold up, wait a minute. When you see me coming through, wait a minute. Hold up, wait, yeah. Hold up, wait a minute. I see me coming through, yeah, wait a minute. Yeah, hold up, wait a minute. Bitch, I'm feeling brand new, cause I'm big business. Ay, what they think about too busy getting money, getting pesos. Big business, bitch, I'm stacking up my Legos. If you ain't up on my level, then just say so. I'ma paint the town every color of the rainbow. She thought she could do it like me, but she can't though. Still a bad bitch in designer or in plain clothes. They love my husky ass voice, so they wanna throw me bankroll. Hold up, wait a minute, yeah. Hold up, wait a minute, yeah. Hold up, wait a minute. When you see me coming through, wait a minute, hold up, wait, yeah. Hold up, wait a minute. I see me coming through, yeah. Wait a minute, yeah. Hold up, wait a minute. Bitch, I'm feeling brand new, cause I'm big business.
For the victory lap though. Whoa, whoa. They ain't never seen nothing like this before. Lit the room when I came through the front door. Ask me if I should overcome. What for? Train in the trees, please pardon my sycamore. Touch burning sands, cross lands and stormy shore seasons in the year, yeah. Ain't no challenge for champions and chain no fear. Yup, the champ is here. Switch gears, we keeping haters in the rear. At the blood, sweat, and tears, and my goal so near. I see my victory so clear. I see my victory so clear. And today, we break through. And today, we break through. And today,
Gosh! Knuckle Dude's keeping up the pressure.
But the level 3 comes out! My pick!
All right, and welcome back to the Breakout series after a quick break there, waiting for some other things to go ahead and clear themselves up. But we are back. We are ready. We are locked and loaded for winners final of Rufian, MX, and EC. NM, it's been a night of action from fan favorites over and over, and things are coming to a bit of a climax here. You know, how have you felt about the bracket overall? We saw a lot of very, very close match. Actually, hold that. We got some action to attend to right now. It is going to be EC and Rufian MX here in winners finals.
Already starting out in the streets of London. You know, they want to get this over with. They're like, all right, I just want to get my dubs and move on. And that's exactly what we're seeing from Ruffian, just already going out, just running.
Yeah, Ruffian right now is going ahead, trying to stick out those longer buttons of Blanca to try to get EC to go ahead and swing something. But we talked about earlier, EC just has this play style. Well, he'll walk back full screen, come in and jump scare you.
Ooh, with the grab though, was able to parry that DI, but EC just has him in the corner. ODDP though, and oh, okay, no, we're fine.
Yeah, and what do you know? EC finds the winning hit there, putting himself up one round here in game number 1 of winners finals.
Very strong start as they're trying to keep it going with this defense, able to jump over, but gets that throw escape.
Yeah, right now, Rufian just trying to break the defense of EC, but just standing like a brick wall right in front of him right now and cashing out with the level 1 here to go ahead and attack the drive gauge of Ruffian.
Literally just doing so much in order to break their way out, but forcing a knockdown on each other's side. Reversal coming out though from EC, going to be able to get a throw too, trying to drive her shit, but the perfect parry punish counter throw.
Yeah, just switching sides left and right, getting a little itchy on the trigger finger there on the side of EC. Rufian X is going to go ahead and cash out big time, using all of his drive, finishing things off with the up ball there and putting themselves on the board now 1 round to 1.
Going to be very solid there for Ruffian, going to be able to secure that, trying to use their Blanca-Chan doll in order to set up, just going to be running away though here, but EC, there we go, breaking open some defense, but that level 2 is coming out.
Yeah, this is where things get really interesting in this matchup. Rufian right there getting a little tricky with the short hop, and that's going to carry EC all the way into the corner here. Blanca-Chan online. See what kind of mix-up we see after this.
Especially with that throw in the corner, trying to break open the defense. There we go, getting a jab in, getting some electrocution, trying to get a little bit more with these rolling attacks, but just has to parry a lot of what EC wants to do.
Yeah, but as always, EC just go ahead and navigate their way out of the corner, looking for a meaty button there. Ruffian goes ahead and answers with the level 1. Now pretty much defenseless in burnout with no super on deck. See if EC can capitalize, but a counter hit Blanca ball finds its home. That's going to put Ruffian MX up 1-0 here in winners finals.
Ruffian already making quick work of EC and trying to bring it home, able to counter that dive kick a little bit, able to find that opening, and now we're going again from the East Coast to the West Coast.
Yeah, just continuing to make EC a little uncomfortable here, putting him in an uncomfortable position. We talked about earlier how EC likes to stay full screen and use that drive rush, but taking control of neutral with the Blanca-chan and keeping that a threat is being able to put Ruffian in a position to go ahead and walk EC down to the corner on his own means.
There we go. Trying to get the few jabs against each other. A low is going to be doing good for EC, but Ruffian able to just get it back into the neutral state. Trying to stop this drive rush, but EC cannot be stopped when they have that drive rush going.
Yeah, what an excellent choice there to go with the OD up ball and a nice little counter poke there with the standing light. Finishes off the round. It seems like Ruffian right now is just doing a great job of controlling screen space, which is something EC loves to do.
Especially since, not able to capitalize off the throw, just getting ODDP'd, trying to charge the Blanca doll too, trying to find a way to get through this, and there we go, getting some standing light attacks, going to be getting countered by that ODDP, but also just going back and forth against each other, and that level 1's just getting blocked.
Yeah, continuing to force the hard guesses on the side of EC. Ruffian now activating that lightning beast, and EC's gonna go into the corner, gonna have a hard business decision to make here. Goes ahead and pulls the trigger with the level 1 to get himself a little breathing room.
This could be perfect for EC to make their way back in, but Ruffian trying to once again set up with these Blanca-chan dolls in order to knock EC out, and there we go!
Yeah, it just seems like the Blanca-chan on the floor is continuing to make EC a little uncomfortable, kind of stealing the real estate that EC loves to play with here, and it's just been a puzzling situation for him, and that's why Ruffian's up 2-0 right now.
Very strong for them, able to knock EC into the sky and secure another good combo into the drive rush as we're going into the West Coast, getting that crush, and that's going to be perfect for Ruffian to set up.
Yeah, breaking out all the tricks, has the Funko Pop on the floor, forcing EC to kind of second guess popping out of the corner. We saw him pull the trigger on the level 1 a couple times, but no level 1, and that's the gamer teabag on the side of Ruffian MX, sending a message on the way out.
And the perfect message at that too. Ruffian 1 round away from securing a spot in the grand finals, and they're trying to find anything they can against EC, building back up that drive gauge, but might be getting countered from that DP getting blocked.
Yeah, can't get a little too comfortable here off of that guess. You found yourself in burnout now. Does have the level 1 on deck if he chooses to go ahead and reverse thing, but it's looking like it's all EC right now.
EC is definitely in the driver's seat as they're just walking casually over to Ruffian, able to find an opening, trying to drag rush in. Can we get, yes, we get the DI into the stun, just crouching our opponent. Okay, we have some balls if we're trying to be that, especially since he got counted out of the sky. You can't be doing that.
Yeah, I can't get a little too cute here because Ruffian MX is going to go ahead and make you pay. Finds the medium ball into the critical art. This is going to hurt big time, and EC's going to find themselves in burnout once again.
Not looking good for EC. Maybe shouldn't have been teabagging too much like that, especially after the hard knockdown, trying to make your way back in, but just a Lunar OD rolling attack is going to do you out, and that's Ruffian securing a spot for grands.
Yeah, no love lost between these two rivals here. You saw it on full display. Ruffian just getting the upper hand most of the fight there, and it just seems like EC was constantly in a vulnerable position because of the Blanca-chan. You can see a little bit of frustration responding with his own teabag of his own, but as you see in the replays here, it just seems like Ruffian MX was just always able to get the upper hand and force hard guesses on the side of EC.
Always able to, make EC guess over and over again, as you saw, especially in that last game, the first round in the corner, able to set up throw loops on Blanca-chan dolls, literally always just trying to make EC guess, and 9 times out of 10, they get strong. And all I'm saying, EC, is, yeah, I would not want to be you, especially after getting this DI and then teabagging your opponent and then still getting taken out.
Yeah, sometimes it's about sending a message, and that's exactly what Ruffian MX did, and they will be punching their ticket into grand finals. EC's run's not over yet, heading over to losers, but I believe next up we will be seeing in losers a semifinal. It is going to be Jazdo and Rookie, a matchup we talked about before the break we headed into, and this is just one of those ones where it's just a player that is just constantly rising, and then a player who's just constantly great. So it's an interesting matchup going forward here. How do you see this going down here, NM?
Man, it honestly can go either way. I'm going to be honest. Both of these fighters know exactly what they want to do. Rushing in and just, playing impatient. Sometimes that's how Rookie likes to play. Of course, triple flash knuckle. And then Jazz, it's either going to be absolute freight train gameplay with Bison, or it's going to be a constant switch between zoning and rush down. over with that JP. Either way, both of these fighters have options to use against each other to the point where it's like it really can be anywhere.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Jess Darrow's more or less just that evil scientist. We just see him every single time he throws out that level 2. Just in this top 8 alone that I've been here commentating with you, I've seen 3 different mix-ups he decided to throw low. He bunny hopped over Jimmy DR a couple of times. And then on the side of Rookie, you have just this absolute freight train who plays with his heart. That's what he does. There's a lot of hard reads. He puts himself into burnout, and he really plays with his heart, and he trusts himself to go ahead and spend his resources, and it's been paying off for him. We've seen him consistently get into the top 8. We're hoping to see if this is his breakout performance and he can go ahead and put that belt around his waist this time around. But it's definitely going to be an interesting match here in losers semifinals. And if you want to make things a little more interesting, go ahead and use that Matcherino command down below. There are still free codes to claim to go ahead and add a little 25-cent chunks into the prize pool for these players to go ahead and try to get up there and grab. Winner of this one is going to be punching themselves into top 3 off of this one. So things are getting down to a bit of a climaxing situation here in him.
It's definitely going to be getting down to the wire between these fighters. We got Jazz, we got Rookie, and of course we got EC and Ruffian. Ruffian, of course, sitting pretty. Same thing with EC, but with these two, it just matters on who wants to get at least a bronze medal and who wants to be going home with 4th. I imagine you at least want to secure a bronze.
Yeah, you got to go home with something. Now, that's one of the things that as a competitor I always look at, because I brought up the Bottle City bracket multiple times because Rookie was in it. But Knuckle Do also entered. They played him in grand finals, and I ended up finishing 9th out of like 47. And I'm just like, man, I just wanted to get at least inside top 8 so I can see my name next to Knuckle Doos on a little top 8 graphic. So you always got to play for pride as well as the Bucks. And right now you got to play for that pride of getting inside of that top 3. JP, one of those characters, and we saw went ahead and won Capcom Cup with Cockeroo navigating them. They got nerfed multiple times and got some buffs on the back end. I mean, a character that's always annoying. If you play Street Fighter 6, you know that JP is not a fun character to deal with, but has a player on the level of Cockeroo and then other players on the level of like Jazz Darrow. So have they made you a believer in JP?
I feel like honestly both Cockeroo and Jazz have made me believers in JP. I mean, JP, I don't really feel like has gone away too much. I know they were a lot stronger beforehand, mainly in season 1. They were an absolute demon. But even in season 2, I still feel like, they might not be what they once were, but they're still a very, very strong fighter.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, like we said multiple times, they brought up different mix-ups. And on the side of Rookie using that Luke, that's a character we've seen that was also super dominant in season 1. I mean, one of the best buttons in Street Fighter history with that crouching medium punch. And, they still, really do push out damage here in season 2 or 2.5, whatever you want to call it. But has a player like Noah the Prodigy and Rookie, the way that they play and navigate and burnout, have they made you believers that we're not playing the game the right way? Maybe we should be spending our resources a little more, liberally, a little more willy-nilly out there.
Maybe we should. Maybe we should be spending all of our resources, because I feel like all of these fighters that are going into this match constantly in burnout and honestly constantly burning themselves in burnout. How many times do we see them spending on DI, spending on drive rush, spending on so many things in order to get them into a better spot? And from that, burnout doesn't really affect these fighters. It doesn't. We touched on it a little before, but even in burnout stuff like Rookie, they're always able to still be in the advantageous position in a match.
Yeah, it's one of the philosophies I like to push too whenever, someone asks me for advice on how to, play Street Fighter 6 and everything, because I play a character that does happen to use a lot of meter with Blanc and everything. So I'm always on the verge of burnout, but I always tell people, I'm like, if you're going to go into burnout, make sure you're the one putting yourself in burnout. You got to leave that situation with something. You never want to go ahead and eat one of those block sequences where you end up in a disadvantageous position. And it's kind of just been the bread and butter of players that we saw here tonight. Whenever they were going into burnout, they kind of push the issue. They put themselves in a good spot, whether it's reversing with ODDP or, finding a counter poke, drive rush canceling, going into level 3. They continue to go ahead and manipulate the game's resources continuously in their advantage. And I think that's kind of becoming a theme as far as the meta of Street Fighter 6 right now.
I gotta agree. That's kind of becoming a little bit of the meta too. I mean, we just see it constantly from both, like not both, but all of these fighters. But either way, I think we're going to be getting into this match in just a short minute. Not too long to go until we see what Rookie's going to be doing against Jazz.
Yeah, and it's, you know, the age-old question of who is Jazdero going to be playing here. JP, one of those characters that can't take advantage of a player like Rookie who does like to put themselves in burnout because the way the spikes come, the level 2s and everything, you have a little bit of less resources to go ahead and fight back. So definitely an interesting dynamic of the match as soon as we get these players locked and loaded. But you asked me earlier, you did me the honor of asking how I've been, and how have you been? How are things on your side of this beautiful planet we live on?
Ooh, definitely a lot to take care of. I want to play fighting games. It's weird. I'm casting games more than I'm fighting, but it looks like we'll talk about that more in a little bit as we're getting started right away.
And it is going to be the Bison on the side of Jazdero. Maybe could navigate the footsie game a little bit more, try to find some punishes on these fireballs with the OD Cycle Crusher. But right now, Rookie just throwing out the Sandblast, trying to play the poke game and keep it full screen against Jazdero right now.
Yeah, and look at that. There we go. Flash Knuckle. Order to give Rookie a little bit more of something, but this Bison is coming right back in and setting up a Psycho Mine, trying to set up another, but the drive reversal is coming out.
Yeah, Rookie spending those resources we were talking about earlier, just making sure that they're in an advantageous position when they are putting themselves low on resources. You see it there with the drive reversal. And right now, just continuing to pester with those Sandblasts there, making sure Jazdero doesn't get an opening with any of the knee presses.
Absolutely, because I feel like with those knee presses, that's the perfect way for a Jazz team in order to get the strong opening they want. But Rookie just going to be coming out from the sky in order to secure that game, as now they're just going to be trying to wait each other out. Rookie dodging a little bit. There we go. Punish counter coming out from them, and here comes the triple push up. There it is.
And Rookie just getting his damage in and going right back to the Sandblast game, just trying to keep control of the pace of the match and not let Jazdero get away with anything. But that's an opening right there with the jump, and here comes the Psycho Mine on the side of Jazdero.
Look at this, though, being able to explode that on command, and they still got that corner pressure strong, trying to get the head stomp, not able to secure it, but they still are in the driver's seat, especially with that Psycho Mine.
Yeah, the mine, a bit of a flub there on the side of Jazdero. Wasn't ready for the juggle. Right now, both players putting themselves in a burnout, but Jazdero does have that level 3. If he finds it confirmed, has Super Meter to spin. Rookie trying to poke back.
Cannot find this opening. Finds a throw, though. Maybe trying to go for something more. Definitely has the corner, but getting thrown in return.
Yeah, Jazdero, they're putting himself in burnout, but able to navigate the pressure from Rookie. Went ahead and held on to all of that Super Meter, too. Both players locked and well loaded with that level 3.
Yes, and there we go. Seeing the triple flash knuckle to the level 3. No, we're actually going to be saving it.
Yeah, a bit of a heads-up play there on the side of Rookie. Wanted to make sure that he was going to get the most out of the situation. Jazdero not too low on drive gauge. Spends it right there to go ahead and get the drive reversal. Psycho Mine is planted, and he's going to go ahead and attack the drive gauge of Rookie here and cash out some major damage.
Doing very strong at that, just sending Rookie flying. Jazz feeling very good, getting the low. We're going to be going all the way to the corner, especially with that Psycho Mine set up, trying to set up another one, securing the burnout on Rookie, getting a throw. What else are we going to be doing to secure the end of this match other than chip damage? Level 3 to make your way out? No, you're not.
Yeah, I love the way Jazdero stayed patient there. He didn't look for the DI, was looking for his chip sequences, and right when Rookie thought it was going to come, he went ahead and hit the brakes and found the punish off of the blocked level 3.
Very strong from Jazz, you know, just showing their patience as a player. Especially, there we go, more patience, going to be able to block the ODDP and send Rookie back into the corner.
Yeah, Rookie spending more of that cash, though, to get out. Another one with another OD rising uppercut and continues to jump in and put on some pressure, but this might be the opportunity Jazdero needs to put a kibosh on this round early.
Well, he just has to keep going for more jabs. There we go, sending Rookie flying there, trying to secure another game on the board.
Yeah, I'd like to see Rookie go back to that Sandblast strategy. It was working out for him, but chooses to go ahead and put it into high gear here. Jazdero finding themselves on the back foot, a victim of the throw loops, playing some Street Fighter 6 here.
Really is Street Fighter 6, especially when you're getting crossed up by Jazz. Now Rookie is going to be stuck in the corner, especially as these knees are coming out from Jazz to try to mitigate this life lead. They have the Psycho Mine set up, but it's going to be gone. But the level 1's going to be able to keep him alive.
Yeah, very smart there to stop the Oki from the side of Rookie and put him right back into the corner. Spending more of that drive gauge, but another nice anti-air on the side of Jazdero. Hitting the brakes, but is that a preemptive DI call? Rookie was ready for it. Let's see if he cashes out with some super here. Flash Knuckle, level 2, Beast Mode, baby, and that should be enough to go ahead and close out the round. An absolutely masterful reaction there from Rookie.
Rookie just showing, they're keeping themselves alive. They're not going to be down and out. Jazzero does not have mind games on them too hard, as they're already just drive rushing back in, but already getting perfect parry.
Yeah, good job of calling out the pressure there on the side of Jazzero. Another ODDP from Rookie. Jazzero has been forcing those hard reads on the side of Rookie. Let's see if that pays off for him later. But right now, Rookie just coming in and finding himself some throws.
Didn't capitalize off that OD torpedo, and now Rookie has no gauge. They are in burnout, and Jazzero is taking full advantage of it, just drive rushing in and trying to find any openings they can.
Yeah, he was able to bait out the level 3 last time on the side of Rookie. Let's see here if Rookie goes ahead and pulls the trigger, but another bait on the side of Jazzero, and he's going to pay for it with a lot of his health bar. And then with this level 3, this might be enough to close things out.
Yeah, it might be, especially because look at all that health flying there back. They're going to be doing so much, but it's not leaving Rookie out, but they're waking up immediately with a super that's going to be getting blocked once again, thrown down to the ground. Jazzero up 2-0.
Yeah, playing those Mexican mind games just perfectly, getting these hard guesses out of Rookie, and we're going to see a swap to the Ken here. Let's see how this changes things up, see if he wants to throw a little bit of Jin Rise to keep Jazzero on the ground, but Jazzero seems like he's cracked the code on Rookie very early here.
Yeah, it feels a lot different than Rookie's other games where they're getting close, or you might see some stuff happen where they're playing patient. We're seeing constantly Rookie being scared in the corner and popping those supers, and that's exactly what Jazzero keeps trying to fish out.
Alright, we're Rookie with the switch to Ken. Jazzero using the driver early to go ahead and just get the screen control he's been using this entire match. The Psycho Mine is planted and Rookie's on the back foot.
Getting, perfect parry, trying to go for some punish counters, trying to get that Dragon Lash to do more, and gets the wall splat off of the DI.
Yeah, Jazzero not ready for that one, using another drive reversal to get himself some space. Dangerously low on the drive gauge here, a nice punish counter sweep on the side of Rookie. He finds a punish counter DI as Jazzero was pressing buttons and gets a little more meat off of that bone.
Jazz though able to throw into the corner, getting another throw too. Might be trying to find a throw loop, gonna be getting a jab into that, but getting drive reversed by Rookie. They're trying to stay alive here, but now they're in burnout as Jazzero is just rushing them down.
Going a little back and forth with the burnouts here, but another DI finds its home on the side of Jazzero. We saw Rookie look like he was pumping that level 1, but it didn't come out on time, and Jazzero now on set point.
Set point right now. Look at that. The Dragon Lash kick is not going to be keeping you alive as you're just getting DI'd again, and we're already spending on the level 3 here.
Yeah, attacking the drive gauge early, gonna have a massive lice lead and a massive lead in the drive gauges here. Rookie in a bad spot, but wakes up with a level 3 of his own off of the knee press. Anything you can do, I can do better, and he responds with a level 3 of his own.
Okay, both of them do not have super right now and halfway down on the drive gauge, but Rookie is trying to make an opening, and they got the godlike button right now, the crouching medium kick. They might try to make some openings with that. You just saw it there, but it's not finding it.
We're gonna have to play some of that good nooch, but Rookie passes the vibe check with a reaction to the DI, attacks the drive gate of Jazzero, no super to defend himself. This might be a checkmate situation off of the DI, and Rookie finds it.
Able to get the stun and get another round. It's always been so close, but the true question is right now, can Rookie bring it home? Can Rookie get this game? Because this is still the match point. If Jazz wins this, they're moving on.
Yeah, well, rounds like those last ones, momentum is a cruel, cruel woman in this game. Right now, they're swinging for the fences, and Jazzero's on the attack.
Really trying to break their way in, but coming in from that overhead jump, that's going to be Rookie, but back again in this neutral.
Yeah, Jazzero just taking his foot off the gas a little bit here. Has a nice life lead, trading buttons in neutral. Here comes some more drive rush on the side of Rookie. Slowing things down here, finding himself a nice little Jin right, but Jazzero finds the counter hit. Does have the level 2 on deck. The mine is planted, but he put himself in burnout.
Nice. Okay, getting the DI, rushing in from the drive rush, just running and stopping, Dragon Lash kick, and that level 3 is going to be securing the first point on the board for Rookie.
Just absolutely stealing the momentum there. It seems like Jazzero just tried to put the kibosh on it by meeting fire with fire, but Rookie looking a little too hot right now, putting themselves on the board, cashing out with that level 3. Let's see how Jazzero responds.
Definitely going to be a big question here, as we're already seeing Nice getting some knees in, getting some Psycho Mine set up to drive rushing in. Jazzero wants to get this very clean, but Rookie getting hit by the Psycho Mine, but the ODDP clutches.
Yeah, getting themselves an advantageous spot out of the scramble here. Jazdero in the corner. Jab loops are coming, finding another low. Rookie pouring it on.
The Jinrai kick is truly coming in clutch for them. The whiff grab, though, that's going to be perfect for Rookie.
Continuing to find openings, but a reversal level 1 is going to put Baby back in the corner. Rookie a little low on drive gauge, does have the level 1, finds himself a jump out, and a neutral jump should seal the deal. A little bit of a reset there to put a little exclamation point on it. And Rookie is now looking dominant in him.
I gotta say the same thing, Non-Factor, and I think the thing is that Ken is working a lot stronger against this Bison. It feels like Rookie has a bit more of a set plan that they want to do, and it's working.
Yeah, still putting in those hard reads, but able to get a little more drive gauge damage off of those Jinrai kicks and different options that Ken has here. Able to find himself a nice little throw there in neutral, and Jazdero just trying to get himself back into the corner.
Literally trying to come in from the run, but always just getting knee press, trying to make an opening. There we go. Gonna be getting the Shoryuken, but getting punish counter because of it.
Yeah, relentless pressure with the buttons here. Rookie not casting into the level 3 just yet. Looking for another neutral jump. Jazdero ready with the anti-air. Has the level 2 to cash out.
Oh, okay, might be going for it. Yeah, going to be securing that level 2. Going to be taking Rookie out as once again we're on that set point versus survival point.
Yeah, and the X factor here is Rookie having that level 3 on deck. He loves to cash out early with the Luke. We'll see if he does it with the Ken here.
Really trying to break open already, but just gets drive reversed.
Yeah, it's kind of been a nice defensive tool on the side of Jazdero. Bison not having that invincible reversal, the only really option he has. Let's see if Rookie baits it at some point here. Go ahead and find himself a nice little drive rush in, but a nice perfect parry on the side of Jazdero.
There we go, waiting each other out. Throw escape coming out from Rookie, trying to keep themselves alive. It's just kind of dash dancing back and forth. But again, just getting jabbed. Jazz trying to find a way in.
Yeah, when it's on your tournament life, Rookie a little bit tentative to go ahead and look for those hard guesses, kind of standing back here, chucking some fireballs. Jazdero says, I'm fine with that, walks back here and is just trying to look for a whiff punish.
Rookie just trying to dance back and forth, trying to use a Hadouken to try to make their way in. But both of them, again, just being very scared of each other because they're trying to play each other out.
Yeah, Rookie just a ticking time bomb with that level 3, finds himself a nice little counter jab. Look for the micro walk up, didn't find anything for it. Backstep there, doesn't find anything off of it. Jazdero once again with the drive reversal, and now Rookie's in the corner. It's looking scary here.
Especially going to be able to get the OD and then just torpedoing your way in. It's going to be Jazz knocking out Rookie from this bracket. Rookie taking 4th place as Jazdero going to be moving on to meet Issei in the losers finals.
Yeah, Jazdero just played that perfectly there, was able to go ahead and change the pace and stay back when he had a nice little lead to himself and force Rookie to go ahead and kind of be in an uncharacteristic spot, because we like to see Rookie turn on the pressure, but we saw him on the back foot a lot there in that final round. As we get back to the replays here, it was all Jazdero until that character switch in him.
It really was. Ken kind of just did something different for Rookie. You see a lot of here in the Luke. They're doing a lot of supers very raw, and Luke's supers, unlike Ken's, don't really provide that comeback material that Rookie might have wanted. You see a little, little leeway here and there, but Ken just has those better tools.
Yeah, definitely a character that's higher on the tier list, and it was looking good for Rookie at a certain point. But like we said, Jazdero just changed gears towards the end here. We've seen Rookie almost steal the momentum away. We saw some clutch supers in situations, a lot of DIs called out, but Jazdero able to navigate the storm time and time again.
Over and over, just able to clutch it out. You see in this replay here, even with Rookie coming in, Jazdero, eventually was able to okay, I know what this Ken is trying to do. Mixed up a little bit, but we're fine. We're getting level 2s, we're getting level 3s, we're getting our Psycho Mines, and then, we're just set from there.
Yeah, Bison, one of those characters you can always fall back on, just because that damage does, kind of simplify the game. You have to find a little bit of less hits because he's able to cash out so much more damage, and it seems like that was just the X factor there for Jazdero to find a little bit more tricks up his sleeve and cashing out big damage with M. Bison. But that is going to be it for Rookie's run here in Breakout Series. So that means that Jazdero will be moving on to face Issei over in Losers Finals to round out our top 3. NM, Jazdero right now, shutting down the momentum of Rookie. He's looking strong. He's looked strong this entire tournament, having a really good losers run. How do you feel about his chances to go ahead and flip the script and take this entire thing?
I feel like Jazz does have a solid chance. We've seen Jazz, of course. We saw them against the rookie, playing that Luke and that Ken. And before this, we've seen Jazz against somebody like Jimmy DR. We've seen it against Silver Rupee. We haven't seen them yet against a character that's trying to literally zip around in your face. The closest you have to that is Ken, which they're able to lock in after a little bit. But of course, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the real zips like the Jerry, like the Blanca that they're going to have to face if they want to secure that victory. So it's just a matter of if they're able to secure themselves against them. That's going to be the real, tell, win or lose.
Yeah, we can tell EC, even though he did lose the last set 3-1, busts out a teabag of his own in the middle of the match and everything. So he is still feeling himself. No confidence lost at any point here. So it's definitely going to be one of those matches that is hard hitting. Let's see if Jazz Darrow does decide to go with the Bison. It's looked strong for him. When JP has failed, he's pulled it out multiple times, decided to ride it the entire way through with Rookie, and it's been paying off for him big time. It's kind of looking like a stronger character at this point. Both of them are beasts, but it looks like the Bison is truly embodies that Jazz Darrow playstyle.
It really does, especially because they're able to rush in a lot more effectively than, say, they would be on JP. And I imagine this means a lot to Jazz Darrow, especially since they're the only one here that if they win, this is going to be their first breakout win. Obviously, Ruffian's got 7 right now, looking for an 8th. EC's got 3. They're going to be looking for a 4th. But this is going to be number 1 for Jazz Darrow. They've been in literally every breakout bracket I can think of for the past few months. So I imagine they want to finally prove themselves as a breakout champion and secure that W.
Well, those questions will be answered in just a bit here. We are going to be heading to a break before our final 3 do the deed. We will be right back after a short little timeout.
He's getting slashed up. No, carries it. Oh, kicks the air here. Oh, this could be huge.
Big dreams of whip clean, a shift mean green, sip lean, and the ops don't know. Free up my team with a big dream and a me man, never go pro. See man up in the trap, but I know how to react, po, no, I never so cold. Come run up in the back, get a bap, you don't want this. Sexy sturdy, come and get 30, wibble it, wobble it, curvy. Sexy sturdy, come and get murky, got girl begging up mercy. Sexy sturdy, come and get 30, wibble it, wobble it, curvy. Come run up in the back, get a bap, you don't want this. I'm loving them dick and them juicy. Airless, Chris Ekabusi. Got 5 links like Tyrone. Now they all trying to recruit me. Pop sherry and cherries, I'm fruity. Got Sally and Debbie and doobies. On Monday it's Megan and movies. On Sunday it's Steph and them groupies. Too easy. I come and they leave me. I'm the boy that they see on the TV. If it's me on the cake, they would eat me. Now they want a slice for the appetite. Yeah, honeys, they be where the bees be. Don't give it a ring to them Gollum guys. My precious, they wanna believe me.
Really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger. I'm a threat. I'm a gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. It's a bet. You know I ain't letting up, my foot is on your neck. Take my word for it, it's a promise and a threat. Really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger. I'm a threat. I'm a gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. It's a bet. You know I ain't letting up, my foot is on your neck. Take my word for it, it's a promise and a threat. I ain't never really wanna flex my gifts, but I think it's my time, let me check my wrist. You can never get my shine, I'ma keep on grinding till I reach the top. When it's just in my jeans and I ain't looking back, cause I'm feeling like Chris, bro. They can never slow me down, but they need to hate me, now I'm feeling like Chris. Rock with the team, cause you know that we winning, we with it, we going, we flowing again. I might just go by a Benz, I might just blow my advance, whoa. I did it all for the feeling, alive but I'm making a killing. I'm gonna break every ceiling, cause I need a million, but I don't need your money, you can pay me in respect. Cause once I do it big, what's to follow is a check. I need 100 bags, nothing more, nothing less. And the ops feel away, cause I'm next, I'm a threat. Oh yeah. Really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat. I'm a gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. It's a bet. You know I ain't letting up, my foot is on your neck. Take my word for it, it's a promise and a threat. Really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat. It's a gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. You know I ain't letting up, my foot is on your neck. Take my word for it, it's a promise and a threat. I ain't been feeling spectacular, flow so sick it's hazardous. Y'all still suck like Dracula. Sip this beat, let's back it up. And I don't care about critics cause they talk too much, and I know that I gotta keep on grinding, finding myself. I ain't gonna stop until I know I had enough. Mama, I made it, I know that they see me. I'm popping these bottles just like I'm a genie. I'm glad that you made me. It's all in my DNA. I'm about my cheese like I'm working for Frito-Lay. And bet the bag on myself. I don't do this for my health. Every thread is a champion. Got the title, need a belt. I don't need your money, you can pay me in respect. Once I do it big, what's to follow is a check. I need 100 bags, nothing more, nothing less. And the ops feel away, cause I'm next, I'm a threat. Oh yeah. Really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat. It's a gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. It's a bet. You know I ain't letting up, my foot is on your neck. Take my word for it, it's a promise and a threat. Really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat. Gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. It's a bet. You know I ain't letting up, my foot is on your neck. Take my word for it, it's a promise and a threat.
Still young spits, but you call me young boss. Eating real good, so a man's gon' floss. Got my weight up in my view, real posh. You a frisbee man, so that mean you get tossed. Got a new clip, studio in the back. Numbers ran up, had to split it with the chaps. Realest in the city, in my record, a fact. But your man's only chat when he do it in the raps. Like, spot go lost and don't really care what it cost them. You don't wanna cross them. My lifestyle awesome, couldn't decide if my gal want it too, so I butt them. Don't run track, but I run up a check. Run, do it real big, gotta one up the next. Point to the sky with the one up, I'm blessed. I'm young, rich and black, so you know I'm a threat.
I don't feel right unless the odds against me. Back against the wall with my strength. Yeah, I can't let it break. Everything I've been through, it made me better. Ooh, a little hate, it just made me better. Been through everything, it just made me better. I can't waste the pain, it just made me better. Working every day, it just made me better. If it 1 or 2, check, a 1 or 2, I'm going in, is that an L? W is still a win. Got it off the muscle, all I know is hustle. All I know is making something out of nothing. What you think this is? I had to hop in the kitchen, I'm really on fire, you know ignited, yeah. I know some people don't like it, I'm moving with flavor, they probably a bite it, yeah. Trendsetter, been better, I can't take the credit, yeah, I wait. Yeah, been on fire, boy, that's flambe. Only time you see my head down is when I'm praying. When my back is turned, the only time they wanna see it. Water on me, floor is cold as ice, I'm finna trade, yeah. And serve it to the people, they need hope, there's no delay. It's the odds against me. Back against the wall, my strength, yeah. I can't let it break. Everything I've been through, it made me better. Ooh, a little hate, it just made me better. Been through everything, it just made me better. I can't waste the pain, it just made me better. Working every day, it just made me better. Hold up, what they finna say? Tell it to your mammy, it don't matter, I ain't listening anyway. They just mad to see decide to drop, they look like ocean spray. You can get it too if you just work more than you talk today. This what happen when you take your pain and make it motivation. It ain't gonna be easy trying to be a legend, it's the payment. You need execution, not excuses, dog, you gotta face it. They don't want the truth. true, but if you quit, you don't deserve to make it. What you think they giving greatness out? Now you gotta take it. They don't know the hustle, they confused when they look at you. Till you hit your goals, they all shot, they think you Pikachu. Put your mind to it, you can do it, yeah, and I'm the proof. It's the odds against me. Back against the wall, my strength deep, yeah. I can't let it break. Everything I've been through, it made me better. Ooh, a little hate, it just made me better. Yeah, been through everything, it just made me better. Yeah, I can't waste the pain, it just made me better. Yeah, working every day, it just made me better.
Wants to go to bed already. Enough, you're dead!
This is how we're gonna end the weekly?
Stop it, Mike! Mike, stop it!
And welcome back to the Breakout series. We're going to get directly into losers finals here. It is EC and Jazdero fighting for their chance to go ahead and head over to grand finals where things are winner take all here in this Breakout series. The prize pool is going to whoever reigns supreme tonight, NM.
So it really is a winner-take-all situation. So you know these three fighters are going to be scrapping hard now, especially because EC's already starting out the ODDP in order to break Jazdero open.
Yeah, things are getting squirrely here early, almost even health, but EC spending that drive gauge like no one's business. Jazdero looking to take advantage of it, spending for an OD knee here and taking his EC all the way to the corner.
But look at this, just getting parried. Your level 1 means nothing to me, as Jazdero able to take the first round already, as both of them are already, double knee press into a throw.
Yeah, Jazdero heard winner take all, and he's trying to make quick work of EC right now, continuing to put on the pressure with another OD knee press. The mine is planted, and a nice little counter here grab. Accidentally throws him out of the corner, though.
Ooh, but not enough to break that DI from EC, but not really able to capitalize off of it, especially because they're getting counter DI'd.
Yeah, and that counter DI will go ahead and wrap things up. Jazdero trying to send a message, finish things out with the animation when he didn't need to, but it's dog eat dog out there, and Jazdero was going to put himself up 1-0 here in losers finals.
Already strong showing coming out from Jazz. They're trying to take it over easy. Now we're going over to Paris. We got the Eiffel Tower in the background here, as already very neutral.
Yeah, EC right now just trying to mix things up, looking for a lot of jump-ins there to test the anti-airs of Jazdero. Working out for him a little bit, nice little life lead, but Jazdero finding some counter pokes of his own.
There we go, able to set up the combo for the Psycho Mine, but we're just getting drive rushed right now. EC trying to make an opening, but just letting Jazdero escape a little bit while they charge up.
Yeah, getting those Fuha stocks online, but a little bit too tentative. Jazdero fighting himself in air-to-air there. Another Psycho Mine is planted. A big guess is going to have to come on the side of EC. Finds himself a counter hit. Jazdero on the back foot.
Oh, nice. Going to be able to throw, trying to drive rush in, get some low fireballs there, and just able to set up. EC now going to be able to take a round, trying to keep themselves alive.
Yeah, we talked him being a really squirrely character and player, and right there it worked out for him big time. Jazdero does get his hands on him this time around, looking to cash out some damage, but more counter pokes just keep on coming from the side of EC.
Every single time. There we go. A really hard knockdown there from that sweep, trying to keep it going, but there we go. Counter hit. EC is back in the driver's seat, going to be able to get that drive rush, trying to cross up, but again, the defense and offense on Jazz is just too much.
Finding an OD Psycho Crusher there. Gonna go ahead and plant the mine here. Might actually look for a level 3, chooses not to. One more guess is gonna do it, but EC finding himself a nice little poke to get out, and Jazdero puts Baby right back on the floor, has a level 3, hits the break off of the drivers, trying to force a hard guess here.
There we go. Going to be able to throw. EC trying to make their way back in. Going to be getting parried from that drive impact. Not able to capitalize. As able to set up for the level 3. Jazz going to be getting caught off guard as it's now 1 apiece.
Yeah, an absolutely insane reaction there to go ahead and catch the recovery frames of the scissor kicks from the side of Jazdero, and EC putting themselves on the board here. It seems like both players right now have no interest in really playing a solid neutral game. They're just going to keep on pressing buttons until something hits.
Quite literally just pressing it until it hits indeed, especially since that whiff grab happened. That could have been the opportunity for EC, but the defense again from Jazz is so on point. When they have an opening, it's very tight.
Yeah, right now slowly walking EC down to the corner. Hasn't been a problem for him in a lot of matches he plays. Gets himself a nice little back throw there to put Jazdero in a bad spot.
Trying to make their way in again. There we go. Drive impact for the punish counter. Jazdero not going to be calling it out this time as they're stuck in the corner, but drive reversal going to be doing some numbers, but they're just getting jabbed again. But the cross up.
Yeah, just EC just all over him like a spider monkey right now. Constant jump-ins and looking for cross-up attempts. Just catches Jazdero a little lacking on his defense and puts himself up one round here in game number 3.
Very strong stuff coming out from EC once again, because again, they're just drive rushing their way in. This is how EC likes to play. They're rushing you down and they're not stopping. Another drive rush, trying to go from West Coast to East Coast, but just gets drive reversal. Or it jumps over the DI!
Yeah, not sure if that was a hard read or if they're just going into a flow state at this point, but EC continues to find these random hits on these jump-ins. One more grab is going to do it, and non-stop action is going to put EC up 2-1 here in Losers Finals.
Jazdero has got to find an answer here. I know they want their first ever breakout win, but right now you're sitting on basically survival game.
Yeah, and choosing to stay with the Bison here, he's pretty much going to be locked and loaded for it. Might find a little bit of comfort in the scramble here. Nice little combo there and planting another mine on the way out.
And there we go, we're getting a knee press, going for the OD cycle crusher, as that's going to secure a very big explosion from that mine.
I guess the OTG, one more mine, looking for the devil's reverse there, abusing the plus frames, sneaks in a DI, EC not ready for it. There's the OD knee press into the knee press nightmare, and that's going to close out the round. Jazdero, pretty much a non-stop freight train there here in round number 1 of game number 4.
Very good super in order to secure that round, you know, trying to stay on that survival point. They're not now or never last ditch effort quite yet, but EC, you see here playing a little safe, trying to charge up some of their attacks in order to get some good stuff.
Yeah, they love playing with those full Fuha stocks, that way they can cash out like this, setting up immediate temp with a low fireball, forcing Jazdero to look for a drive reversal there, and it's just attack on drive gauge right now. Jazdero holding on to it just a sliver.
And staying alive too, especially with a throw, but just gets ODDP'd right now. They do not have much left in the tank, but they're just trying to recover. Same thing though with EC, as they're just coming in, going off the air, but getting perfect parried, and this is the perfect moment for Jazdero to make a comeback.
Yeah, finds the overhead there, goes ahead and sets off the mine, does have the level 2 if they want to look for the Psycho Punisher, finds another mine, trying to cover his tracks on the way out with a nice little jump back medium kick, gets the air-to-air off with the mine explosion, and Jazdero turns the tables, and it's now 2-2 here in Losers Finals, and then
I really feel like their non-factor, you know, they were able to catch, you know, EC a little bit on the scared point, you know, going up in the air like that and trying to go on the aggression when your Psycho Mind is not the answer, and what led directly towards that round win, as Jazdero is already trying to break open the defense of EC and making it out.
yeah, you can tell that EC just low on drive gauge, doing their patented backdash here, gonna look for some Fuha stocks. Jazdero trying to find a whiff punish, gets caught on the way in. EC now on the attack.
Trying to cross up in the air, drive rush able to make an opening with that counter hit, but just gets drive reversal for a punish counter, but a reversal coming out from EC.
Yeah, EC trying to match fire with fire, and Jazdero firing shots right back. Almost even health here. EC finds himself in the corner. No reaction there from Jazdero, but does block the DI. Level 1 on deck for both players.
Especially getting that air attack level 1 coming out from EC's doing a lot of damage right now to Jazdero as they're just drive rushing in, get the throw escape, but the Psycho Crusher coming in, the OD going for the throw. We have the corner for Jazz, and that wall splat's gonna secure it.
Yeah, it looks like EC was trying to force a one-guess situation, but Jazdero forced it first. Now on set point, let's see how EC reacts here.
It's now or never last-ditch effort for EC once again, as they're already going in off the punish counter, already securing a level 1 to get some nice damage in the corner.
Yeah, trying to force a hard reaction there from Jazdero, but he ends up fighting it on the middle of that drive reverse, or excuse me, drive rush with the knee press nightmare.
Look at that, already getting another OD knee presser, trying to continue into the corner, West Coast to East Coast.
Yeah, just continuing to attack EC's drive gauge too. Jazdero knows that's going to be EC's bread and butter to get himself out of a bad spot. He's using that raw drive rush. Right now finds himself a nice little counter hit and continues to put on the pressure.
Literally just trying to make their way in. Both of them, again, back into neutral, trying to charge up the stocks right now. That's what EC's trying to do.
One hit is all Jazdero needs though. EC finds it first, cashes out with the level 1 to keep this tournament life alive. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going into a final game, final round of Losers Finals.
Going last game, last round, trying to see who's going to be showing out. No more quarters. It's time to match out.
Yeah, right now Jazdero does have that level 2. Probably going to be looking to go ahead and build up that level 3 and cash out with some big damage. EC trying to play a little bit cautious here, but here comes Jazdero finding himself a throw off at the drive rush.
Trying to make their way back in, trying to spin. Just backdashing, no. There we go. Drive rush going to be able to make the opening. Going to be going for them pinwheel kicks. Try to go a little more.
Yeah, it's Killer Be Killed. EC on the attack, finds himself a meaty DI. Jazdero not ready for it. Does have the level 1, chooses to cash out now. It's going to be one more guess, and Jazdero has to think fast here. A throw from EC. One more will do it. Baits it out and finds himself a jumping heavy punch, and EC has punched his ticket into grand finals over Jazdero 3-2.
Beautiful work. Both close to close from both of these fighters. Both of them so close, but in the end, it is going to be EC coming out on top. And non-factor, we saw so much back and forth between these two. But why do you feel like EC was able to clutch out that win?
Well, I mean, in a game like this that's just so volatile, it comes down to whoever's going to maximize those straight hits. And it seems like EC was always constantly trying to cash out that level 1 and make sure you had a life advantage, but also put Jazdero in a situation where it was either get hit once, or excuse me, block the 1 hit or you're going to die. And that's exactly how we closed out the third and final round there of game 5.
Absolutely. And of course, EC is going to be going up against the 7-time champ Ruffian coming up in this next match. So it's going to be brutal between these two because they both have a lot of wins under the belts from Breakout. It's just who's going to be adding one more to the shelf alongside what we said earlier, that take-all prize pool.
Yeah, and it might be a bit of bad blood between them. We did see a little bit of the gamer crouches coming out from both sides when they played each other in winners final. So, you know, a little bit of a score to settle there, and EC does have to reset the bracket if he wants a chance at winning this entire thing. It is winner take all this time around. So let's see if EC is able to navigate and kind of get the better of his rival here, Ruffian MX. And we're going to jump directly into it. Ladies and gentlemen, this is grand finals. Ruffian coming in on winner's side, EC on losers, winner take all. Let's get down to it.
And already the OD rolling attack doing some great work for Ruffian, able to wait out that grab, whiffing it, and there we go, already in the corner, but there we go, EC back in action.
Yeah, Ruffian finding a nice little life lead to start things early, but we've seen that hasn't been an issue for EC. A hard guess, though, we saw it from their winners finals match, and Ruffian getting the better of the mind games here and closing things out, looking dominant here in round 1.
Very strong stuff from Ruffian, showing, you know, it's been a minute since they've been on the Breakout cast, but they're still trying to show out and come out, especially getting that throw.
Now setting up that Blanca Chon, we've seen him use it to control neutral in winners finals, getting a little bit of shenanigans going there, getting a nice little commando on the way in, EC breaking himself out of jail.
Breaking themselves out of jail, but they're going right back in there, non-factor, especially with somebody jumping in the sky. It's a bird, it's a plane. No, it's Ruffian trying to make their way in against EC. Just so many low jabs over and over, and EC just can't find the answers.
Just consistently throwing out that crouching medium punch, one of Blanca's best buttons, and it was almost like he was daring EC to do something about it. And Ruffian putting themselves on the board here first. Once again, putting another statement on it there. It seems like he's not taking EC serious right now. He said, I'm the better player, and I'm going to show you that.
I gotta agree with you there, non-factor. I was about to say, that might have been a little bit of a taunt.
Yeah, you don't got to hit all the buttons for that one. Ruffian right now continuing just to put on the pressure. EC finding themselves in corner and a beautiful shimmy and a whiff punish on the side of Ruffian.
This is quite literally Ruffian's game. It feels like EC is not able to find their way out of the corner whenever Ruffian has them in there. Rolling attack again, block a Chandal, but there we go, coming in with the dive.
You don't want to find yourself on the wrong end of the mind games here. And right now, EC putting Ruffian into burnout, finds himself in the corner, does have the level 1 if he wants to react to something, but it's all EC.
Might be trying to go for a DI to mix it up, especially since it is burnout. Tries to go for a little bit more, but Ruffian trying to make their way back in, but jumps away from the DP, getting caught.
Yeah, EC right there, choosing to go for a chip sequence, and it worked out for him that time around, getting Ruffian into burnout. See how Ruffian responds, does have that level 2. We know he loves to pop it out early.
Trying to get EC in that corner again. Throw in order to keep it. Might be trying to go for a throw loop. Not able to. The punish counter reversal of that ODVP is going to be able to give some life.
And now Ruffian finding himself in the corner, a victim of a shimmy there from the side of EC. EC with some super gauge on deck. Let's see if Ruffian goes ahead and busts out of jail. Holding down parry. No punish throw yet from EC. They finds one there.
Jabbing each other out right now, trying to block everything coming out from EC, using the level 2 raw like this, but it's still showing out, keeping EC in the air.
Yeah, finds one for an anti-air there, but EC finding another straight hit and cashes out with the level 1. That's going to tie things up 1-1 here in the grand finals. EC popping right back at him.
EC finding a little bit more of what they want to do against Ruffian, you know, being a little bit more solid right now as we get into this third game, as both of them are just being kind of like, what are you about to do?
Yeah, putting Ruffian on notice as well. You can see Ruffian played a little more respectful here, not just going as a ham just right off the bat, kind of walking himself back into the corner to see if it's a trap for EC. No reaction off of the DI, and EC's going to take advantage of it.
Perfect crush coming out from them, especially Fro in the corner. The corner Oki is on point coming out from EC, but the ODDP is going to be giving Ruffian some life. Not going to be able to get the anti-air and getting thrown back to the corner.
Yeah, continuing to find a lot of that jumping heavy punch. Great job over there jumping backwards to go ahead and catch the Blanco ball while I was in the air. Another jump in there. Ruffian MX low on life right now on his last legs, but finds a perfect parry.
This might be the chance for Ruffian to make their way back. Rolling attacks just keep getting countered by a lot of these airs coming out from EC, but EC able to take Ruffian down, as now EC is going to be in the advantage.
Yeah, just getting the better of the mind games here. Just hard reads on the side of EC are working out for him. Ruffian MX just walking himself back into the corner, but finds a nice little drive rush punish counter to get in there. Has that level 2. Let's see if he pops it early in him.
Gonna be waiting to see. That's definitely Ruffian's favorite super here, as they're going for a Faro loop, trying to wait out. There we go, getting the low. Ruffian is so back right now, especially as they have the Blanca-chan dolls there in the corner, using the rolling attacks. A perfect KO. Yeah, Ruffian is back.
Yeah, those 7 golden letters putting an exclamation point on it. And Ruffian right now looking alive. EC, let's see if he's shook off of this one. We saw the mind games and a little bit of the taunting work for Ruffian long term. And right now finding another counter hit on the side of Ruffian.
Might have been trying to go for that side switch in order to mix it up a little bit, but still in a bit of a neutral state. Getting the anti-air though into the drive rush. This is perfect for Ruffian to make something happen.
Yeah, trying to find a mix up there. EC ready for it. Putting Ruffian into the corner and choosing to burn the level 3 here to attack the drive gauge and also keep Ruffian in the corner. It's going to be an advantageous for EC here, but Ruffian does have that level 3 in his pocket.
But ooh, look at that. The DI mirror going to be in advantage for Ruffian as they're going into a level 3 of their own.
Yeah, very smart to cash out there to keep them from going into burnout and kind of flipping the skip on the drive gauge here. Ruffian with a slight advantage, getting himself a nice throw coming off of the Oki. One more guess is going to do it. He switches sides on him, cross-eyed, finds 2 lights, and Ruffian MX up 2-1 here in grand finals.
Ruffian needs one more game, and then they're going to become your Breakout Week 24 champion, literally taking a third of all Breakout brackets.
Yeah, and this time it being winner takes all, just a little extra bragging rights for the side of Ruffian if he does take it. Right now with that 2-1 advantage lead, but EC has something to say about it, putting Ruffian into the corner.
Trying to keep him there too, especially with some of these parries coming out, getting for some low jabs, keep it going all the way into the corner. Half the health gone for Ruffian, but they're still out. They're still up.
Nice little punish there on the side of EC. Trying to keep Ruffian in a bad spot here, looking for the Blanco balls to try to find a way out, but a perfect parry on the side of EC. It's going to be a nice little punish here and some more Oki for him.
Look at this, getting a few more lows. Oh, getting perfect parry, especially in a corner like this. That's never what you want to see. The ODDP, though, coming out from Ruffian, going to be trying to make it go, again, from the East Coast to the West Coast.
Yeah, gets put in burnout there, though, on the side of EC, looking for a DI, but a nice jump back and a punish counter throw on the side of Ruffian. Another throw so nice, we'll see it twice, has the level 2, goes air to air with it.
Oh, can we keep the blocking game up, especially when we're in burnout? Going for a few lows, but we're missing on the rolling attack. We're stuck in the corner, and we're getting caught in the air. EC gonna take Ruffian out in that close match.
Yeah, just an absolute scramble there. Both players not interested in playing neutral. A nice parry again from the side of EC. Been on point with those for the last couple of rounds, but a low finds its home for Ruffian.
I feel like EC is getting a very good read on these rolling attacks. You especially saw that in the third game. Always getting hit from the sky, from some sky attacks from EC, but we're currently in the corner, and Ruffian is just laying all the damage.
Yeah, still has that level 3 if they choose to close things out. Finds himself a command grab, checking EC's reactions. One more hit will do it, and a hard guess on the side of EC is going to go ahead and put Ruffian MX on tournament point with a fully loaded gun in his hand.
Ruffian is sitting very well right now, and EC has got to find a good answer. This is now or never. This is last-ditch effort, and we're already starting out strong into a level 3 off the jump.
Yeah, I respect burning it early to try to put Ruffian in a disadvantageous position. EC fighting for his life at this point, but it's looking good for him so far.
Ooh, and we're whiffing the grab too. We have Ruffian in the corner, and EC's trying to, there we go, perfect parry, catching Ruffian on the projectile. But now we see Ruffian trying to make their way out, especially with this level 2. In the level 1!
Yeah, pops it directly into the level 1 to look for some damage. Also keeps that level 2 still online, and they're going to attack the drive gauge of EC, faking him out and finding a punish counter grab. Almost has the level 1 online. See if he goes for the DI. EC has got to have that trigger ready.
This is so close right now, especially since they're in burnout. They can't be blocking for too long, especially as EC is able to get that chip. And now we're in a 2-2 setting. If Ruffian wins, we're done. But if EC wins, we reset the bracket.
Yeah, an absolute duel of drive gauges there, and Ruffian trying to shut down things early here. EC with a lot of momentum on his side.
Ooh, but we're already getting a throw in the corner coming out from Ruffian, but it's just getting ODDP'd out of there. Break out of jail.
Yeah, EC with the free jump out. Ruffian finding a little bit of a punish on the way out. Spinning some more of that drive gauge. Looking for a mix up there. Doesn't go for the cross up, but caught EC looking for a grab.
Both of them just like feeling each other out right now. They don't want to go too crazy. Oh, getting caught out of the sky. Same thing with EC. There we go. We're going back into the corner again as we have Ruffian now in jail, but just parrying their way out.
EC accidentally putting himself into the corner there to see if Ruffian takes advantage of it. That jumping heavy kick just continues to find its home. Nice OD up ball there from the side of Ruffian. He finds a low, catches out with all of his gauge, and once again on tournament point.
Truly on tournament point. If EC does not win the next 2, then they are done. They are out, especially as Ruffian is really trying to lock this down, not trying to get tripped up by these fireballs.
Okay, here comes the Blancachon to control neutral. EC gets hit by looking for a cross up there, jabs out of the fake pressure from the side of Ruffian.
Going in, nice punish counter. Going in for a very nice charge and sweep as we're just crossing up every way to Sunday. Throw you in the air, and there we go. Level 3 coming out. We have burnout, but we don't care.
Yeah, cashing out big time. It's not looking good for EC right now. Almost has a level 3 of their own. Let's see if they can take advantage of it. But a meaty hit lands, and that's going to close things out. Ruffian has just took another breakout series for Street Fighter 6. NM, he's just on a tear.
He really is. And as I said before, now that Ruffian has won this one, they have won a third of all of our Street Fighter brackets.
Yeah, an absolute fan favorite is showing you exactly why. It was a close contested contest, but Ruffian showing his veteran presence there. It almost seemed disrespectful at first. EC had to ring it in, but Ruffian just finding every single conversion he needed in that last game.
Truly, it felt like back and forth that EC would have a lot of pressure, or Ruffian would have a lot of pressure. Again, they're both zipping against each other, both using the DPs to get out of the corner, break out of jail, but in the end, it was just Ruffian that was able to lock in, especially in that last game.
Yeah, well, we saw no love lost, and Ruffian gets the better of EC this time around. Winner take all taking, I believe that is his 8th breakout title, correct?
Yes, you have it correct. The 8th breakout title for Ruffian. Last time was week 20, so it's been 4 weeks since we've seen a win from them. But either way, that's 8 total wins in 24 total weeks.
Wow. More breakout wins than Tom Brady got Super Bowl rings. That's definitely impressive from the side of Ruffian. An absolutely great bracket from top to bottom. We saw a lot of fan favorites come out, a lot of action-packed fights from the likes of Jazz Darrow, Silver Rupee, Rookie, a fan favorite, Ruffian MX, EC, Jimmy DR, the like. NM, overall, this bracket was absolutely fireworks every single match. We see here at the top 8, we saw a lot of 3-0s, but don't get fooled by those scores because it was back and forth most of the time, NM.
I gotta agree. It was. We saw a lot of free 2s. You see there in the semifinals, and of course here in the grands, both from Ruffian, but we also saw EC and Jazz Darrow, go 3-2. It was always pretty close, especially near the end. And now that we're down and out, we can truly say that Ruffian is the one to come out on top. But with that, we've had a nice stream. But before we go, where can the people find you?
You can find me on Twitch at NonFactorFGC and over on Twitter or X, whatever you want to call it, at NonFactorFGC to go ahead and keep up with what I got going on.
That's true. We still got pick rates because, we see a little change. Marissa creeping their way in from Jimmy DR, making that fifth. Luke's still up there, Bison, Blanca, Jury. We saw who was playing those. But yeah, Marissa's definitely the highlight here.
Mm-hmm. And that pick rate right there is just mostly coming from Jimmy DR, a character that's fallen out of favor, but continuing to show the power of that character. And on the opposite side, we see Jury 17 picks. That's over a quarter of the picks for top 5, and that coming from ECNM. Just a nice little spread of characters we've seen in the top 8.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Gotta love this nice spread, characters that you see a good amount in Street Fighter, especially Bison. And compared to ones that you don't see too much, it just becomes at that point, who's playing these rosters, who's playing these characters. But with that, of course, you said your piece. You can find me on Twitter and Twitch at Ninstar123, where I'm posting about whatever I'm doing on there. Tomorrow, going out to a big local, so probably going to be posting about that too. Comms, chilling out, whatever. But with that, that's going to be the end of the run for us.
Take it, I'm getting it back. And if they hit me, they gotta get taxed. I'm making hit after hit after hit, and I promise you, boy, every one of them slap. Hop on a verse and I body it quick. They never work, and it's why we don't mix. I don't got time for the fake, and I swear that I always say real something they never did. Oh, they saying that I'm up next. I told them that I'm up now. Promise I came for the next. I'm needing honeys on honeys, cause that's what I'm worth. Show me the finish, I'm getting it first. Show me the best and that's me and my worst. I need that money, I'm getting it now. I'm at the top, but I started way down. I told them hundreds of times that I'm really done waiting. I swear that I came for the crown. Oh, you should go ahead and write over. I was in a 4, leveled up to the rover. Feeling like Blake, I'ma put him on a poster. I don't really play when it come to my checks. I've been in the gym, so you know I gotta flex. If I shoot a shot, then it's gonna be a wet dog. I'm coming for these meals, I ain't taking no less. Yeah, I ain't really taking no less. Now they tryna send me that text. I ain't hitting back, they stress. I'm needing honeys on honeys, cause that's what I'm worth. Show me the finish, I'm getting it first. Show me the best and that's me and my worst. I need that money, I'm getting it now. I'm at the top, but I started way down. I told them hundreds of times that I'm really done waiting. I swear that I came for the crown.
Gosh!
Muscle dudes keeping up the pressure.
Issei has a Hail Mary. And holy cow! They did it!
Hold up. Why do they doubt the kid? I'm about to prove them all wrong again. I got a low tolerance, cause they don't even know what the problem is. It's me. You waiting on the boy to fail, then hold your breath and face your death. Cause you play a roulette with each step I progress, no less. Go ahead and place your bets. Cause we know where we at, we know we top tier. Cause all the hate that you bring, we know it stops here. I'm taking off like a rocket here and stopping here. It's strange how they cannot see the future, but see profit here. Wait up, we gon' always win. Promise that that's not a promise, yeah, that is a threat. You know that I promise to bring the team commas. When the whole team win, that's when you flex. Win, and I'ma do it again. Watch me win, then watch me do it again. Tell 'em I can't take no loss. My team hold no L's, no. Aiming for the top, can't make it by myself. I ain't taking no loss. I ain't taking no loss. Look, I'ma always win. I ain't taking no loss. Look, I'ma always win. We already know that we the coldest. Watch me heat it up, let me focus. I'm going toe to toe with foes. I know they notice. I kick in doors, they only hope for closing. Why? Cause they know I go again and go again. And when they get it right, I'm the one that can make it flow again. Talk to me nice, my team they ready to go again. Running into us, we'll gladly send you home again. Yo, we don't talk. Better know the grind gon' match my walk. I'm a cheat code, I don't take no loss. Making no sense, run up the scope. Cause all I do is win. And I'ma do it again. Watch me win. Then watch me do it again. Tell 'em I can't take no loss. My team hold no L's, no. Aiming for the top, can't make it by myself. I ain't taking no loss. I ain't taking no loss. Look, I'ma always win. I ain't taking no loss. Look, I'ma always win. I'm winning again and again and again, and it's all on repeat. I'ma just sit at the top 'cause I'm running it, dog. On me, I don't know defeat. Had to get back on the phone. I told them don't play with my name 'cause I know that it rings. They want my spot at the top with the crown, and they ask who's a rocket. I tell them it's me. I'ma always win.
Big dreams of whip clean, I shift mean green, sip lean, and the ops don't know. Free up my team with a big dream, and a me man never go pro. See man up in a trap, but I know how to react, po-pone, no, I never so cold. Come run up in the back, get a bap, you don't want this. Sexy sturdy, come and get 30, wibble it, wobble it, curvy. Sexy sturdy, come and get murky, got girl begging up mercy. Sexy sturdy, come and get 30, wibble it, wobble it, curvy. Come run up in the back, get a bap, you don't want this. I'm loving them thick and them juicy. Airless, Chris Ekabusi. Got 5 links like Tyrone. Now they all trying to recruit me. Pop sherry and cherries, I'm fruity. Got Sally and Debbie and doobies. On Monday it's Megan and movies. On Sunday it's Steph and them groupies. Too easy. I come and they leave me. I'm the boy that they see on the TV. If it's me on the cake, they would eat me. Now they want a slice for the appetite. Yeah, honeys, they be where the bees be. Don't give the ring to them Gollum guys. My precious, they wanna believe me.
Really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger. I'm a threat. I'm a gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. It's a bet. You know I ain't letting up, my foot is on your neck. Take my word for it, it's a promise and a threat. Really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger. I'm a threat. I'm a gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. It's a bet. You know I ain't letting up, my foot is on your neck. Take my word for it, it's a promise and a threat. I ain't never really wanna flex my gifts, but I think it's my time, let me check my wrist. You can never dim my shine, I'ma keep on grinding till I reach the top. When it's just in my jeans and I ain't looking back, cause I'm feeling like Chris Cross. They can never slow me down, but they need to hate me, now I'm feeling like Chris. Rock with the team, cause you know that we winning, we with it, we going, we flowing again. I might just go by a Benz, I might just blow my advance, whoa. I did it all for the feeling, alive but I'm making a killing. I'm gonna break every ceiling, cause I need a million, but I don't need your money, you can pay me in respect. Cause once I do it big, what's to follow, it's a check. I need 100 bags, nothing more, nothing less. And the ops feel away, cause I'm next, I'm a threat. Oh yeah. Really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat. I'm a gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. It's a bet. You know I ain't letting up, my foot is on your neck. Take my word for it, it's a promise and a threat. Really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat. It's a gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. You know I ain't letting up, my foot is on your neck. Take my word for it, it's a promise and a threat. I ain't been feeling spectacular, flow so sick it's hazardous. Y'all still suck like Dracula. Sip this beat, let's back it up. And I don't care about critics, cause they talk too much. And I know that I gotta keep on grinding, finding myself. I ain't gonna stop until I know I had enough. Mama, I made it, I know that they see me. I'm popping these bottles just like I'm a genie. I'm glad that you made me. It's all in my DNA. I'm up my cheeks like I'm working for Frito-Lay. And bet it bag on myself. I don't do this for my health. Every thread is a champion. Got the title, need a belt. I don't need your money, you can pay me in respect. Once I do it big, what's to follow is a check. I need 100 bags, nothing more, nothing less. And the ops feel away, cause I'm next, I'm a threat. Oh yeah. Really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat. It's a gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. It's a bet. You know I ain't letting up, my foot is on your neck. Take my word for it, it's a promise and a threat. Really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat. Gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. It's a bet. You know I ain't letting up, my foot is on your neck. Take my word for it, it's a promise and a threat.
Still young spits, but you call me young boss. Eating real good, so a man's gon' floss. Got my weight up in my view real posh. You a frisbee man, so that mean you get tossed. Bought a new crib, studio in the back. Numbers ran up, had to split it with the chaps. Realest in the city, in my record, a fact that your man's only chat when he do it in the raps. Like, squad go lost and don't really care what it cost them. You don't wanna cost them. My lifestyle awesome, couldn't decide if my gal want it too, so I bought them. Don't run track, but I run up a check. Run, do it real big, gotta one up the next. Point to the sky with the one up, I'm blessed. I'm young, rich and black, so you know I'm a threat.
I don't feel right unless the odds against me. Back against the wall of my strength. Yeah. I can't let it break. Everything I've been through, it made me better. Ooh, I love the hate, it just made me better. Been through everything, it just made me better. I can't waste the pain, it just made me better. Working every day, it just made me better. 1, 2, check, 1, 2. I'm going in, is that an L? W is still a win. Got it off the muscle. All I know is hustle. All I know is making something out of nothing. What you think this is? I had to hop in the kitchen. I'm really on fire. You know, ignited. Yeah. I know some people don't like it. I'm moving with flavor. They probably a bite it. Yeah. Trendsetter, being better. I can't take the credit. Yeah, wait. Yeah. Been on fire, boy. That's flambe. Only time you see my head down is when I'm praying. When my back is turned on, only time they wanna see it. Water on me, floor is cold as ice. I'm finna trade, yeah. And serve it to the people, they need hope. It's no delay, yeah. The odds against me. Back against the wall of my strength, yeah. I can't let it break. Everything I've been through, it made me better. Ooh, I love the hate, it just made me better. Been through everything, it just made me better. I can't waste the pain, it just made me better. Working every day, it just made me better. Hold up, what they finna say? Tell it to your mammy, it don't matter, I ain't listening anyway. They just mad to see decide to drop, they look like ocean spray. You can get it too if you just work more than you talk today. This what happen when you take your pain and make it motivation. It ain't gonna be easy trying to be a legend, it's the payment. You need execution. excusing, not excuses, dog, you gotta face it. They don't want the truth, but if you quit, you don't deserve to make it. What you think they giving greatness out? Now you gotta take it. They don't know the hustle, they confused when they look at you. Till you hit your goals, they all shy, they think you Pikachu. Put your mind to it, you can do it, yeah, and I'm the proof. The odds against me, back against the wall, my strength deep, yeah. I can't let it break. Everything I've been through, it made me better. Ooh, I love the hate, it just made me better. Yeah, been through everything, it just made me better. Yeah, I can't waste the pain, it just made me better. Yeah, working every day, it just made me better.
No time, gotta go. Left out, I mean my song. Yeah, you know I keep you quiet like a sleep mode. You can keep on, but I got it now. I found my crowd now. I might just sleep, y'all can catch me when I leave out.
If I leave it, then I go. You just think it, but I know. Make it low as I go. Cause yeah. If I leave it, then I go. You just think it, but I know. Make it low as I go. Cause yeah. That's how I roll. Yeah. That's how I go. Yeah. That's how I roll. Yeah.
I just thought about it twice and it don't make sense. How you living it like that? You just gotta poke this. Is it snowing outside? You just tryna be a flake. Damn. Yeah. Okay, let's go. Said you need a little help. Yeah, I think that is evident. If you think that's easy, then it says a lot about you. When you feel a little slumpy, that's a part of reality. You better gotta let it go before you do something.
If I leave it, then I go. You just think it, but I know.